Chapter 731 Luodi's Last Gift. After returning to Da Imperial Capital, what Li Guanqi did was completely consistent with the simulated situation. He first summoned Joshua, the Tulip Envoy, to express his agreement to form an alliance. The other party also said that all the arrangements for the loyalty ceremony had been prepared long ago, and could be laid out in the Tulip Imperial Capital in just half a day. As a result, the news that the Tulip Empire was about to swear allegiance to the Da dynasty, and would hold a loyalty ceremony in the Tulip Imperial Capital tomorrow morning spread all over the world overnight. The people of Wu dynasty naturally cheered excitedly. But the people of Tulipa are a little disappointed. After all, this so-called loyalty, to put it harshly, means that they will be reduced to subjugation from now on. No one will be happy if they change it. Interestingly, that night, the Chu dynasty within the Great Wall also issued a message. The general content, to put it bluntly, is just one sentence. Why don't you go to the wilderness and gather those wanderers together? Which will be an extra strength. This is undoubtedly a mockery. Obviously, in the eyes of the Empress of Dachu, the integration of the Tulip Empire and the Da dynasty was a meaningless thing. But Li Guanqi didn't care about these things. After the government was over, he came to Little Ing Shuang and played happily with the little girl all afternoon, running around in the fields, catching butterflies in the sea of flowers, playing fish in the river, and flying kites on the top of the mountain, etc. It was a wonderful afternoon, not only for Little Ing Shuang, but also for Li Guanqi. During this period of time, he put everything behind him, including the problem of his senior sister, the problem of Qianlan and the god of heaven, the problem of the Gu god's ancestral temple, the problem of the human emperor, the true purpose of the future god. These messy things he stopped thinking about all the things. Quack. At night, deep in the woods, the sparkling lake reflects a blood-red crescent moon. Under the red moonlight, there are bursts of frogs croaking on the shore. It seems noisy, but it is also a kind of tranquility. In this strange scene that can be called a picture scroll, there are two figures sitting on the steps of the wooden house by the lake. One big and one small, like a father and daughter. Li Guanqi, tell me, how is the blood moon sun formed? Little Ing Shuang, who was wearing a blue floral skirt, was lying on Li Guanqi's lap, pointing at the blood-red crescent moon in the sky, with curiosity on her face. Sister Misha has taught me so many things these days. I understand. How does rain form? How does snow form? But when I asked her what it was like on a blood moon day, she said she didn't know either. This little girl has never figured out how to call Li Guanqi. The girl seemed a little resistant to being called brother, and she didn't know why. She was unwilling to call him daddy. And Li Guanqi, who was not yet married, was even less willing. Calling him, Your Majesty, would be too strange. So until now, Xiao Ing Shuang started to call him by his first name. But more important than this is the problem of this little girl. Blood moon. 30,000 years ago, a rain of blood fell on this planet. Li Guanqi also looked up at the sky and said with a smile. At that time, satellites from various countries detected a meteorite, which was flying rapidly towards the planet. And the meteorite exploded near the atmosphere. And the blood rain came after that. Appeared. Along with the blood rain, there were also different blood viruses and different blood zombies. The blood moon day also appeared after that. As for more things, no one knows. It is worth mentioning that the blood moon is not a visual problem caused by the atmosphere and light refraction, but it really turned red. Every once in a while, that moon, will literally turn from gray-white to blood-red, which is what we commonly call a blood moon day. Then, the sun shines on the red moon, and the red moon reflects the sunlight into red light. This is the so-called blood moon and the origin of blood moonlight. Of course, this is just a situation analysis. And this answer is not much of an answer. You may also want to ask, why does the moon turn red? I do not know then. At this point, Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. These things were all learned when he traveled back 100 years to the end of the world and learned about them in Han Mengyao's dream viewing sanctuary. That was all that the group of scientists could discover. What are different blood viruses and different blood zombies? Little Ing Shuang looked at Li Guanqi and blinked her big golden eyes, full of curiosity. It's a poison that makes people lose their minds and turn into monsters. Li Guanqi said softly. Zombies of different blood are human beings of different blood who have turned into monsters. They have lost their minds. But their self-healing ability is even stronger. They can't die even if their hearts and heads are broken. They have to crush their bodies into pieces. For meat, you have to kick the minced meat into pieces. Of course, it is easier to burn it directly into ashes. You can't die even if you break your heart and head? Little Ling Shuang was stunned for a moment. Then are there such terrifying monsters now? Nope. Li Guanqi smiled slightly. 30,000 years ago, there was a great leader named Vulcan. Together with other human sages, he led mankind to kill all the zombies of different blood and make the world a better place again. So smart. Hearing this, Xiaoying Shuang was a little surprised. Then why Sister Misha never told me these things? Because she doesn't know. Li Guanqi smiled and said, These are the dust-covered history of the old era. Sister Misha was born in the new era, so of course she doesn't know about it, huh? By the way, didn't Sister Longji tell you these things? No. Little Ling Shuang shook her head and replied, Sister Longji never talks about history with me, saying that history is all in the past. Young people should look to the future instead of clinging to the past. Then Sister Misha said that history can be a mirror. History is also important. And then Sister Longji will tell her. But humans will never learn to correct from history. And then? Oh. Anyway, it's just you and me quarreling. With that said, the little girl spread her hands helplessly. Li Guanqi also couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, little Ling Shuang, who was lying on his lap, yawned and looked drowsy. She tugged on his clothes with both hands and murmured, Li Guanqi, I'm so sleepy. I'm always very sleepy these days. Obviously some people sleep for 13 hours every day. But when they are awake during the day, they are still awake when... Before he finished speaking, the little girl lay on Li Guanqi's lap and snored softly. Maybe you are really just like Luo Di. Li Guanqi stroked little Ling Shuang's face with a smile on his face. Lethargy. It is said that Emperor Daluo Shenwu was also very lethargic when he was 10 years old. But suddenly one day, he could not sleep for 7 days and nights in a row. And he was extremely awake and full of energy. Humans of different blood who begin to practice are of course full of energy without sleeping. But the problem is that Luo Di is different. He was born with no cultivation. And he was still an ordinary person when he was 10 years old. So this is not normal. But the result was that the imperial physician was helpless. Then, within a few days, according to the rules of the Ying family, little Ying Xian, who turned 10, would finally start practicing. What happened next was the Great Luo Shenwu Emperor spread all over the world. He started at the age of 10, broke through the realm at the age of 1, became a 7-star star at the age of 17, disappeared for 10 years, and became a demigod emperor at the age of 27. Little Ling Shuang is only 9 years old now. But 8 days ago, she also developed the same symptoms of lethargy that Luo Di had. Good night. Li Guanqi smiled softly, picked up little Ling Shuang, stood up from the front steps, pushed the door open, and walked into the lakeside cabin. He put Xiaoying Shuang on the bed, covered her with a sheet, turned around and left, closing the door behind her. Buzz. Suddenly, at this moment, golden light flashed on the back of Li Guanqi's right hand, and a golden rune slowly emerged. This was Luo Di's backup plan left in his body. He had previously relied on this golden rune to open the teleportation channel, ignore the blockade of the Great Wall of Heaven, and go to the Great Wall. But at this moment, under Li Guanqi's stunned gaze, the golden rune slowly changed, from the original pattern mark to a single word, a shining golden oriental text. Luo. The rune on the back of Li Guanqi's right hand turned into a golden, Luo, character. Wait! This is... Suddenly, Li Guanqi's expression became extremely strange. What does this feel like? How does it feel to control the destiny of the country? Li Guanqi is now the emperor of the Dao dynasty. His territory includes the Ayabel Prairie, Sakura Province, and the Oriental Islands. Naturally, he is very familiar with the feeling of controlling the destiny of the country. And now the appearance of this Luo character inscription conveys to him the feeling that is exactly the same as the feeling of having the destiny of the country under control. Luo Emperor, the emperor of the Da Luo dynasty, the word Luo, the national destiny of the Da Luo dynasty for 3,000 years. Damn it! Luo Emperor! You don't know that? Li Guanqi found it hard to believe his guess. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, focused all his attention on the back of his right hand, and focused his attention on the Luo character. Li Guanqi, who had his eyes closed, suddenly frowned. Something is wrong. If this Luo imprint gave him the feeling that there was a door waiting for him to push open, then what he felt now was that his hand was pressed to the doorknob. And then he realized that the door was actually locked. How to unlock it? A drop of blood. To watch chess, you need a drop of Ying's royal family's blood. But the premise is that this Ying's royal family must care enough about you. This care does not refer to male-female love affairs, friendship, family affection, admiration, worship, etc., etc. All kinds of friendship are possible. But the only requirement is that he sincerely cares about you. Luodi's voice. Just when Li Guanqi was confused, Luodi's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. As if there was a hint of smile. It was like the extremely powerful emperor appeared in front of him, with a joking expression on his face. Are you in a hurry? Just hurry up. How on earth did you do that? Li Guanqi opened his eyes dumbfounded. Luodi was obviously a human of different blood. But many of the methods he displayed were simply more bizarre than the magician's weird spells. And he had no idea how Luodi was able to achieve these methods. Squeak. Suddenly, the sound of the wooden door opening and closing sounded. Li Guanqi quickly turned around and looked. I saw little Yingshuang, wearing a blue floral skirt, standing by the door, blinking her big golden eyes, looking at him curiously. What are you doing? Did I wake you? Li Guanqi hesitated. However, Xiao Yingshuang shook his head, then raised his little hand, pointed to his eyes, and then pointed to the luo mark on the back of his right hand. I woke up from being burned. My eyes are so hot. And inexplicably, I feel it's all because of the word luo on your hand. I recognize it as luo from Daluo. Sister Misha taught me how to read it a few days ago. So what on earth are you doing? Your eyes are burning? Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but frown slightly, and quickly stepped forward to take a closer look at the little girl's eyes. Glowing. Little Yingshuang's golden vertical pupils were gradually emitting a golden shimmer. Is it getting hotter? Li Guanqi asked. The little girl nodded. That. Li Guanqi hesitated. Then why don't you give me a drop of blood? I just heard your grandfather's voice. He said that I need someone from the Ying family to Before he finished speaking, Xiao Yingshuang bit her own finger, and then stretched out the index finger of her right hand with blood dripping in front of his eyes. Here, you can take as much as you want. Huh? Just one drop will do. Li Guanqi was stunned at first, but soon smiled, waved his hand, and released the healing spell to help little Yingshuang heal the finger wound. Then, he raised his right hand, used the luo mark on the back of his right hand, and gently rubbed it on Xiao Yingshuang's blood-stained fingers. Boom! In an instant, golden light burst out, covering the figures of Li Guanqi and Xiao Yingshuang. After a while, the golden light gradually dissipated. Li Guanqi, my eyes are no longer burning. But they are sleepy again. Little Yingshuang staggered for a while, and then fell into Li Guanqi's arms. Li Guanqi checked with some worry and found nothing wrong. Then he felt relieved and took the little girl back to the bed in the house, covered her with a sheet, and returned to the lake outside the house again. The moonlight is bright and clear. The lake's surface is sparkling. The back of Li Guanqi's right hand was empty, with no markings or runes. But he knew very well that it was not gone, but completely integrated with him. After he got the blood of Xiao Yingshuang, the royal family member of the Ying family who cared about him, Luodi's final gift had been completely activated by him. As for now, it's time to accept the gift. Call. Li Guanqi closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his whole body suddenly emitted a faint golden shimmer. Boom! The capital city of Great Chu is filled with golden clouds. It was noon in Chuqing at this time, but patches of golden clouds appeared in the originally clear sky, and they surged violently, as if they wanted to break out of the constraints of the palace. National movement riot. The people in the city all raised their heads and looked at this scene blankly, not knowing whether it was a good omen or a bad omen. But in the back garden deep inside the palace, it was slightly calmer. Interesting. Wearing a golden dress and exquisite makeup, the Empress of Chu looked up at the scene, raised her blood-red lips, and smiled softly. Junior brother, you are really amazing. I asked you why you were so crisp that day. It turns out that there is such a method. No wonder you agreed to transfer the Daluo Guiyun to me. There was a mirror on the stone table next to him, and in the mirror was Wang Yanqing's figure dressed in white, with a complex expression on his face. As time goes by, this demonic personality increasingly thinks that he is also Wang Yanqing, and she couldn't argue with that. This personality was born out of her. It was a personality that she actively separated. Although she had fully suffered the influence of the demon blood, how could she say that this personality was not hers? Perhaps, when she made this choice, she actually created a second self. A second Wang Yanqing. Hey, aren't you curious what happened? Empress Dechu withdrew her gaze, looked at the mirror, and asked Wang Yanqing with a slight smile. Huh? Oh, so what happened? Wang Yanqing came back to his senses and asked casually. He is robbing me of control of the national destiny of Dechu. The Empress of Dechu smiled and curled her eyes. The national destiny of Dechu? No, I still underestimated those people with the surname Ing. At least as of now. This is still the national destiny of their Deluo Ing family. That Deluo God Martial Emperor must what have we left behind for our little junior brother. At this time, our cute little junior brother is using some method that I still don't know to try to snatch away this national destiny. But as long as I'm here, he can't take it away. He cannot succeed. But he is not a failure either. Because as long as he is not willing, then I will definitely not be able to use Daluo's national destiny. If I want to use it, if he takes it, the national destiny will be pulled left and right, causing riots. I can't use the rioting national luck to increase anything. Then no one has to use it. He can't take away this national destiny. And I can't use it. I was at a huge loss that day when I co-wrote it. I let him take away such a cute little baby for nothing. Speaking of this, the Empress of Chu couldn't help shaking her head and laughing. Wang Yanqing in the mirror was slightly stunned. Junior brother still has such means? Luo Di actually has such a method. Ayabel Prairie. Next to the wooden house by the lake. Li Guanqi opened his blue eyes and smiled. He can control the national destiny of the Daluo dynasty. Although he couldn't take it away. If he caused such trouble, the Empress of Chu would no longer be able to use the power of the country's destiny to increase her own fortune. This means that if he really needs to fight against the Empress of Chu in the future, then all he has to face is Empress Chu and the 8 Kingdoms pillars. The 3,000 years of national destiny of the Daluo dynasty will not be used by her. Although you can't improve yourself, you can weaken others, which is pretty good. But why did Luo Di give him this ability? Fighting for control of the national destiny of Daluo. Luo Di couldn't predict the future. But Emperor Luo made a foolproof plan for the people of Daluo. He lacked the key information of demon blood, so he could not interpret the prophecy murals of the Kobe clan. But he still made preparations for it. Before he died, he gave this ability to Li Guanqi as his last gift, obviously to be wary of the red-eyed empress in the prophecy mural. Don't worry, Luo Di. Li Guanqi lowered his head, looked at his right hand that was tightly clenched into a fist, and said firmly, I will not let you down, nor will I let myself down. Li Guanqi, do you still remember my voice? I am Ing Xian. I'm sorry that I left something deep in your soul. Suddenly, Luo Di's familiar voice quietly appeared in Li Guanqi's mind. This was not the first time Li Guanqi heard these words. Back in the afterlife in Beimeng Royal Court, he had already heard the entire content of this passage in advance with the help of the miraculous effect of the flower of gratitude. And after the message ended, what appeared was not what Li Guanqi expected. Li Guanqi closed his eyes, and a picture appeared in his mind. A mural on a rock wall. The prophetic mural given to Luo Di by the Kobe clan. In the mural, there is a female emperor who tramples the 8 Kingdoms pillars under her feet. The eyes of the female emperor and the 8 Kingdoms pillar are both blood red. This pre-pressure has been fulfilled and expired. Wang Yanqing successfully awakened the demon blood, and his character was distorted by this blood. Through this ancient power from the mythical era, he enslaved the 8 Kingdoms pillar and turned Deluo into Dechu. Regarding Wang Yanqing's prophetic murals, Li Guanqi is not the only one. At this moment, the prophetic mural he received from the Kobe clan also reappeared in front of him. 2 mural figures, a woman with red eyes, wearing yellow clothes, fell to the ground, with a cyan sword stuck in her heart. The other male villain had a strange appearance with 3 heads and 6 arms. He held a blue spear in his right hand and pierced the woman's head directly. These 2 mural figures have expressive expressions. The man is crying, but the woman who was killed on the ground was smiling instead. Li Guanqi, who was recalling this mural again, suddenly noticed something was wrong and frowned. He has always believed that the content of the mural refers to the image, not to himself. After seeing the current Wang Yanqing with his own eyes, his guess was further confirmed. According to his assumption, the person he killed in the mural should be Wang Yanqing's demon personality, not Wang Yanqing himself. But if this is the case, how to explain the expression? Why is he crying and the demonic personality is laughing? He killed a demon personality, but he didn't kill his senior sister. So why would he cry? And if that demonic personality was killed by him, shouldn't he gnash his teeth in hatred? How can you laugh? Is his idea right or wrong? Chapter 732. The charged object finally appears and saves Wang Yanqing's prophecy. Your Majesty, I have something to ask you. Suddenly, a man's voice from deep in the woods interrupted Li Guanqi's thoughts and brought his attention back to reality. Mitch L. He followed the sound and looked at the tall figure of the centaur. Slightly confused. Why did you show up? Is it a 3-yuan fruit tree? Do you have a new 3-yuan fruit tree to present? The confusion on Li Guanqi's face gradually turned into surprise. Mitch L's arrival was something that had never appeared in the previous 10-day simulation. Why? Did the heart of time and space ignore it? It is indeed possible. However, apart from this guy himself ignoring the situation that the heart of time and space has never simulated, there is a second possibility. Rechargeable items. The so-called charged items are the dispersed energy of the heart of time and space. These energies that have the same source as it also have the wonderful power of time and space. Because of this, any future segment where charged items appear, the heart of time and space is what cannot be seen, cannot be simulated. And now, Mitch L appears. No. It's not the 3-yuan fruit tree. The centaur walked slowly from the depths of the forest, with a hesitant look on his face. In the morning, Weichen has already shown your Majesty all the 3-yuan fruit trees collected. And there are more 3-yuan fruit trees still collecting. Therefore, your Majesty, the main reason why I came here this time is to present you with a dozen handicrafts that look like 3-yuan fruit trees. After all, didn't you say this morning that you also want to take a look at some things that look like 3-yuan fruit trees? Take it out, Li Guanqi said quickly. Yes. First of all, it is this sculpture. It is a relic of the legendary alchemist of tulips, Oliver Roosevelt. As Mitch L spoke, he took out a large iron cage as tall as a person from the space necklace, and it was covered with black cloth. Your Majesty, please take a look. The centaur stretched out his right hand and lifted up the black cloth. In the iron cage, there is a stone sculpture as tall as a person. It is made to look like a 3-yuan fruit tree and is also colored. The brown trunk, green leaves, and the red, green, and yellow 3-yuan fruit are intertwined. Although it is a stone sculpture, it is lifelike and extremely realistic. Ding! You have discovered the rechargeable item time stone. Call. Li Guanqi's face showed ecstasy at first, but he quickly took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. You did very well. He looked at Mitch L with a smile. As for the collection of 3-yuan fruit trees, we can stop everything. Other than that, if you want any reward, just ask. Then I will boldly ask His Majesty for a marriage. Mitch L lowered his head and bent his horse's front hooves slightly to show his kneeling. At the same time, he shouted in a deep voice. We want to marry the queen of the fox tribe. Please your Majesty to help us both. Li Guanqi was stunned. To be honest, he had thought that this centaur would be humble and say that it was his duty to serve His Majesty. Or maybe the lion just opens his mouth. But this guy is seeking rewards based on his merits. So it doesn't matter. Or just order any reward, meaning. Or maybe he wants an official position with more power than the top leader of the Wu Dynasty's intelligence department. But he didn't expect that this guy would actually grant a marriage? Marriage? What a joke. It's not like he hasn't read the centaur's file before. He has to go to brothels and brothels every now and then. And while others would just listen to the music before doing anything else, this guy would get straight to the point every time without any delay. And he would order at least 3 women at the same time. Also, when he went to Misha to pick up little Ingshuang today, he heard Misha mention that when this guy went to southern Xinjiang to collect 3-yuan fruit trees, he showed his true qualities of a man, and made people in southern Xinjiang think that centaurs are so lustful. This incident made the centaur queen angry. From Li Guanqi's point of view, Mitch L is definitely not an innocent man. As for the fox queen, that woman also had the same virtues as Mitch L. And even because of her personal hobbies, she opened a brothel in the original Beimang King City, which is now the capital of Emperor Dao. She was both the female boss and the top warren. And it was said that she accompanied the number of beast kings that have passed is at least double digits. The Tiger King and Lion King who died in Li Guanqi's hands were all regular customers of the Fox Queen. So what the H.L. is this marriage gift? I am willing to give you a reward. But this does not mean that I can give you a living person as an object. Li Guanqi looked at the centaur in front of him with hesitation on his face. What's more, what you want is not an ordinary fox girl, but a fox queen. I can't give her to you in marriage casually. Do you understand what I mean? It's a gift of marriage, not a gift of a daughter. Mitch, Elle looked up at him and said eagerly, Meishan and I are in love and truly love each other. Your Majesty. Li Guanqi blinked. Oh. Mitch, El Chiron is a high-ranking centaur official who likes visiting brothels. In Baiwei Royal City and Da Emperor's capital, living in a brothel is as familiar as his home. Mengshan Qingqiu, the female owner and top star of a brothel, often accompanies the Beast King's fox queen. These two guys are both high-ranking and powerful. And they are not the tragic love between the poor at the bottom and the poor people in the brothel. They are completely personal preferences. Are these two guys in love? Want him to grant a marriage? This is really an old hat. Oh! Suddenly, Li Guanqi seemed to have thought of something. And then he covered his face and smiled bitterly. How could he forget that these two guys are orcs? There are many couples in the grassland who are happy with each other, innocent to each other, grow old together, and keep themselves clean. But at the same time, for some tribes of orcs, sex is sex, and love is love. The two are separate, not bound. For them, loving their partners deeply does not affect their physical interests, need and freshness to go out and have fun with other orcs. And neither husband nor wife cares. For Li Guanqi, this was ridiculous and unreasonable. But this is one of the realities of the prairie. He didn't know whether to call it a cultural difference or a racial difference. He only knew that this thing was real. Maybe when the gods of the old times created the orcs, they incorporated certain animal habits into the DNA? The new era is a wonderful era. There is such an open to extreme custom. But at the same time, there is also a relatively feudal country like Daluo. Even though dynastic laws approved of widows remarrying. In Daluo, for widows, remarrying someone else was still something that was not praised by their neighbors. It's not that bad. But it's not a good thing either. There are many Daluo women who are extremely repelled by this matter in their hearts. In addition to being widowed. The same is true for divorce. Many Daluo women will not remarry after divorce. These are customs in various places. There are even more extreme customs. Li Guanqi has never seen it with his own eyes. But it is said that in the West, there is a small kingdom called Kasha. There is a monogamy system. Once a man and a woman get married, neither husband nor wife can touch the bodies of other people of the opposite sex. Once discovered, according to national law, he must be killed directly. This is also the other extreme. His Majesty? Suddenly, Mitch, Elle's voice interrupted Li Guanqi's random thoughts. I don't understand. Li Guanqi looked at the hopeful centaur with a strange look on his face. Putting everything aside, since you two are in love, why don't you just get married? Why do you have to ask me to grant you a marriage? There are some of these, what's the obstacle? Of course. Mitch, Elle nodded heavily and said solemnly. According to the ancient law of the fox people, the queen of the fox people is forbidden to marry a foreigner. She cannot change it. Because of this, I need your Majesty's imperial edict to let the fox people, those old antiques, can't stop Meishan and I from running in both directions. It's forbidden to marry a foreigner, but you can open a brothel and accept customers from foreigners yourself? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows, his expression getting weirder. Yes. Mitch, Elle nodded blankly. The centaur's face just had the words, "Is there a problem with this?" written on its face. I'm so speechless. Li Guanqi waved his hand. You are free to marry and love. You can marry how you want. From now on, within the Da dynasty, regardless of nationality, race, royal blood members, or ordinary clans, as long as they are in love, everyone can marry freely, without any restrictions. My laws are above the traditional rules of all tribes. After saying that, golden light condensed beside him and turned into an imperial edict. There was also a more formulaic regulation written on it, but the general meaning was basically the same as what he said. Give this imperial edict to the cabinet and ask them to add this article to the Da law immediately. You can go. Mitch, Elle. Li Guanqi handed the imperial edict to Mitch, Elle, and then walked towards the iron cage next to him. The 3-yuan fruit tree stone sculpture in the iron cage was the real deal, and he was too lazy to worry about the love affairs of these guys. The martial emperor is eternal. The martial emperor is eternal. The ecstatic Mitch, Elle no longer cared about etiquette. grabbed the Imperial Edict, stepped on his horse's hooves, and walked away laughing. Li Guanqi looked at his retreating back and scratched his head. Forget it. Don't be surprised. Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze, opened the iron cage door of the 3-yuan fruit tree stone carving, and stepped inside. On this stone sculpture, only one of the fruits actually absorbed the energy of the heart of time and space, becoming a so-called charged item. Therefore, the prophecy of the Kobe clan was correct. There was indeed a charged item related to the 3-yuan fruit tree. However, the 3-yuan fruit tree that appears in the prophecy mural does not refer to the real 3-yuan fruit and 3-yuan fruit tree, but a stone carving that looks like a 3-yuan fruit tree. This is the effect of most prophecies. They are vague and unclear, but they are not false. You say it's wrong? That's not the case. Do you think it's right? But this result is also very confusing. Buzz? Li Guanqi reached out and touched this extremely lifelike stone fruit. And then the fruit turned into golden light that rippled out and gradually merged into his body. When the golden light was completely absorbed into his body, a burst of bloody light emerged from the soles of Li Guanqi's feet and gradually enveloped his whole body. Simulator. Open. Heart of time and space. Currently absorbed time ring, time necklace, time earrings, time crown, time jade pendant, time gem, time stone, new. The core components of the heart of time and space that you have now obtained include time crown consumed, time jade pendant. Your current number of simulations remaining, 12. Duration of each simulation in the strange world, 10 days. You have unlocked the functions of the heart of time and space as follows. 1. Suggestion. 2. Time review. 3. Travel through time and space. 4. Q&A. 5. Prophecy. You must consume 5 simulation times before you can activate this heart of time and space ability and make a request to directly obtain a detailed prediction result. Your current number of simulations remaining, 12. The number of times you can activate prophecy, currently, 2. So, my luck is neither bad nor bad. In the world shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi's figure slowly emerged. He walked to the front of the light screen panel, looked at the information displayed on it, and smiled softly. The energy provided by the charged items this time is still similar to before. It provides 10 simulation times. No more. No less. If you don't compare it with before. Just talking about it, it's actually quite a lot. At least enough? Black squares appeared on the light curtain panel. This energy can supply 10 simulations, plus your original 2 remaining simulation opportunities. It is 12 times. You can consume 5 simulation opportunities in exchange for 1 prophecy opportunity to find a solution to your senior sister's problem. My prophecy ability is not comparable to those messy rubbish prophecies. You can definitely get the solution directly. This way, you have 7 times left. I think things should always be prioritized. It's better to wait for the human emperor matter. You should use 5 simulation opportunities first to solve the matter of Chenlan and the god's body. After all, Lu Hong, the demigod-level conjurer, has not believed it for so long. It's gone. Then, keep your remaining 2 simulation opportunities for emergencies. Let's settle senior sister's matter first. Li Guanqi straightened his expression and said solemnly to the light screen panel. To activate the prophecy ability, how should I ask a question? How to restore the senior sister to her original state? How to make the senior sister not affected by the demon blood? What about you? Are there any requirements for wording? As he spoke, he looked hesitant. Originally there is. If you fail to unlock the Q&A function and allow me to fully regain my consciousness, you will definitely have to bite the bullet, and the questions cannot be ambiguous. Otherwise, I will most likely misinterpret your meaning without clear consciousness. But it's not needed now. I fully unlocked my autonomous consciousness and naturally understood what you wanted. I didn't bother to follow the process. So I started prophesying directly. The prophecy function is being prepared. Number of simulations 5. Prophecy function activated. The prediction is successful. Go to Guyun Mountain in Shuzhou, Daluo, and find a reclusive old man named Zhou Chunfeng on the top of the mountain. Your current remaining number of simulations, 7. The number of times you can activate prophecy, currently, 1. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Looking for someone? Does this person have a way to solve my senior sister's demon blood problem? I told you the advantages and disadvantages of the prophecy function last time. This is actually a designated simulation. I can see the required designated future fragments, but I can't see the details at all. I can only tell you generally what I saw. I saw you talking to him. And he took out a lot of research files. Judging from the information in these files, he seems to be a top master of soul science. The last scene is of you and Wang Yanqing and White hugging each other, smiling like a fool. Oh, by the way, Wang Yanqing has returned to her original appearance at this time, and her eyes are no longer red. Soulology? Li Guanqi suddenly understood and said in surprise. Could it be that his research theory can help me heal Senior Sister's soul and restore Senior Sister's original personality? Wouldn't it be better to just talk to him and find out? Anyway, don't worry. You can rest assured about my ability to deduce the future. Since I saw this person named Zhou Chengfeng, it means that you will definitely get a solution from him, and you will never go wrong. By the way, you should really thank the emperor named Yingxian. If he hadn't given you the ability to enter and exit the Great Wall, you would have had to wait until the Great Wall collapsed before you could go to Shuzhou. But by then, God knows you wouldn't have had time. But even now, I'm not sure it will work. Li Guanqi frowned. I'm worried that when I enter the Great Wall of Heaven, I will be noticed by the Empress of Chu. And I'm even more afraid that she will choose to follow me secretly. Follow me all the way without my noticing. And follow me to find the man who is Chengfeng old man. What if we kill him first? Then everything will be over, and everything will be over. Will not. Since I have seen this future, it means that there will be no accidents. At least there will be no surprises for your purpose. To put it simply, as long as you follow the instructions of the prophecy and set off for Guiyun Mountain in Shuzhou, Daluo, as long as you do this, you will definitely get a solution. Otherwise, I will not see this future. Of course, that it's not certain whether Zhou Chengfeng is dead or alive. But it will never affect your purpose anyway. As for the situation you are worried about, it is impossible. If the Empress of Chu appears and kills Zhou Chengfeng in advance before you get a solution, then I will not be able to see this future scene. Can you understand the logical relationship here? So, I don't need to simulate it. Li Guanqi hesitated. This serves no purpose other than wasting a valuable simulation opportunity. Fine. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. His eyes focused. Then let's do it. Daluo Shuzhou. Guiyun Mountain. Go immediately tonight. Now, start prophesying about Qianlan and the god's physical body? I guess you don't just want to find them, but you want to ensure that these two people will not pose any threat to you. Then I will start prophesying according to this wish. Well, let's get started. Chapter 733, Life and Death. Everything happens in one kiss? The prophecy function is being prepared. Number of simulations 5. Prophecy function activated. The prediction is successful. At the turning point of fate, she chose to kiss the Empress of Chu. Your current remaining number of simulations, 2. The number of times you can activate prophecy, currently 0. Question mark. Li Guanqi looked at this prophetic message with a confused expression. Brother time and space. What the I do you mean? I specifically used the adjective Empress of Chu, which means that the person you want me to kiss is not the senior sister, but that demonic personality? But why? Isn't this the prophecy of Qianlan and the god's physical body? Why did it involve her again? And what is a turning point of fate? How come you are as unclear as those rubbish prophecies, and are you following me to make a fuss? There are so many questions. Why are you anxious? I'm just about to explain it to you slowly. You activated the question and answer function before and helped me activate my full consciousness. Just have fun with it. Otherwise you will see who will answer your questions now. First of all, I don't know what's going on with your senior sister. I can only judge based on my eyes. In my case, red eyes equals Empress of Chu equals devil personality. Normal dark brown eyes equals Wang Yanqing. In the future scene I saw, the girl you need to kiss has red eyes. So I naturally called her Empress of Chu. I saw a turning point in destiny. A fork in the road in the future. And 2 future routes. The first route? You kissed the Empress. And then I saw Qianlan's body. The second route? You did not choose to kiss the Empress. And then, the screen went black. The screen goes black? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Hey, what you mean when the screen goes black is what I imagined. Of course. As soon as the screen goes black, it means you are dead. I must have you as a host to survive in order to use energy. Once you die, I will also fall asleep. So the black future scene symbolizes your death. So, the thing is very simple. When the turning point of fate comes, you have 2 choices, which represent 2 endings. 1, kiss her, and the matter between Qianlan and the God of heaven is perfectly resolved. 2. If you don't kiss me, you will die. I recommend choosing the first one.
Do you even need to say this?
Li Guanqi couldn't laugh or cry.
But why?
The smile gradually dissipated on his face, replaced by contemplation.
If I kiss the Empress, I will live and Qianlan will die. In other words, although I don't know why, Qianlan, I, and the god will eventually. There will be a life and death battle, but why? Could it be that if I don't kiss the Empress, she won't help me deal with Qianlan and the god? And then I will die at the hands of that god? And if I kiss her, she will help me deal with Qianlan and Tianshan to complete the counterattack.
All important matters of life and death can be accomplished with just one kiss. It's interesting.
Just a kiss?
Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel and said in a deep voice.
What if this future scene represents far more than just a kiss? What if the Empress wants me to choose between her and my senior sister? And then kiss her?
What about making a decision? Should I give up my senior sister and choose her?
Interesting idea. But admittedly, it could happen. But what else can you do? If this is the case, you still have to choose. If you don't choose, you will die. It's very simple.
But if I choose, senior sister will not be able to come back. And I still owe senior sister 3 lives. 3 lives.
Li Guanqi gritted his teeth and shouted. Personally, you do owe Wang Yanqing a lot. But you have come all the way to this day.
And you are no longer just Li Guanqi. You are not only Wang Yanqing's junior brother. You are also the extraordinary king. The emperor of the Dog dynasty. You carry on your shoulders the hope of countless extraordinary people in reality to return home. You also carry the freedom aspirations of countless people. The Empress of Chu is a demon. And the people in her dynasty must all be slaves to her. The son of the demon. How do you choose? Giving up your life for senior sister? Give up the expectations that countless people have on you? But the problem is, it's not worth it. I'm not saying that your senior sister's life is not worth it. But I am saying that even if you die, your senior sister will still not be able to come back. There is no difference between the 2 options.
Huh? That's not right.
Li Guanqi blinked and said hesitantly.
Isn't this the future you saw? You saw it just now. As long as I go to Guyun Mountain to find the old man Cheng Feng, I will definitely be able to solve the senior sister's problem. So according to the logic you told me at the beginning, does this mean that the possibility we are discussing now does not exist? But you just said that this is indeed possible?
Because it's not the same thing. Unlike the previous situation, the possibility you are worried about now is completely possible. Sequence. Do you understand? What if I see a future scene where you successfully rescue Wang Yanqing? Before you decide whether to kiss the devil? You may ask. Since we have successfully rescued the senior sister, how can the devil exist? Instead, I want to ask, why can't it exist? No one is sure whether your senior sister and that devil personality are an absolute choice between the 2. What if the final result is a happy ending, where they are independent of each other and coexist at the same time? The picture of the future I saw is that you go to Guyun Mountain to find Zhou Chengfeng. And then the next picture is that Wang Yanqing returns to his original state. That's all. Nothing else. For example, you did successfully rescue Wang Yanqing. But you also released the true complete devil. But this demon was so deeply influenced by Wang Yanqing that she also developed love for you. At the same time, jealousy arose. Do you have to choose between her and Wang Yanqing? This is not impossible. And is even very, very likely. Oh, by the way, this is not the first time you have encountered this situation. Is it? Didn't the remnant soul of the phoenix that possessed Han Mingyao fall in love with you because of Han Mingyu's influence? Wang Yanqing and the devil personality are the same. The only difference is that the relationship between Han Mingyao and Phoenix remnant soul is almost that of a family member. And coupled with her own personality, Phoenix will not be jealous of Han Mingyao. Nor will she force you to choose between the 2. But the devil is different. I don't think that the demon personality can have a good relationship with the main personality Wang Yanqing. It is very possible that he will be driven by strong jealousy and force you to make a choice between the 2. If you choose the devil will naturally help your lover deal with Qianlan and the god of heaven. But as a devil, it is hard to say whether she will kill Wang Yanqing. If you don't choose the devil, let alone help. I even suspect that the reason why you will die in the end is because you face attacks from the devil and gods at the same time. Escape into the nether realm is not a panacea. I think Luodi's design to killing Shao and the simulation of the Dark Brotherhood's demigods have already made you very aware of this matter.
Guess why again?
Li Guanqi scratched his hair in distress.
Those rubbish prophecies asked me to guess. Why do you still have to guess when I'm here?
Because these are two prophecies. The future seen in the two prophecies cannot be determined in chronological order, which is why we have to guess. Actually, you don't even have to guess. The thing is very simple. If you leave now and go to Guyun Mountain in Shujo, Daluo, your senior sister will definitely be able to get rid of the influence of the demon blood and be successfully rescued by you. No matter what happens after the rescue. At least you will definitely be able to complete the rescue thing. Similarly, the same thing happened with Chenlong and Tianshan. When the turning point of fate appears, if you don't kiss, you will die. If you kiss, you will live. It's very simple, isn't it? I don't know what you're worried about. Human beings usually only suffer from not knowing how to choose. And you? Do you have a choice? All you can do now is go to Guyun Mountain to find Zhou Chengfeng step by step. When the turning point of fate of kissing the devil occurs, you will understand. I can't tell you exactly when it will be. As for kissing the devil, will it represent a choice between the devil and Wang Yanqing? In the final analysis, it is just our speculation about the worst case scenario. Maybe this will not happen in reality.
Whenever I think about it, reality always presents me with a situation that is worse than I imagined.
Li Guanqi sighed deeply.
For example, the physical body of the god is like this. The third generation of Khan said that he might be resurrected in 2 or 3 years. But I directly extended my psychological expectations to next year. Or even this year. But what's the result? The result was even worse. Not to mention being resurrected a few years ago. I even lost the whereabouts of his physical body. What the third Khan said about killing him the moment he wakes up has become impossible to achieve. According to your prediction, I can only fight him and Chenlong. I know that my luck in this life, Li Guanqi, is not bad. It can even be said to be very good. I know very well that I am a lucky person blessed by fate. But occasionally, fate plays a trick on me. So I'm very worried. Worried about senior sister, the same thing.
Your luck is really good? I don't think so. In my opinion, your luck has never been good. But so what? I'm not human and I don't make intuitive judgments. So all I can say is, stop thinking about it. Get out of here and face reality.
Right.
Li Guanqi nodded. Then turned around and waved his hand with his back to the heart of time and space.
See you next time, brother time and space.
In the lakeside cabin, the blood on Li Guanqi gradually dissipated. He glanced at the lakeside hut and listened to little Ying Shuang's thin humming sound for a while. Then raised his hand to tear open a crack in the space with twisted golden light. Stepped into it and disappeared. This special space crack can ignore the blockade of the Great Wall of Heaven. As for the ability to open this kind of space crack, after he completely absorbed the mark left by Luo Di, he took full control of it and completely turned it into his own ability. He could open it by himself without the help of the mark. He could ignore the Great Wall of Heaven and enter and exit Daluo realm at will. In other words, Dachu. Dachu Palace. Back garden. The Empress of Chu, who was wearing a luxurious gold dress, was sitting on a stone chair facing the lake, feeding the carp in the lake and playing with a little white cat in her arms. But at this moment, she felt something private and suddenly raised her head and looked into the distance. North.
He's here. But unfortunately, he doesn't seem to be here to visit senior sister.
This charming and beautiful beauty queen looked at the reflection on the lake and smiled at Wang Yanqing, who was dressed in white.
He?
Wang Yanqing, who was reflected in the lake, was a little confused.
Junior brother? What is he here for? Who knows?
The Empress shrugged and said nonchalantly.
Perhaps he feels that the reason why he can't overtake me in the battle for the fate of the country in Daluo is because he is outside Daluo. So he wants to come in and give it a try. But there was no riot in the national movement,
Wang Yanqing retorted.
That's right.
As soon as these words came out, the Empress immediately raised her head and looked at the clear blue sky with calm wind and sea of clouds. Her face was full of curiosity.
Junior brother didn't try to steal the national destiny. So why did junior brother come in? At this moment.
With that said, she turned her gaze to the north again. Her beautiful blood-colored eyes narrowed slightly.
Shujo? Junior brother, what are you going to Shujo for?
Rumble. Dachu. Shujo. Guyun Mountain. Lightning and thunder. And torrential rain. The world is big. And there are places where the wind and sunshine are beautiful. And there are places where it is windy and rainy. At this time, Guyun Mountain in Shujo is experiencing such a severe celestial phenomenon. However, for high-level practitioners, this environmental change is just a part of nature and nothing at all. They can even brave the storm on the mountain, meditate on top. Just like this old man sitting cross-legged on the top of Guiyun Mountain with his eyes closed. He was wearing white clothes that were soaked by the rain. He was tall, almost over 2 meters tall. Although he looked old and had white beard and hair, you could still feel the secret edge of a sword hidden in its sheath. Suddenly, the old man who was meditating in the rain slowly opened his eyes. It was a pair of strange pupils. The left eye was red, and the right eye was ice blue, which was very strange.
I wonder which friend is here. Why don't you show up and meet him?
The old man with strange eyes stood up. In the wind and rain. His tall and burly body did not look like an old man.
I thought the top soul masters in the world were all spellcasters.
A man's chuckle suddenly sounded from the sound of wind, rain and thunder not far away. Then, the old man saw a tall figure with white hair and blue eyes, dressed in black, slowly emerging from the wind and rain ahead, walking towards him from far to near. It was Li Guanqi.
The soul is not spiritual power. We can still delve into it even if we don't have magical organs.
The old man in white said calmly.
Spellcasters and different-blooded humans can both cultivate their souls. However, most of the different-blooded humans only seek to know what is happening, not why. Without the spirit of study, there are fewer natural masters, not a conjurer.
Oh! Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but be a little surprised that this old man from Daluo would actually praise a magician? 9 Palace level alien blood warrior. This Zhou Chunfeng should be in the early stage of the 9 Palaces level, and has only opened 1 or 2 Law Palace levels.
To be honest, in Daluo, it is rare to see anyone who has the least respect for a conjurer.
Li Guanqi smiled at the old man and said,
Because I didn't grow up in Daluo.
The old man in white glanced at him and said,
The prejudices of Daluo people are hopeless. I am very lucky that I did not live in a ghost place like Daluo when I was a child. I see. Then why are you back?
Li Guanqi asked.
The fallen leaves are returning to their roots. My life is approaching and my life is not long. I want to die at the place where my parents are buried.
The old man in white replied calmly, and then asked Li Guanqi.
Speaking of which, you can't always ask and answer questions. My friend, why don't you tell me? What do you want during this trip? Are you just passing by? Or are you here specifically to find me? Your name is Zhou Chunfeng, a master who studies the soul.
Li Guanqi bowed his head and saluted him.
I'm Li Guanqi, the emperor of the Dao dynasty. I have something to ask of you. If you need reward, please feel free to ask. No need.
Zhou Chunfeng waved his hand.
I don't have much time left. I have no children and no disciples. It's useless to ask for reward. If you don't bring me with you in life, you won't take it with you in death. If you sincerely want to repay me, you will have more in the rest of your life.
Do some good deeds, and try to accumulate virtue for me.
Huh?
No.
After that, the old man in white seemed to have thought of something, and said to Li Guanqi in surprise,
You haven't said what kind of help you want me to do. I don't even know if I can help. It's too early to say this. And, the emperor of the Dao dynasty? I have been living in seclusion here for more than 10 years. But I have never heard of the Daluo dynasty being rebelled. The situation in the world is unpredictable. But Senior Zhou, do you really care about this?
Li Guanqi asked softly.
That's right. What does it have to do with me?
Zhou Chunfeng smiled, turned around and walked towards the forest path next to him.
Come on. Talking in the wind and rain is nothing. I've built a wooden house, halfway up the mountain. Let's go there, and talk in detail. You are quite warm-hearted.
Li Guanqi followed and said with a smile.
To be honest, I thought it would take some trouble to ask you for help. Your strength is unpredictable, and I don't want you to be angry.
Hearing this, Zhou Chunfeng just smiled indifferently.
Besides, why should you be so selfish if you live forever? Since my knowledge about the soul may be helpful to you, why not help? You're such an interesting guy. Ha ha ha. Someone always says that to me.
In the wind and rain, the figures of the two walking side by side gradually faded away. But 100 meters behind them, there was a figure of a woman in a gold skirt, looming like a ghost. Seemingly there but not. Chapter 734, Ways to Kill the Second Consciousness.
I have a friend. Her current situation is, well, she has awakened a special bloodline. And because of this, her personality has been affected.
Shuzhou, the Great Chu State, is halfway up Guiyun Mountain. Amidst the howling rain and fog, there is a small wooden house looming. Inside the house, candlelight flickered. Li Guanqi and Zhou Chengfeng sat across the table. He was describing the problem, while the old man with different eyes opposite him frowned and listened while picking up the teapot and making 2 cups of green tea. Mountain rough tea. Please don't dislike it. Zhou Chengfeng piled the teacup in front of Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi didn't urge him. He just held the teacup with both hands, took a sip and started drinking slowly. Opposite him, Zhou Chengfeng took a sip of tea and asked, "So, do you want me to help your friend restore his original personality from the soul level?" "Exactly." Li Guanqi nodded lightly. "There could be too many circumstances that could cause this." Zhou Chengfeng shook his head. "I must meet your friend in person and conduct a detailed examination of his soul to truly determine the cause and cure it. Otherwise, it is impossible to rely on just a word from you and me. Find out the specific situation. But I can't let you see her." Li Guanqi sighed. "I can only rely on my narrative to let you understand the situation. That's it." After hearing this, Zhou Chengfeng didn't ask any more questions. He just frowned and said, "Then please continue." "That's true. But I actually can't say much." Li Guanqi gritted his teeth and said hesitantly, "I can only say that according to my guess, her current state is not that her personality has been affected, but that after awakening that bloodline, a second consciousness was born deep in her soul. Or a second personality? I call this the demonic personality. But now, her original personality was defeated by this demonic personality. So it was this demonic personality that took control of her body. Senior Zhou, I want to ask you for help. Give me a way to remove this demonic personality so that her original personality can take over the body again. The second personality." After listening to Li Guanqi's narration, Zhou Chengfeng had complicated eyes, and then took out a large number of yellowed paper files from the space necklace and handed them to Li Guanqi. "There are some things that I don't want to mention in person. You can take a look at the records of the research, which are mixed with diary-like essays, so that you can understand my explanation later." Li Guanqi immediately took it and looked down. Most of these paper files are records of Zhou Chengfeng's research on the soul. But as he said, they are also mixed with some diary-type essays. Judging from these essays, Zhou Chengfeng did not have the habit of keeping a diary. Otherwise, he could have recorded it directly in a diary instead of writing it in the blank space of the research file. The ordering was chaotic and unsystematic. However, he has the habit of talking to himself. However, compared to ordinary people talking to themselves, Zhou Chengfeng's talking to himself was not about speaking, but about writing down his thoughts on whatever he had at hand. Li Guanqi was flipping through these files at this time. He couldn't quite understand the obscure research records, but he could piece together a rough order of the essays and diaries. There are several statements that deserve special attention. My brother's voice has become clearer in recent days. Sometimes I have unreasonable thoughts about Katyusha, but I know very well that this is not my love for her, but my brother's love for her. Coma. I was in coma for 3 days. I have no memory of these 3 days. But Katyusha said that she had a very happy life in these 3 days, and said that she would miss me when she returns to Tulip. It must be my brother. It was my brother who forcibly took over me body of. Strangely, my brother's voice is almost invisible these days. So, if my soul analysis is not wrong, it means that my brother paid a heavy price in order to forcibly control my body for 3 days. His consciousness has become weaker and weaker. For Katyusha, he would rather do this. What? It turns out it can still be like this, as long as there is a soul-fixing mist with a high enough concentration. I don't have to die with him. Bother! How on earth should I do this? To completely erase my brother's consciousness? Or should I accept him and regard him as my second personality and let us coexist with each other? It's been 3 months, and I still can't make a decision. It's been half a year, and I thought I had to go to the Tulip Empire to meet Katyusha. Brother, I sympathize with her plight. Don't worry. Don't be too impatient. I will avenge her. I guarantee that no one in that robber's den can leave a whole body. Brother, you and I have been arguing for more than 700 years. And it's finally over. There's another consciousness inside you. Li Guanqi put down the large stack of files in his hand and looked at Zhou Chengfeng with some hesitation. And you finally wiped out that consciousness with your own hands? The consciousness that you called your brother? That's why I delved into souls. Zhou Chengfeng, who was sitting opposite him, held the teacup in both hands and looked down at the surface of the tea, looking at his reflection in the water. It was an ordinary old man's face. It was also a pair of extraordinary eyes. The left eye was red, and the right eye was ice blue. My mother was pregnant with twins. But in the end, I was the only one who came into this world from her belly.
When Zhou Chunfeng mentioned this, he seemed to be in a bad mood and looked very sad.
My brother had abnormal heartbeat in the fetus and died in infancy. As a brother, I completely swallowed and absorbed it in my mother's belly. When he entered his body, my mother called him my brother. And that's how I've always called him.
Li Guanqi continued to listen.
But this is not the end.
Zhou Chunfeng put down his teacup, lowered his eyes, looked at a pile of research files on the table, and said solemnly,
Since I was 3 years old, I have been hearing the voice of another person. He is resentful, jealous, and hates everything. I initially thought it was an auditory hallucination. And so did my mother and father. But as time went on, his voice got louder. His thoughts got more intense. And he affected me more and more. My father took me to visit the court physician of the Violet Empire. But I found nothing. He did not think there was anything wrong with my soul. His diagnosis was that my parents told me that I had swallowed and absorbed my dead brother, which caused psychological shadows and auditory hallucinations. The treatment he adopted was to seal this memory of mine and make my parents never mention the fact that I was actually a twin. But his diagnosis turned out to be completely wrong. Because after my memory was sealed, my brother's voice still did not disappear, and even became stronger and stronger. Eventually, my father took me to the school of conjuration to visit the headmaster of that generation. Only then did everything become clear. The dean said that my brother was stillborn. And after he was absorbed by me, his soul was also absorbed by me. But for some unknown reason, his consciousness did not dissipate, but instead entered the depths of my soul, completely one with my soul for the rest of my pregnancy. This is different from seizing one's body or parasitism.
Seizure or parasitism is a foreign soul or foreign consciousness attached to a person's sea of consciousness. Even more advanced parasitism techniques are only attached to the soul. But this is just like a tenant. In my case, my brother's consciousness and my soul are completely integrated. And he is also the homeowner. One soul, two consciousnesses. We have become one. And this part of my soul is not only mine, but also his. In this case, rather than saying that he is another consciousness, it is better to say that he is my second personality. It is not even clear who is the first and who is the second. This is an unsolvable situation. If you try to forcibly erase my brother's consciousness, it will inevitably cause severe damage to my soul. And the mortality rate is as high as 99%. So for the next 700 years, I have been enduring the influence of my brother on me. I have no friends or lovers in my life, because I can't tell whether my good feelings for them are my own, or my brother's. This feeling of not being able to distinguish myself has been tormenting me. Having said this, Zhou Chunfeng lowered his head and sighed deeply. But you succeeded in erasing him. Li Guanqi picked up a research file on the table, pointed to the content on it, and said with excitement, You wiped out that brother's consciousness. And then you are still alive and well. You did what the dean did back then.
Things that can't be done.
Times are always improving. Zhou Chunfeng nodded lightly.
What I couldn't do before doesn't mean I won't be able to do it in the future. Yes, my research was successful. I successfully obliterated my brother's consciousness 200 years ago and gained unprecedented freedom of. But why?
Li Guanqi suddenly stood up and looked at the old man with strange eyes in surprise.
Why didn't you make such a great research public? This is great research that benefits the whole world. Until now, the world's view on dual personality is still generally unresolved. Why don't you announce this great discovery?
Li Guanqi didn't understand. Also, if Zhou Chunfeng announced his research this year, he would not have to spend a full 5 simulations to find this old man.
Because this method is too cruel.
Zhou Chunfeng lowered his head, clenched his hands on the table into fists, and gritted his teeth and said,
During my long research career, I have set the research direction as how to ensure the soul while erasing the second personality.
Stability is not affected. In the end, I discovered that after gathering a large number of human souls, it can only be human souls, and crushing them at the same time, they will produce a special substance. Only the souls of pure blood humans can produce this kind of substance after death. Not even those of the Orc royal family. And this substance was named Grudge of the Undead by me. If the Grudge of the Dead with a high enough concentration is combined with another plant extract that I named Soul-Inducing Incense, it will be synthesized into a new substance. I named it Soul-Fixing Mist. This kind of mist can stabilize the soul, as long as the concentration of the soul-fixing fog is high enough. I can stabilize the soul while erasing the second personality,
so that my own soul will not be affected in any way. Having said this, Zhou Chengfeng looked complicated and couldn't speak again for a long time. How much? Li Guanqi asked in a deep voice. Million. Zhou Chengfeng covered his face with his hands and said in a dull voice. It takes at least 1 million human souls to crush them at the same time, and then light the soul-inducing incense at the first time, so that the soul-fixing mist will be produced. Only with this concentration a level of soul-fixing mist allows me to ensure that my soul is not damaged while erasing the second personality. However, the higher the soul realm, the higher the concentration of soul-fixing fog required, and the more human souls are required. I was an 8th level soul 200 years ago, so I need 1 million human souls. If it is a 9th level soul, according to my prediction, it will require at least 3 million dead souls, and a peak 9th level soul will need 5 million. Although the lower the soul level, the fewer souls are needed. But according to my data estimation, even a low-grade soul requires at least 100,000 dead souls. This is because at least 100,000 dead souls must be crushed, and the resulting concentration of Revenge of the Dead can be activated by the soul-inducing incense to form a soul-fixing mist. Although if you want to stabilize low-grade souls, this concentration of soul-fixing mist is actually far beyond the standard. But the problem is that without 100,000 dead souls, the soul-fixing mist cannot be produced at all. So 100,000 dead souls is the minimum value. In other words, my method, even if it helps a child kill the second personality, will cost the lives of 100,000 innocent people. 100,000, to put it lightly, seems like an ordinary number. But those are 100,000 living lives, and one family after another that was originally happy, let alone millions. Wherein this method is a great discovery worthy of being announced to the world. This is sin. It is a terrible sin worthy of being sent to H.L. If I publicize this method, God knows how many innocent people will die because of it. Boom. At the end of the sentence, Zhou Chengfeng smashed the table hard, gritted his teeth. His face was ferocious. Tears were shining in the corners of his eyes, and his face was filled with regret. It's you. Li Guanqi looked at the old man with strange eyes, and his expression changed slightly. 217 years ago, there was a small kingdom in the west called Coverdale. It was destroyed overnight. Not a single one of the more than 1.2 million people in the royal capital was alive. Survived. This was the tragedy of the century that shocked the world. Coverdale is a vassal state of the Violet Empire. After the incident, Violet was furious and captured an 8th level internationally wanted criminal. But that was the scapegoat. He is Violet's scapegoat to save face internationally. In fact, the Violet Empire failed to find the murderer at all, because the real murderer who massacred 1.2 million people in the kingdom of Coverdale is sitting in front of me now. More than 200 years ago. Telling me his past. Sorry. Zhou Chengfeng lowered his head, covered his face with his hands, and let out an extremely suppressed cry. I have been tortured by my brother for too long, for more than 700 years. More than 700 years. I was tortured by my brother's voice. I wanted to get rid of him so much. So I couldn't control myself. After that day, I regretted it every moment. By the end, the cries drowned out the vague words. Li Guanqi took a deep breath and looked at the candle lamp on the table with cold eyes. The continuous rain outside the window seemed not as gloomy as his face at this time. An 8th level soul requires millions of dead souls to form a soul-fixing fog. According to Zhou Chengfeng's prediction, 9th level souls require at least 3 million dead souls, and peak 9th level souls require 5 million. A full 5 million. This is not a number. This is life. If he wanted to save his senior sister, would he have to kill 5 million living people as the price? Is this the future that the Heart of Time and Space sees? In other words, in the future seen by the Heart of Time and Space, Li Guanqi, actually did such a cruel and inhumane thing in order to save his senior sister? How could? Its origin, Qi. Just when Li Guanqi was deep in thought about this matter, Pluto's voice suddenly sounded. This Zhou Chengfeng doesn't know the world-class secret of origin Qi. But he discovered the secret of origin Qi by accident. He said that after a large number of human souls are gathered together and crushed at the same time, a special substance will be produced. It is also said that only the souls of pure-blood humans can produce this kind of substance after death. Not even the Orc royal family. What else could this be besides origin Qi? This so-called new substance, he named Grudge of the Undead, is actually source Qi. But the origin Qi contained in the human soul is too thin.
So he needs a total of 100,000 or 1 million souls to release enough origin chi. The plant extract he made called soul-inducing incense can be synthesized with source energy into a new substance, which he named soul-fixing mist. Interesting. In the old days, people were practicing for strength and working hard to become gods. But in the new era where there is no hope of becoming a god, people can develop horizontally and come up with all kinds of weird things.
At the end of the sentence, there was a hint of laughter in Pluto's voice. But Li Guanqi couldn't laugh at all. As for the speculation that the so-called grudge of the undead was origin chi, he had thought of it since Zhou Chengfeng first said it. But is that the point? No. The real point is that with Senior Sister's current soul state, he would have to kill at least 5 million living people to release his origin chi. How could he do such a thing? But according to the heart of time and space, this is a simulation and a prophecy. From the moment he set foot on Guiyun Mountain, the prophecy began to come true. And the final result must be that the Senior Sister recovered. So, does this mean that more than 5 million innocent people will die? Why?
Why?
Li Guanqi lowered his head and looked at his hands, his blue pupils trembling. Back in Xuanya King City, he fought against the Minotaur King, causing the tragic death of millions of Xuanya people. He thought that this kind of thing would never happen again. But now that things have happened, will he have to do it all over again with his own hands? Is this the reason for crying? In the prophecy mural of the Kobe clan, he killed the demon personality, but he was crying and the demon was laughing. Is he weeping over his own fall? Is the devil laughing at his fall? This is the truth?
The soul-fixing mist can ensure that after killing the second personality, your own soul will not be affected, and you can avoid dying together.
At this time, Zhou Chengfeng seemed to gradually come out of his regret and self-blame. He turned to look at Li Guanqi's back and said in a hoarse voice,
"But there is a prerequisite here. That is, how to kill the third person."
2 personalities. I haven't finished talking about this yet. But this is the most critical point.
Li Guanqi gritted his teeth and turned to look at the old man with strange eyes.
Speak.
Chapter 735 Devil's Kiss.
The second personality must be willing to die.
It was raining outside the window, and the candlelight was flickering in the house. Zhou Qingfeng's hoarse voice was like a sharp sword, piercing Li Guanqi's heart.
Volunteer?
Li Guanqi laughed angrily.
You just said so much. And now you tell me that if you want to kill the second personality, you need to make her volunteer? If she can really die voluntarily, why do I need to go to so much trouble?
By the end, he was almost roaring. His anger was not actually Zhou Qingfeng's volunteer. This sentence was just the straw that broke the camel's back. The real anger in Li Guanqi's heart actually came from the so-called
soul-fixing fog.
According to the heart of time and space, from the moment he set foot on Guiyun Mountain, the prophecy was irreversible and would proceed according to the future picture seen by the heart of time and space. He could not change it, or rather, he could not change it, because he doesn't know how to change. The heart of time and space itself only saw a few vague fragments of the future, and they were all, fragments of the future. The second prophecy of
kissing or not kissing
is the future episode of choice, nature. But that was a prophecy about Qianlan and the gods. Regarding the prophecy about Senior Sister and demon blood, the heart of time and space didn't see even half of the options to choose from. What does that mean? No matter how unwilling or unable to bear it, would he really kill more than 5 million innocent lives for the sake of his Senior Sister? His rage comes from himself. He was just angry with himself.
Little devil, what are you hesitating about? Do you want a woman's kindness again?
At this time, Pluto's calm voice sounded again.
Some people always say that life is priceless. But any adult knows that this is just a fairy tale used to coax children.
And it is hacking bullshit. The lives of powerful people are far more valuable than the lives of common people, worth countless times. So, of course life has a price. And valuable things can be measured and compared. So let's do a multiple choice question now. 1. Sacrifice the lives of 5 million people to bring your Senior Sister back and let the devil leave. Are all these 5 million people innocent? The world is a big place with many criminals. You may not be able to collect 5 million death row inmates, but at least one of them counts. You can fill as many death row inmates as possible into the 5 million. 2. Use your womanly kindness and give up this method. What happens then? I don't know. I only know that if you lose and can't beat the demon queen, then this world will become a world of demons, under the rule of demons. Who knows what this world will become like? By the way, is this a multiple choice question or an arithmetic question? Remember, Kid, when it comes to two evils, choose the lesser.
Li Guanqi was silent. He did not respond to Pluto, but took a deep breath, then looked at Zhou Chengfeng again, and said in a deep voice,
You still have something to say. What is voluntary? If the second personality must be willing to be killed, then what did you do in the first place? How was it successful? Because my brother was killed by me voluntarily.
The old man with strange eyes was sitting at the table, and the dim candlelight shone on his face. The candle flickered, and his face flickered.
At that time, I went to the Tulip Empire to look for Katyusha. But I found out, not long after their separation, she was kidnapped by bandits on her way back home from a trip. They raped her first and then killed her. She was extremely miserable before her death. My brother was furious. I couldn't stop his anger at all, and I promised to help him get revenge. But he obviously couldn't wait any longer. He forcibly seized control of his body, then rushed into the robber den and killed all the robbers. Finally, I woke up, and he told me, kill him. Katyusha's departure made him let go of all resentment and obsession, and also made him no longer insistent on fighting with me for control of his body. He died voluntarily. The soul-fixing mist can only ensure that my soul does not collapse with him. But he can only truly die and leave my soul forever if he voluntarily does so.
Having said this, Zhou Chengfeng raised his hand to his forehead with complicated eyes.
I haven't been in contact with anyone for 10 consecutive years. But I never thought that your arrival would bring back this nightmare of mine. What will happen if you don't volunteer? Can you kill me?
Li Guanqi frowned.
Can and can't.
Zhou Chengfeng looked at him and sighed.
If your soul is stronger than your friend, then you can use my method to break into the depths of your friend's soul and directly cause harm to her second personality. If you can win, the second personality will be killed, but it will also regenerate. According to my research, if the second personality dies not voluntarily, it will take at most 10 years for the second personality to regenerate and reappear deep in the soul.
To kill once, you need to use soul-fixing mist once. Otherwise your actions are no different from killing your friends with your own hands. But the second time you kill, you have to create a second soul-fixing fog. The third time you kill, you need to use the soul-fixing fog for the third time. How come there are so many human souls in this world for you to use to create soul-fixing mist? What's more, the interval is only 10 years. Not even that.
Having said this, Zhou Chengfeng shook his head.
So this is not a great discovery at all, but a sin. A sin that I will never be able to redeem myself with 100 deaths. I even started to regret telling you this method. But scholars always do this. We are not willing to let our research be buried with our death, even if it is sinful. Maybe before I die. Choosing to tell you this method is also my escape from reality. Does it have to be so many souls?
Li Guanqi still refused to give up.
Can a Jiogong-level soul be worthy of most low-level souls? There should be no difference.
Zhou Chengfeng sighed softly.
I had this idea back then, but after experiments, I found that the grudge of the undead that 8th level souls and inferior souls can produce are equally thin. And the same is probably true for 9th level souls. There is definitely no difference.
Immediately afterwards, Pluto's voice also sounded in Li Guanqi's mind.
The grudge of the undead this guy talks about is origin chi. Unless the gods are gods. The amount of origin chi in a human baby and the human 9 palace level great perfection. All are equal. Hack. Then the god of slaughter is.
Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuankong's surprised voice immediately sounded out.
Being a god requires source energy. So a god's body contains a lot of source energy. God?
Pluto was a little helpless.
Where did it come from, huh?
As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and said in astonishment,
Yes, God. The god of slaughter. Shenlong, and the god of heaven. That god of heaven may have a lot of origin chi in his body.
Listening to the discussion between the two in his mind, Li Guanqi's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is a prophecy. Right. That is it. As long as he can kill the god, he can obtain enough source energy to make the soul-fixing mist, thus keeping the soul of his senior sister stable. He didn't need to slaughter 5 million innocent people. He just needs to kill that prairie god. Etc. Smiling. The smile on Li Guanqi's face gradually solidified, replaced by surprise and uncertainty. Something is wrong. If this is the case, the order of the two predictions made by the heart of time and space seems to be inconsistent with his speculations about the heart of time and space. And he always felt something was a little strange. But for a while, he couldn't seem to figure out what exactly went wrong.
This is how to create the soul-fixing fog. and how to enter the depths of the soul and force the second personality to appear.
At this time, Zhou Qingfeng's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Li Guanqi's thoughts. He was a bit elusive to begin with, but the old man's interruption at this moment completely disconnected the
thread of thought
that he had not grasped firmly, making it impossible to trace it. Li Guanqi looked helplessly at the old man with strange eyes. At this time, Zhou Qingfeng looked complicated and placed two hardcover notebooks on the table. These two notebooks look very beautiful and are obviously carefully crafted. Zhou Qingfeng is a scholar. As he said, as long as he is a scholar, he will hope that his research and inventions can be spread to the world. Because of this, even though he has never published his inventions before, he still published them in exquisite books. It's completely documented. Today, he chose to hand over this invention to Li Guanqi.
I can't improve it, but maybe someone in the future can do it.
The old man with strange eyes looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously,
You are the emperor of the Dao dynasty, aren't you? If you dare to rebel against the Dao Yuo dynasty, you must be very powerful. Let your subordinates study this method. Maybe in the near future it will get better. At least the cost will no longer be so huge. If it could be done, it would be a truly great invention. Ever since humans discovered the existence of the soul and began to study it and cultivate it, various soul problems have emerged endlessly, including the emergence of second personality. Many reasons can cause this phenomenon, and many people in the world suffer from it. Pain. If one day we can have a perfect way to solve this problem, then I can rest in peace after I die. Will do.
Li Guanqi reached out and put the two notebooks on the table into the space necklace.
The world is always getting better and better, and your expectations will definitely come true. Please leave.
Zhou Qingfeng sighed, held his forehead and sighed.
I remembered a lot of bad memories. I'm a little tired. Of course, if you want to kill me, the executioner who slaughtered a country, and seek justice, I'm very welcome.
Your life is approaching, so just wait until you die of old age.
Li Guanqi shook his head, turned around and left without doing anything.
He pushed open the door of the wooden house and walked into the wind and rain. The rain around him evaporated and dissipated as it approached him. Buzz! Li Guanqi didn't go far before he waved his hand and tore a spatial crack of twisted golden light in front of him, preparing to leave Dachu and return to Dao Imperial Capital.
Ah!
However, just as Li Guanqi stepped forward with his right foot, a painful cry came from the wooden house not far behind him. Zhou Qingfeng.
Boom!
Li Guanqi flashed across 100 meters and knocked open the door of the wooden house. Then, he stood at the door. His expression slightly changed. I saw two figures shining on the wall amid the flickering candlelight in the room. It was a beautiful woman wearing a golden dress, with scarlet eyes and blood-red lips. She was beautiful, charming, coquettish and charming. The Empress of Chu, with a devilish personality. The 5 fingers of her left hand were like hooks, tightly clasping Zhou Qingfeng's head and pressing his face onto the table. And her right hand was holding a broken human soul.
Boom!
With a gentle squeeze of this stunning beauty queen, the soul completely dissipated, turning into little blue fluorescent lights and disappearing. Zhou Qingfeng, a 9-palace level martial artist of different blood and a master of soul science, died. And it was obvious that Zhou Qingfeng's wailing just now was the painful wailing caused by the forceful soul search by rough means. The Empress searched Zhou Qingfeng's soul.
What a master!
The Empress of Chu lowered her eyes and looked down at Zhou Qingfeng's body lying on the table with her blood-red eyes. Her eyes were cold and she said,
A method that neither the Curse Academy nor the Iron Mansion has been able to research. You, a reclusive nobody, have come up with this research. It's really amazing. But be obedient and stop being a scholar in your next life. Okay. It seems like your happy life will be ruined by you.
Li Guanqi's eyes were cold and cold. Track. Just as he had guessed at the beginning. When he entered the Great Wall, this demon was sentient. But even so, he was concentrating all the way and couldn't find any trace of this demon. What kind of cultivation level is this demon? In other words, how strong is this power originating from the ancient mythological era?
Why? Since you have been following me, why did you wait until now to take action? You could have killed him in advance before he gave me a method. Right.
Li Guanqi looked at the Empress and asked in a deep voice.
Because I want to know the answer.
The Empress looked at him, with blurred eyes in her beautiful blood-red eyes, and whispered softly,
Junior brother, if there is such a moment, you can choose to kill me. Will you choose to do it? I want to know the answer. So I won't will prevent Zhou Chengfeng from telling you everything.
Li Guanqi became more and more confused.
You like Wan Yanqing. I know.
The Empress looked at the candlestick on the wall. The dim candlelight illuminated her beautiful face, which seemed to reveal some hidden sadness.
But I am also Wan Yanqing. Right. What's wrong with me? What did I do wrong?
It's obviously me. And it's me who has endured all the negative effects of the demon's blood and ancestors' will for her. I've done so much for her. But I can't get any reward. Instead, I have to be deliberately eliminated by the person I love. Junior brother.
She turned to look at Li Guanqi. Her eyes filled with tears, and her voice could not contain her crying.
Tell me, what did I do wrong?
Hearing this, Li Guanqi showed a look of astonishment. What's the situation? He was in seclusion during this period. And what changes happened to Wan Yanqing and the demon personality during his time in seclusion? He couldn't explain what it was like. But the feeling that the Great Chu Empress in front of him gave him was completely different from the feeling when they met more than half a month ago. He couldn't tell. But just,
Master, calm down.
At this time, Xuankong's voice suddenly sounded, shouting in his mind.
You have suffered a loss once. You can't suffer it a second time. Have you forgotten? It's the same as last time in Luodi Mountain. They are all pretending to be acting. This guy is a deceptive devil. This pitiful appearance must have been staged just to deceive you. She must be waiting for you to reveal your true feelings. And then laugh and mock you. Master, please don't take the bait. It's enough to laugh at this devil once. If you have to laugh at her a second time, I, a maker of artifacts, will lose face.
Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment.
This useless artifact makes sense.
Pluto also said slowly,
this demon looks very similar to his acting. Although based on my experience, I can't see any traces of acting. But in fact, I am not that confident in my own eyesight. Please be careful. Are they telling you that I'm acting and lying to you?
Suddenly, the Empress of Chu looked at Li Guanqi, her face full of grievances.
Them?
Li Guanqi hesitated.
Those artifacts.
Empress Dacha raised her hand and wiped the corners of her eyes.
Did they tell you not to be fooled by me? Forehead.
Li Guanqi didn't know how to answer for a while. But he had fully prepared his ability to reach the netherworld. Whenever the Empress made any move, he would directly escape into the netherworld.
What do you think?
The Empress finished wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, and seemed to have gradually calmed down. She returned to her original expressionless posture and looked at Li Guanqi calmly.
You also think I'm acting? Don't you? I have no idea.
Li Guanqi shook his head.
I only know that you are not Wan Yanqing or my senior sister.
Why not? Hearing these words, the Empress's mood, which had just calmed down, became excited again. Her tone returned to a crying tone, and she walked quickly to Li Guanqi.
I am obviously Wan Yanqing. Why can't I be the king?
She paused and her words stopped abruptly, because she found that Li Guanqi in front of her looked like nothing but not reality. Like an illusion, but not an illusion. As if he no longer existed in this space. And this is indeed the case. The moment the Empress of Chu stepped forward, Li Guanqi had already escaped into the netherworld. Although he still left an outline in the outside world. It was actually no different from leaving completely. Obviously, he couldn't trust the person in front of him, and even thought that the other person was a demon who might harm him. This beautiful Empress looked at Li Guanqi, who was very close at hand, pursed her lips, and clenched her two small fists tightly, as if she was extremely wronged. Li Guanqi subconsciously turned his head slightly, avoiding her gaze.
But I never wanted to kill you.
The Empress looked at Li Guanqi with confused eyes. Her lips parted slightly, and her voice was soft.
The one who wanted to kill you that day on Luodi Mountain was neither Wan Yanqing nor the real me.
As she said that, she raised her right hand as if she wanted to touch Li Guanqi's face.
Junior brother, I am the real me now. I am completely independent. I have accepted the devil's blood and have completely controlled the devil's blood. I never wanted to kill you. Because if I wanted to, you'd be dead.
Buzz? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guanqi's pupils suddenly shrank. His whole body emitted a faint purple light, and his whole person gradually changed from virtual to real. Returned to this world. He was forcibly pulled out of the underworld by this demon.
If this bloodline was really unsolvable, then Ing Xiao would not have died at the hands of Emperor Wu of the Great Luoshan.
The Empress touched Li Guanqi's face, looked into his eyes, and whispered,
if you can really avoid all attacks and means by escaping into the netherworld, then your ancestors will not be enslaved by my ancestors. In this world, there is no ability that is truly invincible, including my demonic power. Just think about it, and know that if my demonic power was invincible, then my ancestors would not be killed and on the verge of extinction. So, junior brother, believe me.
Okay. With that said, the Empress of Chu held Li Guanqi's face with both hands. She closed her eyes, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed Li Guanqi, like a dragonfly touching water.
Thank you. I thought you would avoid it.
The Empress let go of her hand and took half a step back. Her eyebrows seemed to be smiling,
but they seemed to contain a bit of sadness. She lowered her head slightly, stepped forward, and while passing by Li Guanqi, she said softly,
Maybe I am really not one Yanqing. Not your senior sister, but a damn devil. But, believe me, Li Guanqi, I love you more than that coward who is timid and dare not look directly into his heart. You?
Li Guanqi turned around suddenly. Outside, the wind and rain were blowing, and the forest was shaking. Empty. The great Chu Empress left. Li Guanqi looked at this scene, raised his right hand blankly, and touched his lips lightly. A turning point of fate. Devil's Kiss. Chapter 736. Tulip Empire declares loyalty and begins war.
Boom!
The next day, morning, a huge roar suddenly erupted in the sky above Da Imperial capital, and then a huge circular space crack slowly formed, covering the sky above the Imperial capital, as if the sky was being torn open. It's just that compared to the space crack in most people's impressions, this space crack is obviously different, because it has neither colorful light nor other colors distorting it. It is a visual transmission channel. When this huge space crack with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters was completely formed, the scene at the other end of the transmission channel was presented to the eyes of the people of the Imperial capital. It was a magnificent city with an architectural style completely different from that of Da Emperor's capital. There were spire castles everywhere, and the houses in the city were also colorful and gorgeous. It was not majestic and solemn enough, but instead looked like a romantic kingdom that only existed in fairy tales.
That's the capital of the Tulip Empire?
The streets and alleys of Emperor Wu's capital were overcrowded, and the scene was just like the last time Emperor Wu ascended the throne. Humans of various ethnic groups, as well as all kinds of orcs, were all arming themselves with each other, drinking honey wine, while admiring the exotic scenery on the other side of the space crack. They were all laughing, and they were all in a cheerful mood watching the excitement. However, some people are happy and some are sad. Compared with the joy here in the Da Emperor's capital, the streets on the Tulip side are lifeless. Not many Tulip people are willing to open the door and come out. Only the palace side looks lively, with various honor guards setting up scenes, and the people in charge of music. The team kept singing loudly. In the capital of Emperor Da, the wind was blowing loudly, and the red flags with swords and shields were fluttering. But looking at the Tulip capital, not even half of their iconic golden tulip flag can be seen at this time. There is no other reason. Because today, the Da dynasty is the party that accepts allegiance, and the Tulip Empire is the party that swears allegiance. No matter how peaceful the transition is, losing one's national title and becoming a citizen of another country is not a happy thing. Today's Tulip people are even more uncomfortable than the Sakura people a while ago. Whether it is the Tulip Empire, the Sakura Shogunate, or the Oriental Islands, they are all completely different from the Grassland people. For the people on the Grassland, the arrival of Li Guanqi and the emergence of the Da dynasty helped them escape from the brutal rule of the three beast kings. It was an auspicious sign of God's blessing. But for people from other countries, it was necessary to completely. It takes a long time to adapt to your new nationality. Interestingly, the Iabel Prairie, a place with the most diverse and chaotic ethnic groups and races, became the most cohesive foundation of the Da dynasty.
Look, that's the Royal Honor Guard of the Tulip Empire. Is the Tulip Emperor sitting in the middle carriage? Why is it a man? Didn't I say that the Tulip Empire is the queen? And she is also a super beauty whose beauty can overwhelm the 30,000-meter sea of flowers? How can she become a greasy Mediterranean man? I'm sorry. Brother, how long have you been out since? Queen Isabel Elizabeth was assassinated by the Conjuration Academy last year. The one who is now in charge is called Macefield Elizabeth, who is Queen Isabel's half-brother. You're just a good-for-nothing brother. I don't even bother to look at the puppet emperor. If you put this kind of garbage on the battlefield, I can cut it in half with one slash. Who can I rely on to be so crazy? Huh? Lord Wolf King. No problem. Let's continue watching the ceremony. After the death of Queen Isabel, the Tulip Empire is now ruled by the Senate. Just like the Violet Empire was led by the Senate. Exactly. In fact, in my opinion, if the Tulip Empire lets this puppet emperor come out to declare his loyalty, it would be better for the members of the Council of Elders to line up and come together to kowtow to our Majesty to show sincerity. Ha 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 ha.
In the capital of Emperor Da, the people were laughing and chatting, and there was a happy atmosphere. The imperial capital of Da didn't pay much attention to this declaration of loyalty. Li Guanqi didn't even ask senior officials from Sakura Province and Danong Islands to come to watch the ceremony. Even the local beast kings in the grassland. He didn't ask to come to the palace. Because of this, among these common people, there were also many unassuming beast kings mixed in to watch the ceremony together.
Let's drive!
At this time, in the sky above the imperial capital, at the other end of the teleportation channel, in the Tulip Palace, surrounded by the Royal Guard of Honor, a luxurious white gold carriage was slowly approaching. They took to the air starting from the palace square, switching from traveling on land to traveling in the air. The horse of this royal carriage is not an ordinary white horse, but the
Tulip Royal Horse,
specially bred by the Tulip Empire. A white unicorn with white wings and a golden horn. Under the sunlight, it also reflects a golden shimmer. At this time, there were a total of 9 Tulip Royal horses, pulling the royal carriage together, preparing to pass through the visual teleportation array from the Tulip Imperial Capital to the Da Imperial Capital for the loyalty ceremony. The carriage is not capped, but open. At this time, the Emperor of the Tulip Empire, Macefield Elizabeth, was standing in the center of the carriage, flanked by 2 beautiful female knights holding long spears and bucklers, wearing platinum armor, red miniskirts, and knee-length knights' leg armor. Both are 9 palace-level different blood knights. The wings of the Force Queen made by the former Tulip Queen. However, now this unit has been officially renamed as Tulip Wings, and it has also changed from being only under the Queen's command to becoming a spear in the hands of the Elder Council. This is normal. After the Master dies, only a few can follow him to death. Changing the Master is the normal state in the world. Compared with these 2 powerful and eye-catching beautiful female knights, the Tulip Emperor standing in the middle seems a bit downgraded. An 8th-level human of different blood is not bad. But as the Emperor of this great empire, he is obviously not qualified. And his Mediterranean hairstyle makes people look extremely bad.
Those 2 female knights are so beautiful. They are indeed tulip beauties. Brother, this is the Tulip Empire's declaration of loyalty. Why are you using it to see beautiful women in such a big scene? Don't look at beautiful women. You bastard. No. Just see for yourself. Wearing a miniskirt and knee-high leg armor on such an occasion is just for show. Isn't it? Those 2 female knights can stand next to the Emperor. They are either Bagua level or Jogon level. They are such great beauties. In another situation, I wouldn't even dare to raise my head. Now I can stare at it. Don't hurry up. Look. That makes sense, eh? Look at our palace. Tianma Clan Honor Guard. Rainbow Bridge. Your Majesty is finally coming out.
In the streets and alleys of Da Imperial Capital, there were a lot of discussions. At this time, in the sky above the Da Palace, there were also Centaur Knights from the Tianma clan, flapping their wings and flying into the air, bringing up stream after stream of rainbow light behind them, which in a few seconds turned into a ball of colorful light. High Tower. This rainbow high platform was suspended above the Imperial Palace, allowing all the people in the 2 imperial capitals to see it. Of course, soon the city on the Tulip side could no longer be called an imperial capital. At most, it was the capital of a province.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty is here! Your Majesty is eternal!
In the capital of Emperor Wu, the noisy discussions of the people gradually turned into,
Your Majesty is eternal!
That got louder and louder. As Emperor Wu, Li Guanqi's highest reputation was in this grassland. The people who loved him most. It has to be this group of grassland tribes. Under the watchful eyes of countless people in the city, golden light suddenly filled the air above the rainbow bridge. When the golden light gradually dissipated, a figure sitting on the throne appeared in everyone's sight. It was the Emperor Li Guanqi, who was wearing a 12-color imperial crown and a black gold imperial robe. The 2 sides of the throne were empty. Not a single minister.
Wells, check again. Are you ready?
Li Guanqi leaned against the throne with an expressionless face, and used his soul to transmit a message to the Centaur general deep in the palace.
Everything is ready. Your Majesty.
Wells, the general in charge of the Imperial capital's defense, responded quickly, his voice appearing in Li Guanqi's mind.
Once a situation arises, the city defense formation will immediately be opened to the lowest height to protect all the people in the city. But, Your Majesty, your altitude exceeds this minimum altitude. Are you sure? The city defense formation is meaningless to demigods. There is no need to discuss the things we said last night again. That's all.
Li Guanqi, who was sitting on the throne, lowered his head and gently rubbed his eyebrows, looking tired. After returning from Dacha last night, he met Wells overnight to discuss the matter. He didn't want the people in the city to suffer casualties. He had simulated the Tulip Empire a long time ago. With Kevin's ring, the price he had to pay was to lure the enemy with his body and cause his soul to suffer slight injuries. But in exchange, he would get 3.5 of the Tulip Empire, the death of God, and the surrender of the entire Western world. This deal is very profitable. So he wasn't actually too concerned about the current matter. Until now, the figure of the Great Chu Empress still lingered in Li Guanqi's mind, and he actually wavered a little about whether to kill that demonic personality. He suspected it was the devil's work, but he wasn't sure. In addition, the words of the Empress are also worth pondering.
Responsible for bearing all the negative effects of demon blood and ancestors' will?
Could it be that in order to avoid these negative influences, the senior sister took the initiative to create this personality to help her withstand these mental influences? If so, then who is she? Is it a devil? Or another Wang Yanqing?
Dear Emperor Da.
At this time, the voice from the other side of the transmission channel interrupted Li Guanqi's thinking. Sitting on the throne with his head lowered, he raised his eyes slightly and looked straight ahead with his ice blue eyes. I saw that the royal carriage of the Tulip Empire had passed through the transmission channel from the other end and officially arrived in the sky above Da Imperial capital, appearing on the rainbow platform. Only 100 meters away from him, the Mediterranean emperor with a crown on his head also stepped down from the carriage at this time, walked towards him with a flattering smile, and said loudly to him,
Emperor Da, your glory shines on the world. Coming from the east, it rose up and swept across the west, allowing the sacred goddess of light to send down divine will on me, a loyal servant of God. Within the Great Wall, the ambition of the Great Chu Empress Longzi was known to the world, and her brutal rule over the people of the former Great Luo made the goddess even more heartbroken. In order to eliminate this evil, the goddess... Shut up!
Before the puppet emperor finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Guanqi's cold voice. The puppet emperor's expression suddenly froze, and he was filled with flattering words, and for a moment, he didn't know where to start. But who wants to hear this nonsense?
No point in talking. Let's get started.
Li Guanqi straightened his back, leaned against the throne, looked down at the puppet emperor with his icy blue eyes in an imperial posture.
Macefield, kneel down to me and give me your crown and Tulip imperial power. Dedicate them all to me. From now on, Tulip will no longer be an empire, but a Tulip province of the Da dynasty. I promise that the Tulip nation will live a better life. Yes, yes.
As soon as he looked at him, the puppet emperor suddenly trembled. He quickly stepped forward, ran across the rainbow bridge, and knelt at Li Guanqi's feet. This scene immediately made the Tulip people on the other side of the transmission channel raise their hands to cover their faces, unable to bear to look at the humble posture of their monarch. Not many Tulip people wanted to watch the ceremony, but the poor performance of the puppet emperor made them even more ashamed. However, the people do not know the suffering of this puppet emperor. He is just a puppet emperor. This guy named Macefield Elizabeth is far inferior to her half-sister Isabel in terms of both her cultivation talent and her political skills. He is just an ordinary person. However, most heroes and warriors, let alone ordinary people, could not bear the majesty of Emperor Da. Today, Li Guanqi no longer needs Luo Di's imperial authority to act for him. His own majesty and strength are enough to make most people in the world tremble, including the puppet emperor of this Tulip Empire.
Me.
At this time, he knelt at the feet of Li Guanqi, lowered his head, and prostrated on the ground. Because of the extreme fear in his heart, his body and voice were trembling violently.
On behalf of the officials and people of Tulip, I would like to express my condolences to Emperor Da.
You express your surrender.
At the end of the sentence, he seemed to have mustered up the courage, raised his hands, and raised the golden crown on his head above his head.
May the light of the goddess of light shine on you, my monarch.
That is, surrender. This Macefield Elizabeth, as a member of the Tulip royal family and the last Tulip emperor, represents the Tulip Empire and swears allegiance to Emperor Wu of the Da dynasty.
I accept your surrender.
Li Guanqi had no expression on his face and stretched out his hand to take the crown.
Buzz?
Just when his fingertips were 3 inches away from the crown, a black cold light suddenly appeared behind him, like a thorn in the back. However, Li Guanqi, who had been on guard for a long time, disappeared without a trace in an instant before the black light entered his body, leaving only a little purple light filling the throne. Tong Yu? Netherland. In this world of purple light, Li Guanqi's figure suddenly appeared. But the black light followed him like a shadow, following him and forcibly breaking into the netherworld. Under the layers of barriers in the netherworld space, it stabbed him hard, deep in the sea of consciousness. His 9th level peak soul instantly activated the God Armor ability, and the soul power turned into armor. According to Pluto, this ability is a bloodline talent, a racial talent of their unknown race with 3 heads and 6 arms. In most cases, it can be resisted by leaps and bounds. The souls at the peak of the 8th level can use the God Armor to resist the 9th level soul attack. But now, Li Guanqi has a soul at the peak of the 9th level, uses the Divine Armor to face this black light. Boom! When the two touched each other, the Divine Armor shattered after a moment of resistance. This is the law of demon killing, specializing in souls. Well, after the Divine Armor collapsed, the black light directly penetrated into Li Guanqi's soul, causing his soul to shake violently and receive a blow, causing minor injuries at the soul level. But that's all. This black light attack, after forcibly passing through the netherworld, actually had very little power left. The netherworld barrier that even Emperor Luo feared in his heyday was by no means an empty name, but truly powerful. Coupled with the resistance of the God Armor, the power of the black light attack was once again reduced by a few points. Because of this, by the time the black light actually attacked Li Guanqi, there was not much power left, and it was the limit for him to be slightly injured in his soul. Of course, it's still scary. If Li Guanqi had not escaped into the nether realm and had no imperial armor, this black light would have been enough to successfully assassinate him. Just like Isabel last year, who was killed in an instant in a daze. But there are no ifs in reality. The reality is that Li Guanqi blocked this fatal blow and was only slightly injured. He could still use at least 90% of his strength. The carefully prepared assassination attempt by the 3 major forces, the Tulip Empire, the Sorcerer Academy, and the Dark Brotherhood, failed. Now, it's his turn to fight back. Chapter 737, Chasing the Demigods. Buzz. The moment Li Guanqi disappeared, the city defense formation of Da Imperial Capital suddenly opened, and the golden defensive cover covered the entire city. It was only a low-altitude cover. After protecting the people in the city, it ignored the rainbow tower above. This is Li Guanqi's order. Failed. He's not dead. Suddenly, a strange woman's loud shout appeared in the sky above Da Imperial Capital, resounding through the sky. No, the assassination has already begun. If he doesn't die, I will have trouble calming down. It will affect my understanding of the law, and it is very likely to even cause a mental disaster. Quick, let's go together. He took a hard blow from me and was seriously injured even if he didn't die. Let's go together and let him die in his own palace. He must die today. As soon as he finished speaking, all the people in Da Imperial Capital and Tulip Imperial Capital saw 3 figures appearing out of thin air on the sky. The power they exuded almost enveloped the entire city, making the whole world feel breathless. Counting from left to right, the first figure is a tall knight wearing platinum armor, holding a platinum sword in both hands. A demigod knight belonging to the Empire. The armor and sword on his body are both artifacts. They are the 2 national treasures that were originally owned by Kevin Elizabeth. The person in the middle is a thin old man wearing a platinum robe and holding a vine scepter. He has blonde hair and blue eyes and a western face. A demigod who belongs to the new school of magicians. Standing on the far right is a figure wearing black light armor, holding a purple dagger in each hand. It is impossible to distinguish between male and female, because this person's face is completely covered with black mist. But judging from the previous voice, this figure, the assassin of the Dark Brotherhood, should be a woman. Demigod. Unlike the demigods who were created in the secret realm, like the Empire and the Magician Academy, this killer entered the demigod level entirely based on his own abilities. Like Luo Di, he also opened the 10th Law Palace. It's just that what Luo Di opened was the Divine Palace of Power.
a main palace that had been occupied by gods as early as the Old Era. And the Demon Slayer Shrine she opened is a completely ownerless shrine. Her understanding of this law: once she enters a higher realm and reaches the state of entering the shrine, she will kill billions more. Once a person obtains origin chi, he can step into the realm of gods. Luo Di is no longer here. It can be said that in terms of cultivation talent, this female assassin of the Dark Brotherhood is the best in the world. If she is given some more luck, maybe she can really take her understanding of the law of demon killing to a higher level by assassinating Emperor Daiwu. Unfortunately, there is no if. From the moment she chose Li Guanqi, her death was doomed. Click! Suddenly, a strange sound sounded in the silent sky. It was like the sound of a golden ring being crushed. At the same time, both the Empire Demigod and the Magician Demigod looked horrified. Strength, the demigod power within their bodies suddenly solidified. No! Hurry up! In an instant, the female demigod of the Dark Brotherhood seemed to realize something, and quickly hugged the demigod closest to her into her arms. However, the Imperial Demigod, who was just one level behind her, was not so lucky. Blood spurts. Suddenly, a cyan sword blade pierced out of the demigod knight's heart, directly piercing the artifact armor. The fragments of the armor flew out mixed with blood. Boom! The next moment, a more bloody scene appeared. The demigod knight's head, wrapped in a helmet, was smashed to pieces by a golden giant axe and helmet. And scarlet flesh and helmet fragments flew everywhere. Heart and head are broken. Demigod knight, physically necrotic. What about the soul? Spirit, the demigod sorcerer, who was hugged by the demigod killer, looked at the bloody scene of the body and head being separated in front of him. His green eyes and pupils shrank suddenly, and his old face turned pale. He saw, behind the blood, behind the headless corpse, there was a tall figure with flying white hair. His ice blue eyes were full of murderous intent, which was frightening, and it unfolded like a god or demon. He has 3 heads and 6 arms, and each of his 4 hands holds 4 artifacts: sword, spear, sword and halberd. The remaining 2 hands of this god and demon are holding a golden divine axe, with 2 oriental characters engraved on the axe blade. Open the mountain. The divine weapon. The mountain-breaking axe. The ultimate increase in power. This demigod knight's head was smashed to pieces by this divine axe just now, and even the artifact armor turned into a helmet did not cause the slightest hindrance. After the death of the body, the soul of the demigod knight was now tightly entangled in a black mist. He could only keep wailing and begging for mercy behind this 3-headed and 6-armed god and demon. But he had no resistance at all, because there are dozens of dark blue soul swords stuck in this soul. The god-eating sword, the soul ability matched with the god-controlling armor, has 1 attack and 1 defense. The moment Li Guanqi destroyed his body, the soul attack technique was launched, severely injuring him in an instant, and binding and devouring him with the black mist of the plunder technique. Walk! At the same time, the demigod killer of the Dark Brotherhood grabbed the demigod magician and jumped into a black space crack, disappeared in the blink of an eye, and fled. Exactly the same as the simulation situation. Li Guanqi only had time to kill the demigod knight of the Tulip Empire, and then the demigod killer would take advantage of this time to escape with the demigod magician. Shan Kong! Clear! Buzz! A moment later, a space crack that distorted the colorful light appeared in front of Li Guanqi, in the face of the space artifact Shan Kong. These 2 demigods chose to escape through space, which was definitely a terrible choice. Boom! The black mist behind Li Guanqi shrank, and after completely crushing and swallowing the soul of the demigod knight, he shot out and rushed into the space crack to pursue. But his soul did not grow at all. After using the plundering technique to transform and devour the soul, it will not make his soul stronger. His soul is already at the level of LV99, which has reached the upper limit of the 9th level soul. If he wants to go 1 step further and have his soul be rated as demigod level individually, it is not something that can be achieved through plunder. What's the situation? In the space channel where black light flows, the female demigod of the Dark Brotherhood carried the magician demigod on her shoulders and kept running at full speed towards the end of the space channel. At the same time, an angry roar came from the face filled with black mist. You 2 trash! Aren't you demigods? Is this how demigods should behave? I do not know either. The magician demigod on her shoulder turned pale. The demigod power I obtained from the Tulip secret realm seems to have been sealed. Anyway, I can't use it at all now. Enemies must be the same as me.
That's why he was killed instantly by that Emperor Da. Waste. Waste. Waste.
The demigoddess killer cursed.
I know that strength must be gained through self-cultivation. You losers who rely on secret realms to gain strength are totally unreliable. I thought you could at least be on the same level as Kevin back then. But it turned out that you couldn't be trusted at all. It's just trash.
No comparison to that man.
Etc.
As she said this, she seemed to be startled and murmured to herself,
Kevin, the power of a demigod, the seal.
At this moment, the blond man's voice and smile seemed to reappear before his eyes, and the words he once said seemed to reappear in his ears.
Let me tell you a secret. Don't tell my sister, lest she accuse me of spreading the secrets of the Empire to the outside world. In fact, the demigod power of us tulip demigods is not all achieved through our own cultivation. It's borrowed power. And the borrowed power, is not reliable enough. Meow meow. I want to go to Daluo capital city. I heard that the Ying family likes martial people. I wonder if I can catch their eye. If so, I would like to ask the Daluo Emperor for advice on the law of force. Application. I really don't want to use these powers that don't belong to me.
Kevin. No. No. You told me this a long time ago.
Damn it!
The female demigod of the Dark Brotherhood had a face full of regret.
I should have known better. Kevin told me a long time ago that there are loopholes in the secret power of you useless demigods. So you know Isabel's brother?
Suddenly, an indifferent male voice suddenly appeared behind her.
But it's a pity that I won't spare your life because of this.
The female demigod turned back in horror. I saw a figure with white hair flying, like a god and demon with 3 heads and 6 arms, appearing ghostly behind him. This person actually opened a colorful space crack in this black space passage, and penetrated here from the outside.
Boom!
Li Guanqi raised the 5 sacred weapons of sword, spear, sword, halberd, and mountain axe, and smashed them hard at the female demigod. The other party also took out a purple dagger and fought back. The 2 sides instantly attacked each other hundreds of times, and fierce battle aftermath erupted. Roaring incessantly, this black space channel suddenly collapsed, and colorful light waves tore apart, carrying twisted and strange spatial fluctuations. Space turbulence. Even a Lilha-level cultivator will be cut in half instantly if he is touched by space turbulence. Fighting in a space channel is a very dangerous thing. The violent aftermath will disrupt the space and cause turbulence in the space. It's just that there is no Lilha level here. To a demigod, there is no difference between space turbulence and a gentle breeze.
Boom!
There was another fierce confrontation. Li Guanqi waved his 6 arms and chopped down the 5 artifacts in succession, causing the female demigod to retreat step by step. What's more, she had to protect the demigod magician beside her. To be precise, it was a Jiogong-leveled Dzogchen magician who had lost his demigod power. Although the magician is waving his scepter desperately to increase the female demigod, it is obvious that for the female demigod at this moment, it is better to throw away this bottle of oil than to obtain the increase.
In the next life, remember to do less research and more practice. Goodbye. Colin!
Suddenly, the female demigod waved her right arm and held the dagger behind her back to deflect Li Guanqi's magic knife. Then she flicked her left arm and threw the demigod directly to Li Guanqi. Then she increased her speed and shot out, to distance themselves from Li Guanqi. Immediately afterwards, she tore open the crack in space again and escaped. At this time, the space passage was full of spatial turbulence, and there was no way to locate the space, so she didn't know where she would fly to randomly. But no matter where she was, it was obviously safer than Emperor Dao's side.
Shanku?
Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed.
Give me some time. Master, it's different from just now. There are spatial turbulence everywhere here. It will take me a while to lock her spatial trajectory.
Xuankong's voice immediately sounded.
Use this time to deal with the magician in front of you first.
Hearing this, Li Guanqi also turned his attention to the semi-divine magician in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. It is different from the simulation situation. In the last simulation, he resisted the attack of the demigod killer and forcibly killed the magician demigod. But the current situation is that this demigod killer took the initiative to
cut off his tail to survive,
and threw the magician demigod to him. Something has changed. What went wrong? Facing Li Guanqi, who was like a god and demon, the semi-divine magician turned pale. His old face was full of fear, and said in a trembling voice,
I am the dean of the Magician Academy, and I can do many May things for you. My knowledge is more than the Dean of the Conjuration Academy is higher. I can. Boom!
Before he finished speaking, the magician's head exploded instantly, and blood mist spewed out. And his soul was pierced by dozens of god-eating swords in an instant. And then bound by the sudden black mist. The vine scepter in this man's hand immediately fell from his hand. Li Guanqi reached out to catch it.
Is this an artifact?
Li Guanqi asked curiously.
It feels very familiar. But it seems unconscious. Like the Great Wall of Heaven. It is a death artifact that has lost consciousness.
Xuankong's voice was a little low.
I know him. However, the dead artifact is no longer him. I am not going to say his name. So I will let his name leave with him. Now this power of the staff is just a weapon that can increase the strength of spiritual power.
Li Guanqi nodded slightly, and put the vine scepter into the space necklace, preparing to study it later. Then, he turned his head, and looked at the black mist beside him. In the black mist, the soul of the magician who was pierced by dozens of god-eating swords was struggling, but could not break free.
You said you are knowledgeable?
Li Guanqi looked at him expressionlessly.
It's a pity that the core of the spell in your body, and your understanding of the 9 principles interest me more than your knowledge. Of course. What's in your mind I also need knowledge. Ah!
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guanqi's soul power spread out, escaped into the black mist, and enveloped the soul of the semi-divine magician. He directly conducted a rough soul search and forcibly searched for memories. Under the severe pain, this soul trembling constantly and wailing shrilly. The result of the first simulation was that Li Guanqi was seriously injured at the beginning. He did not have Kevin's golden ring and faced the 3 demigods in their heyday. So there was no time or room for soul searching. But it's different now. He was only slightly injured now. And he crushed Kevin's gold ring. Now he was facing a demigod and 2 9 palace level perfections. The pressure was greatly reduced. In addition, the demigod killer just escaped on his own initiative and killed this demigod. The magician left it to him. In this case, he naturally had time to search for souls. The results of the soul search were basically not much different from the information he obtained during the last simulation. But they were just more detailed.
Very well. Bye.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly.
Boom!
The next moment, the black mist shrank, completely squeezing the soul of the demi-divine magician, and then swallowed up all the broken soul and body, returning to the original body. This guy is a conjurer. As a spellcaster, he has the core of the spell. By plundering and devouring the core of the spell, Li Guanqi can gain some understanding of the opponent's laws. And now,
too much.
Li Guanqi closed his eyes and frowned slightly.
His massive understanding of the 9 principles needs time for me to digest slowly. It cannot be done in an instant. Then let's catch up and kill that bitch first. Master.
At this time, Xuankong's voice slowly sounded.
I have locked her space trajectory just now. She is now running to the Dongnan Islands. It's all in the sea. It won't cause innocent casualties. I will open the space rift now.
Buzz?
As soon as he finished speaking, 7-colored light rippled in front of Li Guanqi. And in the blink of an eye, it turned into a space crack that distorted the 7-colored light.
Kill all those who deserve to be killed first. And then go back to retreat to receive insights.
Li Guanqi opened his eyes. His white hair turned purple. And he stepped into it in a flash. Tranquil state. Open! Different from the previous demigod knight of the Tulip Empire and the demigod magician just now.
These 2 guys had their demigod powers temporarily sealed by golden rings. So they were not in their heyday. At this time, the one he is going to hunt down now, the female demigod of the Dark Brotherhood, will be the first demigod in his heyday to die in his hands. Chapter 738. The West surrenders, and the world is divided into 2 Oriental islands. Deep in the sea, there are floating clouds in the blue sky, and the vast sea is full of rough waves, as if to demonstrate its power as one of mankind's nightmares. Before humans unlocked extraordinary power, the roar of the ocean was definitely a frightening nightmare of natural disasters. However, in this extraordinary era of the new age, for the strong among humans, no matter how turbulent the ocean is, it is nothing more than a swimming pool. That's all. For example, this woman in black armor sitting cross-legged on a small island. It is said to be an island, but it is actually just a small piece of land that rises from the sea and is no more than 100 meters in diameter. There are a few coconut trees growing on it, and it looks very lonely in the endless sea around it. The woman on the island has a not-so-pretty oriental face and short ear-length hair. She has her eyes closed and is sitting cross-legged in the center of the island, holding a purple dagger in each hand. Buzz! Suddenly, a space crack slowly formed about 10 meters behind the woman. Stepping out of the twisted seven-colored light was a tall figure with flying purple hair, 3 heads and 6 arms, holding a sword, a spear, a halberd, a mountain axe, and a total of 5 offensive artifacts. It was Li Guanqi.
I do not understand.
He looked at the back of the demigod female killer in front of him, and there was some confusion in his purple eyes.
You are a demigod from the Dark Brotherhood. According to common sense, in addition to being good at assassination, the killer should also be good at hidden. I was still thinking about how I would find you if you were hiding, but I really didn't expect that when I came to the sea area, your breath would be as clear and conspicuous as a light in the night. You originally wanted to run, but after leaving that space passage, you gave up. You waited for me here on purpose. Why?
Call. The demigod assassin took a deep breath, then stood up slowly, holding the dagger behind her back with both hands, and turned back to look at Li Guanqi coldly.
The assassination has begun. If you don't die today, my state of mind will be unstable. If I go further, I'm afraid I will be robbed.
In the near future, the secret of the law of demon killing will be farther and farther away from me. So I will not run away today. And I cannot run away. One of us will die.
Oh! Li Guanqi's lips curled up slightly, and he chuckled.
So, this turns out to be a battle of avenues? No. This is revenge.
The demigoddess killer lowered her eyes, and looked at the 2 purple daggers in her hands.
Last year, when the great Luo Shenwu Emperor slaughtered the world's demigods, you were also there. Right? There is no need to deny it. Since I said it, it means that I am very sure. This matter. Right.
Li Guanqi did not deny it, but became increasingly curious.
The demigod Luo Di killed was a relative or friend of yours? If I guessed correctly, it was Kevin Elizabeth, the former protector knight of the Tulip Empire? He was your lover?
Speaking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but secretly curse in his heart, considering the blonde man's virtue. This female demigod should be one of his one-night lovers?
The
female killer had a complicated expression.
How did he die? Did he die in a heroic manner? Hero?
Li Guanqi heard this, but shook his head and laughed.
If you want him to die like this, it means that you, a lover, don't understand that man at all. What?
The female killer looked up in shock.
He never wanted to be a hero.
Li Guanqi looked up at the sky with an erratic expression, recalling the hardy battle between Luo Di and the demigod knight.
He just wanted to be a carefree traveler traveling around the world, enjoying the scenery of the world and finding things along the way. People spar and fight. Why fight? There is no reason. I just want to fight with the same upright person. He likes fighting and sparring, but he doesn't like bitter battles. He doesn't like participating in a battle that is given a certain meaning, such as for his family, for his country, etc. He doesn't like it. The battle he likes is purely about making friends with force. This is Kevin Elizabeth's chivalry. His personal chivalry. Dying to protect the country? This is a hero. But Kevin never wanted to be this kind of hero. If his sister Isabel's patriotism was not too strong, he would not have returned to the country even after he became an adult, let alone become a knight of the Tulip Empire.
Having said this, Li Guanqi gathered his thoughts, looked at the demigod killer in front of him again, and said calmly,
the one who fought with him was not me, but Emperor de Luo Shenwu. And the evaluation given by de Luo Shenwu Emperor after the war was even better than Abraham. He is the first person of different blood in the world besides him. Also, during the battle, according to Luo Di, Kevin did not use any external force from the beginning to the end. If he had used external force, then he could even compete with the female speaker of the Violet Parliament. High or low. I didn't know what this external force was at first, and Luo Di didn't tell me more. But now that I think about it, this so-called external force should be the demigod power of the Tulip's secret realm. Kevin didn't bother to use this borrowed power.
The female killer's face was expressionless, and she held the purple dagger tightly with both hands. Threads of purple-black light gradually escaped from the edge of the dagger, and her eyes gradually turned into pitch black, and there were no more black eyes or white eyes. It looks very impressive.
What do you call it?
Seeing this scene, Li Guanqi asked with a smile.
You will be the first demigod to die in my hands. I hope to get your name before then. Lend me you.
As soon as she finished speaking, the demigod-level female killer turned into black mist with a
bang,
and dissipated, as if she disappeared out of thin air. But Li Guanqi knew very well that she was by his side. Suddenly, a cold feeling hit the back of my head, like a thorn in my back. Chung! Boom! Li Guanqi did not look back, but he stretched out his 6 arms, crossing the magic knife and Qin Xian sword with each other, blocking the sudden dagger attack. The sonorous sound sounded on the calm sea, and the aftermath of the battle broke out immediately after, and instantly shattered the island under his feet into pieces. Not only that, when all the aftermath spread, the sea within a radius of tens of thousands of meters exploded outwards, and the waves undulated. Clang, 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 clang. The two afterimages collided back and forth at an astonishing speed, and fought for thousands of meters. They continued to engage in semi-god level confrontations on the sea surface. The sounds of gold and iron intersecting continued to explode, and at the same time, there were also shocking aftermath that exploded, leaving this sea area roared and surged, and the bodies of countless sea beasts were shaken into blood mist, dyeing the sea blood red. This sea area is located in the deepest part of the Oriental Islands. There are no islanders living here. What is there are just countless species of sea beasts and monsters. This is the place specially chosen by the demigod killer Lin Niu. Or it was the place where he attained enlightenment after killing Li Guanqi. Or, after being killed by Emperor Dao, he chose a beautiful tomb for himself. Boom! Over the sea, Li Guanqi stretched out his 6 arms. His swords, guns, swords and halberds erupted with dazzling light. The mountain god axe increased his power to the extreme. Coupled with the semi-god level spiritual power in his body, he used spells to increase his strength and speed. At this time, his combat power is considered top-notch even among demigods. On the other hand, as a former assassin of the Dark Brotherhood, Lin Niu's combat prowess is basically at the level of assassination. In terms of head-on combat, she is almost at the bottom of the demigod level. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, did not even use the Wu dynasty's national destiny, but only fought with his own strength. The outcome of this battle was actually decided from the very beginning, when Lin Niu failed in the assassination attempt. Chang! Li Guanqi swung out his sword, knocking Lin Niu's weapon out of his hand. The purple dagger in his hands was bounced away and fell into the distant sea, causing a splash. Laugh! The next moment, the magic knife burning with purple and black magic flames pierced Lin Niu's heart. The surrounding flesh and blood were burned by the magic flames, emitting bursts of green smoke. At the same time, Li Guanqi's other hand holding the snow-pointing gun had also extended the tip of the ice crystal gun to Lin Niu's Tianling cap. Another half-inch would have pierced the brain. But Li Guanqi stopped there, withdrew the magic knife and some snow guns, and did not continue to attack. It was not that he wanted to spare her life, but that the female demigod knew she was outmatched and had already committed suicide the moment her heart was pierced. There was no point in cutting off her head at this moment. After all, everyone was dead. Huh? Lin Niu closed her eyes and smiled, lying back on her back, like a feather floating in the air, with little blue lights escaping from her eyebrows. Self-destructive soul. This is a way to commit suicide. The same way that the female demigod Sakurai Tamako died in the Sakura shogunate. The advantage of this method of suicide is that it can avoid being soul-searched, because from the moment she shattered her soul, the entire soul structure had collapsed. Faced with this situation, the most skilled soul searcher in the world had no way of doing anything, and could only helplessly watch the other party's soul slowly dissipate. Lin Niu, I remember your name. Li Guanqi looked at her and said calmly, the first demigod to die in my hands. It's a pity that this era is different from the era of Emperor Dao Yuoshenwu. Lin Niu closed her eyes and mouth, but her voice sounded from the blue light of the broken soul. In this era, there are no middle-class demigods who can continue to hone your skills. Kill me! Who is the weakest in head-to-head combat? After becoming a demigod, who will you face? The 8 pillars of the kingdom, and the 8 demigods within the Chu. There is also the Empress of Chu whose strength is as unpredictable as the abyss. Emperor Wu. I believe that if there really is an underworld in the world, I should be able to see you there soon. Ha. Lin Niu's laughter was very light, as if she had been completely relieved. Go well. Li Guanqi's face was expressionless. After saying that, he turned around and left, walked through the air, and within 2 steps, he tore open the crack in space and escaped into it. What happened next was no different from what Li Guanqi had simulated before. This was a great victory over the 3 demigods. After Li Guanqi triumphantly returned to Dao Imperial capital, The puppet emperor of the Tulip Empire ran over with tears streaming down his face, complaining about his grievances, saying that he was completely unaware of the existence and plans of these three demigods, and that this assassination had nothing to do with the Tulip Empire. This guy also said that this was all done by the Odinson family, the head of the Senate, and had nothing to do with the Elizabeth family. He declared that from now on, the Elizabeth family would always be loyal to the Da dynasty. Li Guanxi did not go into details, saying that these people are traitors and that the guilty should be brought to justice. As a result, the Tulip Empire completely turned into the Tulip province of the Da dynasty, and the rolling national fortunes gathered together, further increasing Li Guanxi's combat power. It's a pity that, as Lin Niu said, he doesn't have other demigods to practice with now, so he can't verify the level of his own combat power. On the system panel, even when he was in the state of national fortune, he still had the vague words, demigod level. Today, this digital panel has little reference significance. After Li Guanxi conquered the Tulip province, the Tulip Council of Elders was cancelled. From now on, in this land of blooming flowers, the so-called Council of Elders will become history. At the same time, the nobles of Tulip were also wiped out by Li Guanxi's force. Many nobles were bloodbathed, especially the Odinson family, the mastermind behind the scenes. 70% of the top leaders were executed, completely leaving the family in ruins. I no longer have the slightest ambition. Li Guanxi killed everyone who deserved to be killed. All those on the must-kill list given to him by Tulip Queen Isabel lost their lives on this day. Li Guanxi can be regarded as completing the transaction between him and Isabel. As for Saoirse, Li Guanxi also got some news. When the Odinson family fell, Saoirse and her sister were missing. Of course, if Li Guanxi wanted to investigate, his scouts could certainly give him a satisfactory answer. But this was not necessary. After the Tulip incident came to an end, Li Guanxi began to recuperate deep in the Da Palace. His soul was struck by Lin Niu's ghost-killing method. Although it was only slightly injured, it involved the soul and naturally needed to be treated with caution and the understanding of those laws. Li Guanxi plundered the core of the demi-divine magician's spell, and there was still a large amount of law insights that he had not absorbed. He planned to wait for the soul to fully recover from the injury before conducting this law enlightenment retreat. Just like the simulated situation. On the third day of his retreat to recuperate, hundreds of small kingdoms in the west, led by the Kingdom of Dark Night, also sent envoys to the capital of Emperor Wu to express their submission to Emperor Li Guanxi. He took the initiative to offer the crown. These people know the rules. Emperor Wu's great Wu dynasty would not have feudal states. Among them, the queen came to the Kingdom of Dark Night in person. And Li Guanxi also temporarily stopped retreating and came out to reminisce with Queen Alina, whom he had not seen for a long time, before going back to retreat to recuperate. To him, the Queen of the Night had extraordinary meaning. It was this queen who made him understand for the first time his responsibilities as a king and a leader. With the surrender of the Tulip Empire and the surrender of these hundreds of small kingdoms, from then on, there was no country in the Western land, and the Western territories were all under the territory of the Da dynasty. What about the East? Da Chu within the Great Wall has no choice. But there is still a southern border. Under Li Guanxi's order, southern Xinjiang also declared its surrender, allowing the barbaric land filled with insects and snakes to be included in the territory of the Da dynasty. And just like the simulation, the real Gu God ancestral temple ignored this and did not take any action. Li Guanxi knew very well that this was the prelude to the coming storm. It's just that he has great confidence in Taoist Lin, and that guy will definitely help him calm the storm. After the Western world and southern Xinjiang surrendered, the world was divided into two. Since then, the only countries left in this world are Li Guanxi's Da dynasty and Wang Yanqing's Dacha dynasty. The world and people outside the Great Wall are all the land of the Da dynasty, and they are all the subjects of the Da dynasty. While Li Guanxi was in seclusion, he could also feel a massive amount of national destiny gathering in the sky above Da imperial capital, ready to be at his disposal at any time. The demonic power of the Empress of Chu was the power of the mythical age. But this massive increase in national luck still gave Li Guanxi some confidence. On the fourth day of retreat, the School of Conjuration sent an envoy to visit, representing the Dean of the School of Conjuration, and invited Li Guanxi to visit the academy. Li Guanxi immediately stopped recuperating and set off for the School of Magic. The reason is simple. He had simulated this a long time ago, and there was no danger. On the contrary, the result was quite good.
and the Conjuration Academy officially surrendered. Moreover, in the past 4 days, he felt that his soul was recovering very slowly. The various soul potions and elixirs in the palace treasury seemed to have no effect on the soul trauma caused by the demon-killing law. Even the palace doctor was helpless. The alchemist called by Tulip was also at a loss. Can you only recover slowly? But the beautiful female messenger sent by the Conjuration Academy said something.
Your Majesty, with the help of our dean, your soul's injury may be able to heal faster.
Buzz. In a magnificent library, a space crack suddenly appeared, and in the twisted colorful light, 2 figures slowly emerged. Li Guanqi, dressed in black, and a beautiful conjurer in black robes. The right palm of this female conjurer is a mechanical prosthetic hand inlaid with gold and jade. The classic aesthetic of the Conjuring Academy. The difference between new school magicians and traditional magicians is actually somewhat reflected here. Traditional academic spellcasters all like to use fancy and eye-catching mechanical prostheses to replace their missing limbs. They don't think this is something that needs to be concealed, but like to show it openly. When new school magicians have money and conditions, they will basically buy potions or elixirs for limb regeneration so that they can have a normal and intact body.
Your Majesty, the dean is at the deepest part of the library. I can only send you here.
The beautiful conjurer lowered her head towards Li Guanqi and said respectfully,
He is quite arrogant and wants me to come see him in person.
Li Guanqi's face was expressionless, and there was no emotion or anger in his voice.
Please ask Emperor Wu to calm down. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't.
The beautiful conjurer smiled slightly and said,
When your Majesty meets the dean, you will naturally understand why he cannot go to the imperial capital to see you in person. His reasons better be good enough.
Li Guanqi looked around, and after taking a look at the environment of the library, he said calmly,
This is the main campus of your Conjuring Academy? To be honest, I still had some longing for this place a long time ago. But the trajectory of fate, not only instead of pulling me towards the cursed main academy, I gradually drifted away.
Hearing this, the beautiful conjurer asked softly,
After your Majesty's meeting with the dean is over, will I take you to visit other places in the college? Talk later.
Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and walked towards the deepest part of the library. Chapter 739. The undercurrent is surging. The night before the storm. Happy New Year to everyone.
So, this is why you want me to come see you in person?
Li Guanqi walked to the deepest part of the library and looked at the scene in front with a look of novelty on his face. I saw that the windows there were open, and the sunlight poured down on a large banyan tree surrounded by various jade stones. On the brown trunk of the banyan tree, there was actually a kind-hearted old man's face. A Western face, with green eyes. Demigod conjurer.
Your Majesty, please forgive me.
The old tree man turned his attention to Li Guanqi and smiled slightly.
As my student said, if I don't go to the imperial capital to see His Majesty, it's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. What's your relationship to this tree?
Li Guanqi stepped forward with interest and circled around the old tree man's body.
You can't leave this tree? Otherwise you will die? I am this tree.
The old tree man looked calm and said softly,
200 years ago, I was inspired by the photosynthesis of plants and thought of making a potion that could change the human body so that humans can photosynthesize like plants. In this way, many of the world's slums will become history. I don't know whether I should regret your failure or be glad that you failed.
Hearing this, Li Guanqi looked strange, looked at the old tree man's big tree body, and said hesitantly,
Maybe you should be happy?
The old tree man's tone was indifferent, even with a bit of a smile.
Why are you like this?
Li Guanqi pulled up a chair and looked at the old tree man curiously.
Are you doing experiments on yourself? How about using other living people for experiments?
The old tree man asked back.
Interesting.
Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile.
There are actually magicians who don't want to do human experiments. This is really eye-opening. The reputation of a spellcaster is often ruined by these people.
The old tree man lowered his eyes and said softly,
What makes me sad is that the progress of spells is often promoted by these people. It seems that the advancement of advanced knowledge always requires the sacrifice of countless people. Innocent life. The topic has gone too far.
Li Guanqi waved his hand and brought the topic back to the beginning.
You haven't explained clearly yet. How did you become like this? And who are you? A demigod-level magician shouldn't be a magician for the first half of his life. As an unknown person, who were you before you became a tree person? My name is Frank Gabrielith.
The old tree man's voice was calm, and the dozens of branches on his body swayed gently.
Your Majesty, you may have never heard of this name. After all, I have always been an academic spellcaster and have never ventured into the outside world. It is as good as Your Majesty.
He said he was an unknown person. However, the students in the main courtyard know me well, because this library has been taken care of by me for hundreds of years. As for how I became like this, obviously, I have developed a potion, and it has been a complete success on mice. The mice that drank the potion gained the ability to perform photosynthesis, and only needed to bask in the sun to maintain body consumption. So you're ready for the next step of human experimentation.
Li Guanqi took over what the old tree man said.
And you didn't plan to use other people for experiments, and chose to try with your own body. It failed. From then on, you became this tree man and took root here. Can't leave. Everything is lost and something is gained.
The old tree man smiled slightly.
At least after becoming a tree man, my understanding of the laws of wood has become increasingly better. If the wood god did not exist in the old era, maybe I would be able to enter the main wood temple. It's a pity that there is no if in the world.
Li Guanqi looked at this demigod-level conjurer and narrowed his eyes slightly.
I have a question, and I hope to get an answer from you. The reason why the Tulip Empire guarantees the continuous generation of demigods is that they have a special secret realm. Do you know this? Not only do I know, I even know the details of that secret realm better than they do.
The old tree man's voice was calm, but the meaning he expressed made people unable to calm down.
Oh!
Hearing this, Li Guanqi suddenly became interested.
So, what is the situation in that secret realm? That is the place where an ancient god rests.
The old tree man didn't give it at all, and said directly,
most of the gods in the old era died in a battle against an unknown powerful enemy. But long before that, there had been incidents of gods falling. I don't know the specific identity and name of the god. I only know that he was not killed, but tired of the endless life and chose to die on his own initiative. The place where he sat and passed away, after years of precipitation, has become the so-called semi-mysterious place of the Tulip Empire today. The so-called demigod power in that secret realm is actually some residual energy of the fallen god. That's all I know. As for more specific things, such as why two demigod powers. Another example is why does the power of a demigod automatically return to the secret realm after a period of time after its master dies? These questions are also unsolved mysteries for the Conjuration Academy. Interesting.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly. He had thought from the beginning that the demigod power in the Tulip secret realm might be related to the gods. But now, it was completely confirmed.
What about your Conjuring Academy?
Li Guanqi looked at the old tree man curiously.
What is the reason why you demigods continue to be replaced? Transplantation of the core of the spell.
The old tree man replied simply and neatly.
Unlike humans of different blood, the core of the curse in our body can more perfectly store the understanding of the law. And our College of Magic has a top-secret technology that can transplant the core of the curse.
Nuclear. Of course. This transplant does not mean replacement. To be more precise, absorption. In our School of Magic, when a semi-god level magician is about to die of old age,
he will take the initiative to transplant the core of magic to a trustworthy student. After this student has absorbed this demigod level incantation core through his own incantation core for several years, his understanding and application of the power of law will almost reach the demigod level. This is the secret that the demigods of our Conjuration Academy have never told in the past. But it is now obsolete. Last year, Emperor Luo Shenwu massacred the two demigods in our academy, which resulted in them not being able to transplant the core of the spell to others. So now, in the Academy of Spells, I am the only one who can barely qualify as a demigod.
Hearing this, Li Guanqi nodded slightly. This old tree man speaks without any ink, and answers whatever is asked, which is very good. Speaking of which, the top-secret transplantation technology of this spell academy is almost the same as his plundering technique.
Then, I want your Conjuration Academy to surrender.
Li Guanqi looked at the old tree man and said straight to the point.
From now on, the School of Magic will be the highest school of magic in the Dog Dynasty. It will be responsible for cultivating talents of magicians for the dynasty and developing more advanced magic. The Academy of Magic is not a country, and there is no such thing as surrender.
The branches on the old tree man's body swayed slightly, and the face on the trunk also shook slightly, as if he was shaking his head.
In recent years, the Academy has become increasingly political.
The old tree man looked at Li Guanqi seriously.
Your Majesty, please rest assured. Since I have taken over the position of Dean, I will work hard to get the Academy back on track. The Academy of Curses should be a group that only focuses on academics, rather than being a member of the court forces.
Li Guanqi looked at the other party expressionlessly and said nothing. The old tree man looked at him. The deepest part of this library fell silent. But this silence did not last long.
Buzz?
The branches on the old tree man's body swung, and he handed a green fruit to Li Guanqi.
Your Majesty, this is the soul-healing substance that I have refined. It is both a fruit and an elixir. It can also be regarded as an alchemy handicraft. Combine it with after taking it. Your soul injured by the Demon Slayer law should be able to recover faster. This is not what we are talking about. Your Conjuration Academy must be absorbed by the Dao dynasty, and cannot be left outside,
Li Guanqi said, reaching out to take the fruit and putting it into the space necklace.
All right.
The old tree man sighed.
But if possible, I have one more condition, which is about the new school of magicians.
New magician? Li Guanqi looked calm.
Do you want me to disband the Magician Academy in the capital of Tulip? Not really,
the old tree man said.
What I mean is that I would like to ask your Majesty to jointly support the School of Magic and the School of Magicians, so that the new group of magicians have the same resources as us, and let the two schools develop together.
Oh! Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but look puzzled.
Not only do you not want the magic world to be reunified, but you also want the new sect of magicians, a separatist force, to fight against you? Sometimes, unification is a blessing. For example, if the world is unified, the people will no longer suffer from war.
The old tree man replied slowly.
But sometimes, unification is also a bad thing. In fact, in our Curse Academy, not everyone is a militant faction. But the two previous demigods were the militant faction. That's why we went to war with the Tulip Empire and the new sorcerers. However, including me, there are many people in the Academy who are optimistic about the independence of the new school of magicians. When there was only one school of magic in the world of magic, many new ideas would be overwhelmed and stifled by old traditional ideas. If things continued like this, it would be difficult for the world of magic to progress. However, the new magicians are different. They break away from the traditional constraints of the Academy, and their ideas are more out of the box and unconstrained. The facts prove everything. The Tulip Empire's entire space blockade system and the latest visual teleportation array are all the result of the independence of the new school of magicians. For the magic world, forced integration and unification is not a good thing. The coexistence of the school of conjuration and the school of sorcerers is a better choice. If the Dao dynasty insists on our surrender, then I only hope that His Majesty can allocate a certain amount of funds every year to fund the two major colleges. Of course.
Li Guanqi stood up from his chair.
So, just like that, your Conjuration Academy surrenders to the Dao dynasty. As the highest Conjuration Academy, you will also receive corresponding funding allocation. But,
he looked at the old tree man and raised his lips slightly.
Do you really think I can defeat the 8 demigods and the Empress of Chu within the Great Wall? It doesn't matter.
The old tree man's eyes were unwavering.
If your Majesty loses, I will just repeat what I said today when the Empress of Chu arrives. Although the Empress was born in Deluo, as of now, she does not seem to be discrimination against conjurers. You are an interesting guy. Stay in the Academy and cultivate more scholars. Make this place less political and more academic.
Li Guanqi turned around and left. He waved his hand to tear open the crack in space and stepped into it without taking 2 steps. I have also obtained the medicinal products that speed up the healing of my soul. Let's go back to the palace and continue to retreat to recuperate. After fully recovering from his injuries, he still had to seize the time to absorb the semi-divine magician's understanding of the law. Time passes day by day. The day when the Great Wall collapsed is getting closer and closer. Netherland. In this world of purple light, in a corner, something like a heart suddenly appeared, beating slightly, with strands of blood vessels extending from the heart, as if it wanted to be reshaped into a human body. However, in the next second, the heart and blood vessels disappeared again, as if they had never appeared. The northern wilderness is the deepest part of an extremely remote underground cave. Wisps of golden light rippled out and enveloped the entire cave. The body of the demigod conjurer Lu Hong lay on the side, rotten and smelly, writhing with maggots. On the other side, the god's body no longer looks like a purple and black mummy, but has completely transformed into a little lowly with white hair and twin tails. He is lying on the ground with his eyes closed, and his body is constantly emitting a golden shimmer. Soon, the girl named Shenlong still had her eyes closed, but she opened and closed her lips and uttered a mixed male and female voice.
The day when the body snatching is completed is no longer far away. Li Guanqi. Wait for me. I will take your life myself. So, Jiaqi, is this your real purpose of sneaking into the ancestral temple? So you want to get the holy body of Lord Gu God?
In southern Xinjiang, the deepest part of the real Gu God ancestral temple, there were corpses everywhere. In this silver-white hall filled with various instruments, flashing red and green instrument lights, and filled with a sense of technology, 12 mutilated corpses were piled on the ground, with blood flowing and exuding a pungent and rich smell of blood. Apart from this, there are only 2 figures standing here. Purple-haired girl wearing black robe. Jia San. Lin Xianbai was wearing a dark green robe. However, at this time, he no longer looked as pure and elegant as before, but instead looked a little oozing, because his eyes turned into a seductive dark green, and the blood vessels on the left half of his face were bulging, making his handsome face look very scary and ferocious now. And he also held a human brain in his left hand. No, that's accurate. In other words, it's not. Take. This human brain grew directly on his hand, integrated with the skin and flesh.
The 12 bishops are all dead.
Jia San looked around, looking at the corpses everywhere with complicated eyes. Lin Xianbai looked at the purple-haired girl in silence.
So you never loved me?
Jia San smiled slightly and looked at Lin Xianbai. The reason why you accepted me in the first place was just to better integrate into Team A and achieve your ultimate goal of coming here. Right.
Lin Xianbai opened her mouth, but hesitated to speak. The words came to her lips, but she didn't know how to speak.
Okay. It's okay.
Jia San smiled and rolled his eyes, and asked softly,
Then did you succeed? That brain is the holy body of Lord Gu God. Right. What are you going to do with it? Not yet.
Lin Xianbai shook his head, then looked at the human brain on his left hand. His eyes slightly condensed.
I still have the last step, which is also the most critical step. If I succeed, I will be a god. If I fail, I will be doomed. But no matter which result, can help my friend solve a major hidden danger. What can I do for you?
Jia San looked at him seriously.
You've done enough.
Lin Xianbai looked at the purple-haired girl and said softly,
Outside the cave of the poison blade crocodile, the captain and the others had already discovered my fake identity. It was you. You took the initiative to attract the people from Team B, borrowed knives to kill people, and annihilated them all. Teams A and B. You helped me kill them and kept this secret. Thank you. Really?
As soon as these words came out, Jia San's little face turned slightly red.
Why? Why do you say it out loud? I still want to maintain the image of a good girl in front of you. It's time to face reality. Ka-san.
Lin Xianbai's expression became more serious, and he said in a deep voice,
My real name is Lin Xianbai. I am an extraordinary person from another time and space. I am not the Ren Huang you once whispered in your dream. Maybe I and that Mr. Ren look similar, but I'm not him. And it's not me you love, but him. So that's it. Jia San.
Jia San's purple pupils shrank slightly. Finally, she lowered her head and laughed at herself.
Yes, you have never loved me, and I have only regarded you as his substitute from the beginning to the end. There is no one who is right or wrong. This is just a game.
It's just mutual use. I haven't found him at all. You are not him. I have known it for a long time, but I have always lied to myself. The 12 bishops are dead, and the Gu God Ancestral Temple no longer exists from now on.
Lin Xianbai looked at the purple-haired girl and said softly,
You can give yourself a new name, or go back to the original name. You should start over for the rest of your life and continue to look for Mr. Ren.
Well, it's not a bad idea to find another lover. Also, I hope you can understand that love between men and women is not everything in life. There are still many things you can do. Things of the past are past. You and I should both be looking to the future.
The purple-haired girl didn't say anything, just smiled, put on a black hood, and turned around to leave. Lin Xianbai watched her leave. This is the difference. The story of Jia San and Jia Qi is over. But at least Lin Xianbai's story is far from over. Call. Lin Xianbai took a deep breath, then looked at the human head on his left hand with serious eyes.
It's time to begin. Seizing the body of the god. What a crazy move. Huh.
Chapter 749 Palace Level Great Perfection. The limit of mortal realm. Happy New Year to everyone. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye. 12 days passed. There is only more than a month left until the day when the Great Wall collapses. After Li Guanqi came back from the Conjuring Academy, he never left the Dacha Palace and had been in seclusion to recuperate his soul injuries. And the old tree man from the Conjuration Academy did have some tricks up his sleeve. After eating the green fruit he gave, Li Guanqi's soul recovery speed increased by at least 3 times. These 12 days of retreat have allowed him to completely recover from being killed by a ghost. Soul trauma caused by the power of law. At this moment, Li Guanqi has returned to his heyday. Then the next step is to understand the law. Pluto, pass on to me your understanding of the 9 laws, and the understanding of the laws of space. Deep in the Daw Palace, Li Guanqi sat cross-legged in the middle of an empty hall. His eyes closed. As you wish. Pluto's voice rang in his mind. But as I said before, my understanding of the 9 laws cannot reach the level of opening the Divine Palace. If you want to step into the 9 Palaces level, you still have to put your hope in the end. The core of the Demi-Divine Magician spell is revealed above. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guanqi felt a massive amount of information exploding in his mind, instantly filling every thought in his mind, causing him to fall directly into the torrent of consciousness that comprehended the law. What Pluto did was no less than an enlightenment, and even more direct. During this process, Li Guanqi's understanding of the laws of the 9 elements and the laws of space was soaring to an astonishing degree. But these insights are after all external products, and he cannot make perfect use of them in a short period of time. Because of this, as time went by, elemental power gradually manifested uncontrollably around him. First there were sparks. Then there was water mist. Or there was lightning, and so on. The energy of the 9 elemental laws was embodied all around Li Guanqi, and it became more and more intense. And finally, even in the main hall, scenes such as a sea of fire and roaring thunder were formed within it. However, this retreat is of course protected by a formation. This movement is just an unconscious leak of power, and it will not break this top-level formation. This process of enlightenment lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, Li Guanqi slowly opened his blue eyes, and the surrounding flames, water flow, lightning, wind blades, and other laws of power also dissipated. The great hall he was in, after being ravaged by the power of these laws, had completely turned into a bare secret room, without even half of the grandeur of a palace. Continue. Li Guanqi glanced around, then closed his eyes again, and began to receive the insights from the semi-divine magician. He had previously plundered the core of the spell from the demi-divine magician, but he did not immediately receive the insights into the laws contained within it. But now is the time. Boom! In an instant, majestic information exploded in Li Guanqi's mind again. This time, the law insights that emerged were far more mysterious, obscure, and massive than what Pluto had passed on to him. Pluto's main training stage is still after the god level. He practices more on his own devouring law, and his understanding of the 9 elemental laws is not very thorough. But that demigod was different. That guy's understanding of the laws of the 9 elements can be said to be far superior to that of Pluto. And in terms of reception speed, even the plundering spell can't compare to Pluto's active enlightenment. Because of this, it only took Li Guanqi 3 days to receive the enlightenment from Hades. But the time consumed to receive this understanding of the law of the magician and demigod was several times that much. It took him a full 16 days. I just received most of it. Boom! Lightning suddenly exploded behind Li Guanqi, and a circular thunder vortex slowly took shape, and the rich aura of the thunder law spread out from it. The law of Thunder Palace is open. Spiritual power, demigod level. Early stage of Dzogchen level of mantra, and 9 palaces level of mantra. Physical body, demigod level. Early stage of the spell Bagua level, and the Dzogchen level of the 9 palaces level of martial arts. Ding! The world's first 9 palace level human with different blood appears. The world's first Yodan level conjurer appears. The system's prompt sound appeared in the minds of all extraordinary people, including Li Guanqi. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, opened his blue eyes that were filled with lightning, and looked back at the Thunder Palace behind him. He didn't have much joy, and even frowned. He had not yet finished receiving all the insights from the demi-divine magician, but he had already opened the Thunder Palace. The 9 law palaces were common to each other. If you open the first one, the next 8 would be less difficult. According to this estimate, if nothing happens, after he has received them all, he should be able to open all 9 major temples. This is good news. But Li Guanqi was not very happy about this, because opening the shrine, the increase in combat power, is too little. The moment he opened the Thunder Palace, Li Guanqi felt that his physical body and spiritual power were washed away by the law of thunder and improved. But this improvement was not as huge as he imagined, and it was not even as good as him. It is much better to open a Bagua occupant when you are at the Bagua level. Li Guanqi, who entered the Jiugong level, did not feel that he was much stronger than before. At most, he was more resistant to the law of thunder. Other than that, there's not much improvement.
Why? Do you feel disappointed?
At this time, Pluto's lazy voice slowly sounded.
Just think about it, and you will know. What is the difference between Bagua level and Jiugong level? One inside and one outside.
Li Guanqi frowned slightly and thought.
Bagua level cultivation is to open one's own Bagua occupants and allow the practitioner to undergo qualitative changes. All improvements are due to the proportional improvement of one's own foundation. But this is not the case at the Jiugong level. The improvement of physical and spiritual power at the Nine Palace level does not come from oneself, but is washed away and strengthened by the power of external laws. Yes, this is the key. The Bagua acupoints originate from ourselves. So the stronger I am, the stronger the power increase I can get by opening the Bagua acupoints. There is no standard value for this. But there are 9 palace level law palaces. There is a standard value for the degree to which the law is understood and the law palace can be opened. Similarly, there is a standard value for the level of law power that the law palace opened at this stage can release to strengthen itself. For ordinary Bagua level Dzogchen practitioners, stepping into the 9 palaces level and opening the law palace will greatly enhance their abilities. Because they are 89-degree hot water. Adding another cup of 90-degree water will naturally make them hotter. But I am different. Although I was at the Bagua level before, due to various factors, my physical body and spiritual power were completely at the 9 palace level of Dzogchen. I already have 99-degree hot water. If I add a cup of 90-degree water, what will be a huge improvement?
Thinking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but shook his head.
It's because I have too much expectations for entering the Jiugong level. That metaphor is kind of lame.
Pluto's voice was lazily.
99-degree hot water, plus 90-degree hot water. The temperature will not rise but fall. But after you understand the law of thunder, your combat power will not drop. And it will be a little bit improved. It doesn't matter. Anyway, if you can make such a bad metaphor, it shows that you still understand the current situation. Under the gods, there are limits. Right?
Li Guanqi asked softly.
Certainly.
Pluto's tone suddenly sounded a little emotional.
In each of the 9 cultivation stages developed by mankind, you can far surpass the same level, or even leapfrog. You can reach the 2nd level at the 1st level, and the 3rd level at the 2nd level, but you can't achieve the 10th level at the 9th level, because the 1st and 9th levels are all mortal realms. Of course you can have 2nd level combat power at the 1st level, but no matter how you jump, you are actually in the realm of the mortal realm. But the 10th level is the realm of gods. You cannot have the power of the divine realm in the mortal realm. The reason is simple and frustrating. There is an upper limit to the power of life forms in the mortal realm. I have always been curious before. By relying on both spiritual power and physical cultivation, can you break this upper limit and have god-level combat power in the mortal realm? But now, the answer is revealed. This is something that has no solution, and is the limit of the level of life. Just like ordinary humans, no matter how much they exercise, they cannot be stronger than a blue whale. However, when ordinary human beings are added with different blood, they realize the evolution of life level and obtain a higher life limit. After training, they can easily blow up a blue whale.
However, this is only the mortal realm. The divine realm is another higher level of life that requires other things to help evolve. So, I have reached the limit of the mortal realm?
Li Guanqi looked back at the Thunder God Palace behind him. His eyes narrowed slightly.
I can sense that at the deepest part of this door, there is another world. If I can become the master of that world, I can gain with a higher level of life and a higher limit of power. Is that the realm of the old era Thunder God? Yes, that is the stage of entering the palace. From using a law to controlling a law.
Pluto said calmly.
If there is still enough origin chi, then after that, you will indeed become a higher level life with a higher upper limit of power. That is, the realm of gods, also known as the infinite level. And what you said is not entirely correct. You are indeed approaching the limit of the mortal realm. But just getting close. You're not quite there yet. But it doesn't matter. I estimate that when you open the remaining 8 law palaces, you will almost reach the true limit of the mortal realm. So stop chatting. Seize the time to continue to receive the enlightenment of the law, and try to open the other 8 law palaces in one go. If the enlightenment is not enough in the end, you still have time to find a few Geogon-level conjurers to kill and plunder. Enlightenment? Where's Luo Di?
Li Guanqi asked again.
In your eyes, has that man reached the limit of the mortal realm? Certainly,
Pluto said solemnly.
However, instead of caring about this, you might as well think about that devil.
What? Li Guanqi frowned slightly.
What I discuss with you all has a foundation, and that is the cultivation system from the 1 yuan level to the 9 palaces level. This is the entire basis for our discussion of the mortal realm and the divine realm.
There was a bit of solemnity in Pluto's voice.
However, this cultivation system only appeared and was perfected in the old era. But according to the devil, the origin of her bloodline was in the mythical era, earlier than the new era, and earlier than the old era. Early, an unknown prehistoric era that is hundreds of millions of years earlier than the 21st century. Who knows whether she is in the mortal realm or the divine realm now?
Li Guanqi was silent. There was no news within the Great Wall that the Empress of Chu was killing people, so it was obvious that she was not collecting origin chi. But the question is, if this ancient demon wants to become a god, does he really need origin chi? He knew exactly what Pluto was worried about. Pluto is worried. What if this ancient demon who has awakened his bloodline memory does not practice the 9 palaces system at all? What if she has other ways to become a god, and can become a god without source energy at all? What if she was actually a god-level being? But Li Guanqi is not worried about this. He had gone to Guyun Mountain to get Zhou Qingfeng's research, and he had the method to kill the second personality. He also accepted the devil's kiss at that turning point of fate. He could obviously avoid it at the time, but he didn't. This was actually acceptance. He has already completed these 2 steps. Therefore, according to the future seen by the heart of time and space, what will happen next is that Qianlan and Tianshan will be solved and the senior sister will return to normal. This is the rough development. However, Li Guanqi learned more specific content from Zhou Changfeng. The second personality can only be completely killed if it is voluntary. Otherwise, even if it can be killed, it will be resurrected again in 10 years. Could that demon really be willing to be killed by him and return his body to his senior sister? Or is it not
thorough
at all? The future that the heart of time and space sees is just a temporarily recovered senior sister? Li Guanqi couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand the future that the heart of time and space saw. But everything is done, and all he can do now is practice hard and wait for that day to come. And that day is no longer far away. There is even less than a month left.
Call.
Li Guanqi took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to surround himself with the power of the remaining 8 laws.
There is still a small part of the semi-divine magician's understanding of the law that he has not yet finished. Keep practicing. The Empress of Chu is not the end. After Qianlan's affairs with the gods and the Empress of Chu were over, he still had things to resolve. For example, the missing human emperor's consciousness. Another example is that Xiao Li Guanqi, who didn't know whether he was really dead or might be resurrected, had an inexplicable intuition every time he went in and out of the nether realm. This intuition told him that Xiao was not dead yet, but he found nothing in the nether realm. In addition, what is more important is the God of the future, who is the beginning of everything. Will he come to put an end to everything with his own hands and confess the truth after Li Guanqi truly dominates the world? That's the real end. And that day is also very close. Time passed by slowly. Li Guanqi has rarely retreated since he began to practice. However, practicing in retreat is often the fastest way to kill time. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. The Law Palace behind Li Guanqi has also changed from the original Thunder Palace to 8, namely the Law Palace of Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, Thunder and Light, of the 5 elements and 4 symbols, and the 9 principles of the palace. He now only has the last principle of darkness left.
Boom!
Suddenly, Li Guanqi suddenly opened his eyes, and black light flashed in his eyes. In the 8 great divine palaces behind him, a black vortex slowly emerged, exuding a pure dark aura. The 9th Law Palace, the Dark Palace, spiritual power, demigod level, 9th Palace level great perfection of curse, physical body, demigod level, 9th Palace level of martial arts, great perfection. At this point, Li Guanqi finally reached this realm and reached the top of the cultivation system. He also reached the limit of the mortal realm. The next step would be the realm of gods. Li Guanqi looked back at the 9 sacred palaces behind him. and then called up the extraordinary ranking list to see the situation of Dao Zhonglin and Qianlan. Extraordinary ranking list. 1. King. The pinnacle of all living beings. Level, demigod. 2. Tao follows nature. Under one person. Level, LV85. 3. Fist and ask the sky. Third in the world. Level, LV76.
Nothing has changed at all.
Li Guanqi looked at the levels of Taoist Lin and Qianlan and narrowed his eyes. The levels of these two people have not changed for a long time. For ordinary cultivators, at this level, it is normal for them to not make any progress in their cultivation for several consecutive years. But for Taoist Lin and Qianlan, this is definitely not normal.
If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. But I have no clue, so I can only stop it with troops.
Li Guanqi waved his hand and dismissed the ranking list display.
How long has it been since then? It's only been a few days since the Great Wall collapsed.
With a thought in his mind, the 9 sacred palaces behind him disappeared, and then he took steps toward the exit of the hall. Li Guanqi waved his right hand, and the vermilion door of the hall slowly opened. It was late at night outside, and the bright silver-white moon hung high in the sky.
See, Your Majesty?
The 2 guards guarding outside the hall immediately bowed their heads and saluted.
Any news?
Li Guanqi looked at the 2 people and said softly,
Taoism. Of course. Lin Xianbai's. And the Great Wall. Or other things?
He doesn't need any guards at all. Since these 2 people are standing here, they must be waiting for him to come out to deliver the message.
Reporting to Your Majesty. I don't know.
One of the guards handed out a gilded book with both hands.
3 days ago, Lin Shiga's old subordinates were guarding this place. They only gave instructions that this memorial will be handed over to you after Your Majesty comes out.
Li Guanqi took it immediately. When you spread it out, you can see that there are no formulaic written terms on it. But it is very simple and direct.
There has been a change in the Great Wall of Heaven. Now there is no blocking effect on spiritual power. Although the space blockade effect is still there.
According to our speculation, at most 8 to 10 days, the Great Wall will collapse due to overload. By then, the Empress of Chu and the 8 most demigods will no longer be bound.
Lin Shifu Zhu.
I understand.
Li Guanqi returned the memorial to the guard, and then moved away quietly like the evening breeze. Apart from the imminent collapse of the Great Wall, Li Guanqi had almost nothing worth reporting during his 1-month retreat. There is still no news from Taoist Lin. Qianlan and Tianshan still showed no signs of showing up. Semi-god level conjurer Lu Hong didn't show up either, so he was probably gone. The Empress of Dachu was also very quiet, and lived in seclusion in the palace of Dachu. In the past few days, after Li Guanqi came out of quarantine, he spent all his time with little Ling Shuang, traveling around the world with this little girl. Until 5 days later, the Great Wall collapsed. The Empress of Chu sent a letter of challenge, asking Li Guanqi to fight her in the depths of the sea in the East Islands. It would not only determine life and death, but also determine the fate of the country.
Chapter 741. The East China Sea invites a battle and kills the 8 pillars alone. Boom. In the gloomy rainy night, the magnificent Great Wall that stretched for thousands of miles, but still could not see the interrupted with golden light. Cracks continued to appear on the surface, and finally exploded completely, with countless fragments collapsing and scattering. This dead artifact called the Great Wall of Heaven finally collapsed completely after being overloaded for a year and became history. After it collapses, the original space blocking effect no longer exists, and there is no longer any power to prevent people from outside from entering and people from inside from coming out. Almost at the same time, many Daluo people seem to have something unknown in their hearts, which also dissipated with the collapse of the Great Wall of Heaven. At the same time, a question that few Daluo people would think of began to spring up like mushrooms after a spring rain, appearing frequently in the minds of Daluo people one after another. Do we have to discriminate against magicians? Do we have to reject spells? Many of the spells used by conjurers seem to be very convenient and practical. Although this question is only fleeting in the minds of many Daluo people, without the influence of the Great Wall of Heaven, more and more Daluo people will begin to think deeply about this issue, until they finally discover that it is obviously very simple. Answer. The Great Wall of Heaven no longer exists. But the shackles that the first emperor put on the minds of countless Luo people in later generations will also be released. A new era is coming.
Your Majesty. No.
In the imperial palace of Dao Emperor, many officials gathered together to jointly admonish Emperor Wu.
Just after the Great Wall collapsed, the Empress of Chu sent a letter of defense. This is obviously enough.
Before Lin Chiga finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Guanqi, who was sitting on the throne. At this moment, he was not wearing an imperial crown or imperial robe. He only had white hair scattered down his back and was dressed in black. But even so, his words were enough to make all the officials present tremble with fear. The ice blue eyes made people dare not look directly into them. Li Guanqi looked down at the officials present with calm eyes. No one in this world is omnipotent. Human beings need to live in groups because they need division of labor. Some people do this and some do that. In governing the country, someone needs to be responsible for planning the general policy of governing the country. And someone needs to be responsible for actually implementing these policies into specific states, counties, cities, towns, and villages. Each step here requires a different division of labor. For these matters, Li Guanqi needs to rely on his ministers. But correspondingly, the ministers also had to rely on him for things. Because there were some things that only he could do, and he had to do them.
Things must come to an end.
Li Guanqi stood up from the throne, looked at the ministers present, and said calmly,
Just today, everyone, just today, I promise you that the results of my trip will definitely satisfy you, and the world will be unified.
Time, just before the sun sets over the Eastern Ocean.
The heart of time and space saw the future. He has already gone to Goyun Mountain to get the method to kill the demon personality, and also accepted the twist of fate of the Devil's Kiss. According to the future seen by the heart of time and space, these ministers of the Da dynasty will definitely be satisfied with the result, because the troubles of Dachu will be solved. But Li Guanqi was not happy, because he was not sure whether the final result would satisfy him personally. The heart of time and space could see the future outcome, but not the process, which was what worried him.
No need to see you off. I will be back soon,
Li Guanqi said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared instantly, leaving only the ministers in the palace worried. The sun is high in the sky, shining brightly on the sea, and countless seagulls are soaring under the white clouds. This is the depth of the Oriental Islands.
And some people call this place the extreme region of the East China Sea. Li Guanqi's black-clad figure slowly appeared here, walking on the sea. Wherever he passed, the waves calmed down, and the sea within a radius of thousands of miles was as calm as a bright mirror.
Emperor Wu, to be honest, I didn't expect you to actually come.
Suddenly, a man's voice sounded. This voice was not unfamiliar. Li Guanqi recognized it. Wei Guzhu. Wei Tianhe. Buzz. Not long after the sound sounded, within a kilometer radius of Li Guanqi, 8 spatial fluctuations appeared one after another. The 8 were tall, short, fat and thin, with different body shapes. The figures of both men and women immediately appeared. They have different body shapes, different appearances, and different clothes. But the only thing they have in common is that their eyes are blood red. And the powerful pressure exuded from them is far beyond the ordinary 9 palace-leveled Dzogchen. The 8 pillars of the 8 kingdoms. The 8 demigods. Li Guanqi looked at the leader, Wei Tianhe, with an expressionless face and said nothing.
Why?
Wei Tianhe looked puzzled and continued to ask.
Although this place belongs to Da, you can also mobilize the power of the national movement here. But in any case, the most efficient way to mobilize the power of the national movement is in the capital of Emperor Da. Right. If I were you, I would stay at the base camp of the imperial capital instead of accepting the invitation after the Empress issued a letter of challenge. This does not seem to be a good choice. None of your ministers will stop you. The Empress wants you to surround and kill me.
Li Guanqi did not answer the question of the demigod Gushu, but asked calmly.
I'm looking forward to you giving me closure.
Wei Tianhe nodded lightly, and took out 2 black giant swords from the space necklace.
As you and I said when we first met, the control of the devil's power makes it impossible for me to resist. So I will definitely try to kill you with all my strength. But I hope you can know that in my heart, I am very much looking forward to you killing me. And if you do, I will thank you from the bottom of my heart. So are we.
The other 7 national pillars also responded. But what he said was true. After these people took out their weapons one after another, the coercion and killing intent exuded from their bodies were not false at all. In fact, none of it is fake. They really expected Li Guanqi to kill them, and give them the freedom to die freely. However, the demonic power exerted by the Empress of Chu on them made them unable to control their actions while maintaining their own thoughts. They could not even deliberately expose their flaws in battle and be killed. The 8 kingdoms pillars all want to die, but they can't.
She issued a challenge and invited me to fight. But she asked you 8 to take the lead.
Li Guanqi looked around at the 8 pillars of the country and said calmly,
Why? I can't figure it out. Could it be that she wants to use you to weaken my strength? I don't think she is so unconfident. Or she is too conceited and thinks she can't fight after defeating 8 of you. I am not even qualified to fight with her.
Having said that, Li Guanqi actually knew very well that it was neither of these two possibilities. These 8 pillars were wooden stakes, deliberately given to him by the Empress of Chu for training. Lin Miyu, the female demigod of the Dark Brotherhood, said before that this era is different from Luodi's era. Luodi killed so many demigods that he had no demigods to practice with. After Li Guanqi killed Lin Miyu, his cultivation level improved again, but he had no opponent to verify his combat power. To this day, his control of his own power is still not perfect, because he simply does not have enough demigod-level opponents to help him practice. But what now? The Empress of Chu took the initiative to send the 8 Kingdoms pillar. That woman deliberately gave these 8 demigods to Li Guanqi to practice. What on earth was she thinking?
The master can pry into the slave's thoughts, but the slave cannot guess the master's thoughts.
Wei Tianhe held a big sword in his left and right hands and looked at Li Guanqi with a smile.
That's it. It's time to start. Emperor Wu. Huh? Emperor Wu. The reign name of the previous Emperor Daluo was Shenwu, and everyone called him Shenwu. Emperor Wu. He is the nightmare of our 8 Kingdoms pillars. Every time I call you Emperor Wu, it reminds me of that terrible man. I hope you can be as terrible as him. Boom!
As soon as he finished speaking, these 8 demigods burst out, and 8 sonic booms exploded over the sea. Li Guanqi looked calm from beginning to end. In an instant, his fluttering white hair turned purple, and his pair of sapphire-like pupils also turned into a coquettish deep purple, flashing with spiritual light. 9 vortexes of different colors emerged behind him, exuding a mysterious and inexplicable aura. The breath of law. In the secluded state, the 9 sacred palaces are open. Buzz! Li Guanqi spread out his 3-headed and 6-armed body, with each of the 6 hands holding different hand seals. In the 9 sacred palaces behind him, the power of laws continued to erupt, intertwining and merging with each other. Using the power of laws as the energy source of the spell, he performed a powerful spell. The laws of metal, wood, and earth merged with each other, and a spell shield was cast to protect him firmly. The 8 Kingdoms pillar headed by Wei Tianhe was unable to break through the defense for a while, and could only explode with a sound on the surface of the shield. Sonorous
sound! Sparks bursting out. The 2 laws of gold and earth are intertwined to provide the shield with defensive properties, and Li Guanqi also uses the endless characteristics of the law of wood to provide the shield with an astonishing recovery speed. As long as the 8 Kingdoms pillar fails to break the shield with one blow, the shield will be restored in an instant. However, Li Guanqi doesn't just know how to defend. Boom! Li Guanqi used the heart hand talent to turn the shield spell into a mental cast, then made hand seals with 6 hands and began to cast offensive spells, mobilizing the power of the law of water, causing turbulent waves to rise in the sea of thousands of miles. Towards the 8 Kingdoms pillar shooted hard. At the same time, the sky and the earth changed color. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Thunder roared, and the wind continued. The law of wind and thunder. Rumble. Purple thunder turned into thunder dragons one after another, and giant eagles formed by countless strong winds swooped down and attacked towards the 8 Kingdoms pillar. There were even bolides falling from the sky on the way. The power of the 9 elemental laws, under the spell cast by Li Guanqi's 6 arms, seemed particularly terrifying, as if the real power of heaven and earth was sweeping across the sky. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light and darkness. These 9 laws of power of the 5 elements and 4 symbols. As Li Guanqi used it more and more, he became more and more proficient in controlling the power of these laws. And they were all at the semi-god level. The 8 Kingdoms pillars are finding it increasingly difficult to resist. At first, Baguza was able to resist the spell attack and at the same time attack Li Guanqi's shield, trying to break through the defense. But as time went by, the 8 Kingdoms pillars, not to mention attacking Li Guanqi's shield, even found it difficult to protect themselves, and they became more and more confused. This is a 1 versus 8 showdown. But for conjurers, what they are least afraid of is having fewer enemies against more. At this time, Li Guanqi used a completely different fighting method from before. He temporarily gave up fighting at close quarters. After all, 1 against 8. The 8 Kingdoms pillars, who had lived for hundreds of years and experienced countless battles, were not in a close fight with these 8 demigod-level warriors of different blood. A sane and good choice. So he chose to attack with spells. At this time, Li Guanqi looked like a pure magician. You stay where you are, using defensive spells to protect yourself, and attack spells to kill powerful enemies. Li Guanqi now possesses semi-god level spiritual power. He has opened the 9 divine palaces, as well as the star skills status increase, the spiritual power intensity increase in the netherworld state, and the Wu dynasty's national fortune. Even if it is purely through spells, it is completely can kill the 8 pillars. All he needs is a little time to become thoroughly familiar with semi-god level spells. At this time, Li Guanqi seemed to be fighting against the 8 kingdoms pillars. But in fact, there was another person in his mind. The female speaker of the Violet Council. The strongest combat demigod level spellcaster ever. Li Guanqi had never fought against her. But Luodi has. The scene of Luodi's battle with that woman was constantly being replayed in Li Guanqi's mind. His use of spiritual power, law power, and spells was constantly getting closer to the strongest spellcaster. This was of course the use of the ability of the plunder spell. The plundering technique allows Li Guanqi to learn the enemy's combat experience. Not just face-to-face enemies, but also enemies that exist in his memory. Time. Li Guanqi only needs a little time. After he completes his studies, it will be the end of the 8 kingdoms pillar. Do you really want to kill him? In a certain sea area, on an isolated island, the Empress of Chu wore a golden imperial robe and stood barefoot on the edge of the beach. When the waves came, the seawater would cover her white ankles. She looked at the sea in the distance, with a slight smile on her beautiful face. However, Wang Yanqing's face reflected in the sea below her was full of anxiety, which was in sharp contrast to her expression. Do you want to kill him? Guess? The Empress lowered her eyes, glanced at Wang Yanqing in the reflection of the sea with her blood-red eyes, and said with a chuckle, I want to conquer the world, gather all the national destiny of the world, and then use demon blood to pollute the national destiny of the world, so that every life on this planet has become a slave to the demon's blood, completely enslaving this planet to avenge our ancestors who were slaughtered. You said, I want to do this. Will Li Guanqi stop me? Of course he will. So tell me, should I deal with him? Who is destined to be an enemy? That day at Guyun Mountain, you didn't have this attitude towards him at all. Wang Yanqing, reflected in the sea, frowned. Li Guanqi and his artifacts all suspect that I, the devil, am acting. Don't you? The Empress said calmly. After all, thanks to you, I have already achieved independence. You can't even detect my true thoughts. Can you? I do not understand. Wang Yanqing sighed deeply. Both you and I only have a few months left to live. Is there really any point in doing these things? Revenge for our ancestors. Hundreds of millions of years have passed. And now the creatures on this planet are the product of generations of fusion and hybridization. And the real enemies of our ancestors are no longer on this planet. You pushed all the influence of the demon blood onto me. So naturally you can't feel their roars and roars. The Empress raised her right hand expressionlessly, stretched out her index finger, and lightly tapped her head with her sharp red nails. But what about me? I can hear them every moment. Every minute. Their voices are reminding me and urging me. Wang Yanqing, what do you know? As soon as he said this, Wang Yanqing fell silent. After a while, he lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. I know it was my selfishness that created you. All right. The Empress turned around and walked towards the center of the island. It doesn't make any sense to say this now. As you said, we only have a few months left to live. It doesn't matter if we die early or later. It's just a few months difference. Wang Yanqing. Both it's over. Today? Huh? What do you mean? Guy Yunshin Zhou Chengfeng. His method of erasing personality does not actually distinguish between the main personality and the second personality. It is not a method of erasing the second personality. It is just a method of erasing personality. Nothing more. It's just that I can kill the second personality. And I can also kill the main personality. Thank you for liberating us. Emperor Wu. Wei Tianhe would like to express his gratitude and go down to apologize to my son Dan Qing. You're welcome. If you can really see Wei Mo, tell him for me. He asked me to see the infinite scenery. And I will. Boom. Over the blood-red sea, Li Guanqi, dressed in black and with flying purple hair, waved his right hand gently. 100 meters away, Wei Guozhu, who was tightly bound by the 9-color law chain, exploded and turned into a blood mist. Body and soul collapsed at the same time. Wei Tianhe, Wei Guozhu, died. And this national pillar was the last one to die among the 8 national pillars. Long before Wei Tianhe had died, the other 7 national pillars had been successively killed by Li Guanqi using spells. With Li Guanqi's current strength, it is not too difficult to kill the 8 semi-god level pillars with 1 against 8. But the significance of this battle is extraordinary. Through the battle with these 8 demigods, Li Guanqi has reached a higher level in the use of the 9 laws of the palace and the demigod level spells. Although it is not as good as the former Violet female speaker, it can be said that it is not far behind. These are all gifts from the Empress of Chu. Otherwise Li Guanqi would not have such an opportunity to practice his skills.
Wei Tianhe wants to thank you. But what about you? Do you want to come and thank me?
A slightly teasing female voice sounded quietly from a distance. Li Guanqi turned around and looked. His purple eyes filled with solemnity. In the blue sky, there was a beautiful woman wearing a golden imperial robe, standing barefoot, with 3,000 blue hairs fluttering in the wind. The Empress of Chu, the devilish personality of Wang Yanqing. At this time, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she looked down at Li Guanqi with interest with her beautiful blood-red eyes.
Come on, junior brother. The 8 plates of appetizers are finished. It's time for the last plate of dinner. The protagonist of this battle in the East China Sea should be you and me.
Right? Chapter 742, The Empress Plan.
Chunlan
appears.
I never thought I would fight against my senior sister.
Li Guanqi stepped on the sea, and ripples continued to form under his body. He looked up at the Empress of Chu, and with complicated eyes took out the 5 artifacts of swords, guns, swords and halberds, and the mountain axe.
Didn't you always say that I am not your senior sister at all?
Hearing this, the Empress couldn't help but curl her lips slightly and joke with a smile.
But you share a body with her after all.
Li Guanqi's purple eyes glowed slightly, and he began to use spells to increase his power. Facing an existence like the Empress, simply using spells or physical strength is seeking death. Only by combining the two can there be hope of victory. But he doesn't understand that the future seen by the Heart of Time and Space is clearly not like this. Could it be that the future that the Heart of Time and Space saw had to wait until he and the Empress decided the winner? And what about Chunlan and Tianshan? Could it be that these 2 people would take advantage of the fierce fight between him and the Empress to suddenly come out to attack? If this is the case, it means that the gods have not fully recovered their god-level power. Otherwise, the power of the gods can overwhelm everything. Li Guanqi didn't know any of these things. It's not that he never thought about simulation before he came here, but the only 2 simulation opportunities left made it difficult for him to make up his mind. After all, according to the future that the Heart of Time and Space had seen before, Senior Sister will definitely recover, and Chunlan and Tianshan will definitely be solved. This is already a perfect ending, but the process is unclear. In this case, it is indeed a
waste,
in a sense, to have to simulate the process. If Li Guanqi had nothing else to worry about, maybe he could use a simulation opportunity to see the process. But the problem is that it is still uncertain whether Ying Xiao is dead or alive. The missing human emperor's consciousness is also a huge hidden danger. The true purpose of the future god has yet to be confirmed. Faced with these hidden dangers, Li Guanqi really does not dare to waste the only 2 simulations. Machine.
Hey, you're watching a game of chess, facing an enemy in battle, and you're actually distracted?
Suddenly, the Empress figure flashed, and she disappeared in an instant. The next moment, her charming voice sounded in Li Guanqi's ears. Her breath was like blue, and her gentle breath made the earlobes tingle. Boom! The moment the sound appeared, Li Guanqi frantically activated the spiritual power in his body, mobilizing the power of the 3 laws of metal, earth, and wood to condense the spell shield. However, the 8 kingdoms pillars worked together to besiege the shield for a long time, and were unable to do anything. At this time, the Empress of Dacha kicked it violently and exploded it, causing the light to scatter in all directions. Boom! The moment the shield shattered, Li Guanqi felt a heavy blow to his lower back, as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. He flew backwards for thousands of meters in an instant, causing a tsunami on the sea and crashing into the bottom of the sea, deep among the rocks. A force so powerful that it is almost impossible to resist. The sea water was filled with scarlet red.
Gulyalu.
Bubbles appeared on the reef at the bottom of the sea, and Li Guanqi climbed out of it. Most of his waist was kicked to pieces, and the bones were clearly visible. Blood continued to flow from the wound. There was also a strange black-red light flow there, which inhibited Li Guanqi's regeneration ability, causing him to be unable to do so until now. Heals lower back injuries. Buzz? Li Guanqi glanced at the flow of black and red light, then made a seal with one hand, and his whole body burst into white, gold, and green light. The Law of Light. The Law of Wood. Demigod-level spell purification. This ray of light rippled out, dispelling the black and red light from his waist. And then his lower back that had been kicked to pieces instantly healed as before. And the black clothes made of the Ares' divine armor on his body also automatically recovered. It's not that I value the past over the present, but that your Jiogong-level cultivation system is too young. In just 30,000 years of development, it is impossible to explore the true meaning of power and cannot fully reach the true limit of the current life level. The figure of the Empress, dressed in golden imperial robes, quietly appeared on the bottom of the sea, walking towards Li Guanqi step by step, but her voice sounded from all directions in the sea. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared again. Li Guanqi spread out his soul power to scan the sea area within 10,000 miles, but found no trace of the opponent. But some of you can break away from the constraints of this cultivation system and truly reach the limit of the mortal life level, such as the one named Yingxian. And you now. The Empress's voice sounded in Li Guanqi's ears again, her breath warm. Boom! Li Guanqi's 6 arms were spread out, and his swords, spears, swords and halberds were crossed behind him, and the huge axe of the mountain god's axe was blocked at the outermost edge. However, when faced with a kick from the Empress's bare feet, all 5 of these artifacts collapsed in an instant, turned into countless fragments and scattered on the seabed. The artifact shattered. All 5 of your little toys are broken. Suddenly, the Empress appeared in front of Li Guanqi, with a smile on her face. Her right hand with 5 hook-like fingers reached out, and as fast as lightning, she grabbed Li Guanqi by the throat and lifted him up with his feet dangling in the air. At the same time, Li Guanqi's body was once again enveloped by the black-red light stream, making him unable to lift any strength, and he suddenly lost all resistance. Lost? Is this a loss? Being crushed? How can it be? Even if Emperor Lu is resurrected, Li Guanqi is now confident that he can fight with him. But now, he is so vulnerable to the Empress of Chu? You? Unable to accept this reality, Li Guanqi's pupils shrank suddenly. He looked at the Empress, who was so close, and looked at her blood-red pupils with disbelief in his eyes. How can it be? You have reached the limit of mortal life. Guanqi. The Empress pinched Li Guanqi's neck with her right hand, and in the slender jade fingers of her left hand, she twisted an ice flake, which was the fragment of the snow gun. Her red lips opened slightly, as if eating a snack. She put the artifact fragment into her mouth, chewed it gently, and swallowed it. But I am not a mortal being. The Empress of Chu raised her lips slightly and looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. I am an ancient demon who has completely returned to my ancestors by bloodline. I belong to the godlike life. The power I can obtain is far higher than your upper limit. This is the gap between species. Ants cannot be stronger than elephants. And you cannot be stronger than me. Guanqi. This is a helpless and desperate gap. If you lose, you will be unable to fight back. Lost? That's the truth. No. This is an illusion. Li Guanqi looked at the other party. The disbelief on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by calmness. Buzz? He closed his eyes and opened a 9-color golden Yinglong eye between his eyebrows. Yinglong pupil merged with the eye of delirium. This is nothing but a false illusion. Li Guanqi opened his purple eyes and roared angrily at the Empress of Chu in front of him. The 9-color Yinglong pupils between his eyebrows burst out with dazzling golden light, covering the world for thousands of miles. The next moment, cracks appeared in the ocean and sky, shattering like a mirror that fell to the ground. You demons only know how to attack the mind with illusions and enslavement, and you are not good at head-to-head confrontation at all. Above the sea, Li Guanqi suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the Empress of Chu standing in front of her with her eyes closed. She stretched out her 6 arms and waved the magic weapon. The sword, spear, sword, halberd, and mountain axe in his hand were intact. Is there any sign of being destroyed? All these things just now were just the illusions of this ancient demon. Clang, 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 clang. After Li Guanqi opened his eyes, the Empress of Chu also opened her eyes shortly afterwards, her face slightly pale, and then 2 bloody spears appeared in her hands. She used her 2 spears to fight against Li Guanqi's offensive. Bursts of sparks and sonorous sounds. Sounds exploded on the sea one after another. In the blink of an eye, the two attacked each other hundreds of times, and the aftermath of the battle exploded one after another, causing the sea area to shake again and again, and the waves roared. In the process, Li Guanqi became more and more courageous as he fought, with the increase of many buffs such as the Blessing of National Luck and the Blessing of Spells. The 5 artifacts burst out with unimaginable power in his hands, and he broke through the illusion and came out. I feel my ears and eyes are clear and my soul is clear. But it's different on the other side. After the illusion cast by the Empress of Chu on Li Guanqi was broken, her face looked a little pale, and there were even a few drops of cold sweat on her forehead. Illusion seems to be able to kill people invisible, but once it fails, it often means backlash. At this time, the Empress of Dachu was obviously in a state of backlash. Under Li Guanqi's violent offensive, she showed a bit of fatigue and was about to be defeated. Boom! Li Guanqi roared angrily and swung the Qin Xian sword heavily. The extremely sharp blade and his huge strength directly cut the 2 blood-red spears in the hands of the Empress into 4 pieces. Then he waved the mountain god axe with both hands, splitting the Huashan mountain with force, from top to bottom, directly along the Tianling Gai, splitting the entire body of the Empress into 2 halves. Blood spurted out, and the hot scarlet blood was mixed with numerous. The small black tentacles sprayed out, turning Li Guanqi into a bloody man. However, the cross-section of the Empress' body made Li Guanqi's heart skip a beat. That's not what humans are made of at all. Inside the body that he split open, there were no bones, no blood vessels, no stomach, no intestines, no lungs, no kidneys, no liver, no heart, nothing at all. All the body tissues that humans possess are not found in the body of the Empress. What's inside is just masses of twisted black tentacles and scarlet liquid. Thump! The Empress' body, split in half by Li Guanqi, fell into the sea, but she quickly came up again, floating on the sea, rising and falling with the waves, showing no signs of self-healing, and her breath was extremely weak. Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated, and with a thought, the gravity spell spread out, lifting the 2 bodies from the sea and suspending them in midair. Yeah, I lost. The 2 bodies of the Empress spoke at the same time, with a gentle smile on her face. But this scene was extremely weird. Your body. Li Guanqi was 100 meters away from her, looking at the black tentacles and blood-red liquid in the cross-section of her body. Hesitantly asked, "What are those?" When the Empress heard this, the smile on her face became even brighter. What else could it be? The body organs of demons? You think our body composition is strange. And we also think it's weird that a lot of things are crowded together in your human body. Li Guanqi looked down at his 6 hands, and then looked at the Empress, who was split in half by his axe. He looked hesitant for a moment. Is this the end? Did I win? Demons are not different-blooded humans, and they don't have the perverted regeneration abilities like you. The Empress smiled slightly. It's over. Watch the chess game. Yes, this is the end. I didn't lie to you in the illusion. I am indeed a divine being, and I do have a higher limit of power than you. But the problem is that the resources of this era cannot allow me to reach that level. The power I have gained now is not much different from yours. But you have the national destiny of the Wu dynasty. And I have nothing. Even the national destiny of Dalyu is implicated by you and cannot be used. In this case, failure is considered normal. Not it's embarrassing. If I was really sure that I could defeat you, why would I risk casting illusions on you before the war started? Li Guanqi frowned. This sounded somewhat reasonable, but he always felt something was wrong. Buzz? The next moment, the 9-color Yinglong pupils at the center of Li Guanqi's eyebrows emitted golden light, and his delusion-breaking power was activated to the extreme. But the result was that he found no signs of illusion. Puff! Seeing this scene, both parts of the Empress laughed out loud. Her smiling eyes curled up. Do you still think you are in an illusion? If the 2 parts of her body could be put together, and she could smile, her smile would be very sweet. Unfortunately, the 2 parts of her body each occupy half of her face, and now she only looks scary and weird. It's been going on for so long. It turns out that the so-called Empress of Chu is nothing more than that. Suddenly, an indifferent voice that sounded like a man, a woman, or a mixture of male and female voices sounded from the horizon. Li Guanqi's complexion suddenly changed slightly, and he quickly followed the sound. Above the sea of clouds, I saw a petite figure with its feet on the clouds.
standing with hands behind its back. The little girl had snow-like white hair tied into twin tails. Her upper body was bare. Her flat chest and abdomen were covered with bud-like golden runes that were still flashing. And her lower body was wearing a blue dress. At the hem of the skirt, there is a golden sword energy lingering on the side of the body, exuding the aura of mysterious and ancient laws. Her golden eyes looked like gods, carrying the majesty of the old era. The god who controls the law of swords. Extremely dangerous. The gods come to the world.
Chunlan?
After Li Guanqi saw the white-haired girl, he quickly called up the system's extraordinary rankings. But after seeing the list above, he had a complicated look on his face. Extraordinary ranking list. 1. King. The summit of all living beings. Level, demigod. 2. Tao follows nature. Under 1 person. Level, LV85. 3. Atom. Third in the world. Level, LV75. For Angel King, LV74. 5. The breeze is casual, LV73. Gone. I don't know since when.
This asking the sky,
who was originally ranked 3rd, has disappeared and was replaced by Atom. Li Guanqi glanced at the remaining 1,000 people and didn't even see Chunlan. This can pretty much only mean one thing. According to the system's judgment, the girl named Chunlan is dead. In other words, the person who appeared in front of him in the form of Chunlan at this time should be
God of the Prairie.
Li Guanqi looked at the white-haired girl above the clouds, his eyes slightly focused.
Or should I call you the sword god of the old age? Gao Yulo? I would rather you call me Gao Lan.
The white-haired girl put her hands behind her back, her golden eyes showing no emotion.
After
receiving this reply, Li Guanqi couldn't help but look surprised. Gao Yulo. Chunlan. Gao Lan. What the H.L.?
She is neither the bold body snatcher nor the original deity.
At this time, the two bodies of the Empress stood up and merged with each other again. They recovered as before. There was no trace of being cut in half. And their aura was also perfect. And they were in their prime. It was obvious that the state just now was all fake.
You?
Li Guanqi was not surprised when he saw the scene. He just frowned slightly and said,
I knew you were lying to me again. What? Are you angry?
The Empress touched the sea surface with her bare feet, floated to Li Guanqi's side, tilted her head and smiled. Her eyes bent into crescent moons. She looks like a royal sister, with a lively and girlish look on her face. But it is not out of the ordinary. Instead, she has a sense of security, as if she is encountering the warm sunshine in winter. Li Guanqi didn't know what to say for a while, so he just shook his head slightly. He didn't know why. He didn't know if it was his own fault, or whether the Empress was subtly using the devil's trick of bewitching people's hearts on him. But he had to admit that he actually no longer had much murderous intention towards this devil personality. Faced with this change, he didn't know what to do, and he felt even more confused about the next development of things.
I understand.
At this time, the white-haired girl above the clouds looked at the Empress with no expression on her face, and said indifferently in a mechanical tone with no fluctuations.
You lied to him. And you also lied to me. You know that I want to kill him. And you also know that if you can't kill him, I will take action myself. So you deliberately show weakness to the enemy and pretend to be defeated, just to lure me out. And you want to help him kill me. I want to kill you, but not to help him.
The Empress looked at the girl from a distance, and chuckled with complicated eyes.
I just want to make a settlement for myself. Little sister, do you know that I am actually similar to you? And we are both existences that should not appear in this world.
Chapter 743. The prophecy of the mural comes true. The death of the Empress.
Can't understand.
The white-haired girl remained expressionless.
What's the meaning?
Li Guanqi looked at the Empress suspiciously. He couldn't understand either.
Do you know the lunatic who tried to seize the god's body?
The Empress looked at Li Guanqi and said softly,
I just heard you call her Chunlan. The spirit that seizes the body?
Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly.
I only know that there is a guy named Chunlan who assisted a god's consciousness to steal a reshaped god's body. She is not assisting.
The Empress shook her head slightly and said seriously,
She is plotting against the gods. The reason why she assisted the gods to steal the body is just for herself. She wants to seize the gods, including the soul and the body.
Li Guanqi was completely speechless. Chunlan, the female warrior who had a chance encounter with him, actually had such a grand goal?
She succeeded initially, but failed at the last moment.
The white-haired girl above the clouds said expressionlessly.
When she was about to succeed, She was completely distracted by Gao Yulo's understanding of the law of swords. The human heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant.
The Empress glanced at the girl and said,
If Qinlan only wanted a divine body, then she would be the one standing here talking to me at this moment. But she was too greedy. Taking away the divine body was not enough. She even wanted to take away the body. God-level understanding of the law.
Stupid. It was not enough. Although she failed, her original divine consciousness was completely destroyed because of her, and she failed to be resurrected successfully. In other words, she completed a true killing of gods as a mortal. After the god killing was over, Qinlan and the remaining broken consciousnesses of the gods merged with each other, and some kind of changes occurred, which eventually led to your birth. The fight between the two of them ended up being advantageous to you. Your newborn consciousness received a god-level soul and a god-level body right after birth. It can be said to be a perfect start.
Yes. The white-haired girl nodded slightly.
But at the same time, you accept what's left of their legacy.
The Empress continued.
I don't know what the god's will is, but Qinlan's will is for you to kill Li Guanqi.
Yes. The white-haired girl nodded again.
Why?
After hearing this, Li Guanqi picked out the one question that puzzled him the most from a lot of questions.
What grudge do I have against Qinlan? Why does she want to kill me?
I don't know. Above the clouds, the white-haired girl looked down at Li Guanqi and said in a calm and indifferent voice,
I only know that Qinlan wants to kill you and hates you to the core. But I don't know the reason. And I don't need to know the reason. Everyone is dead. Is there any point in figuring this out?
The Empress glanced at Li Guanqi and said,
Many times, a small thing you do may lead to all kinds of things happening. Some people will love you and admire you, and some will be hostile to you and hate you. You are a member of the Dao dynasty. Emperor, it's normal to have enemies.
Li Guanqi frowned and said nothing. The Empress' words made sense, but he still felt uncomfortable. He felt like there was a thorn in his heart that he couldn't pull out. And if nothing happened, he wouldn't be able to pull it out in this life. With Qinlan's death, where did the white-haired girl's hatred for Li Guanqi come from seems destined to become an unsolvable mystery.
You and Wang Yanqing have teamed up several times.
Right? The Empress looked at Li Guanqi and pointed at the white-haired girl in the sky with a smile.
Then this time, it's our turn? I just hope the ancient evil is more powerful than I thought.
Li Guanqi frowned when he heard this, and his face was full of solemnity.
You should know that we extraordinary beings have system prompts. And my system prompts me that this woman is a god who controls the law of swords. A real god. I am not yet a god who controls the law of swords.
Before the Empress could reply, the white-haired girl spoke.
You heard it too. The Empress shrugged. She is a god. But she is not a god. It is impossible for her new consciousness to understand the law of the god level. She cannot use the power of the law of the god level. So it is not so much that she is a god. She is a super powerful demigod with a god level body. It's not that we have no hope of victory, or that we must win this victory. You disgust me.
The white-haired girl looked at her and said seriously,
I sense many human thoughts. They all said that Yanqing, the female emperor of Chu, would kill Li Guanqi, the emperor of Wu. So I didn't leave home and thought about waiting for you to kill her. After Li Guanqi, Qinlan's will naturally dissipate, which saves me from doing it myself. But you lied to me and pretended to be defeated to lure me out. You want to kill me. I can feel it. So I hate you. I always feel like this guy is mentally retarded. What do you think?
Faced with these words, the Empress didn't bother to respond at all. She just smiled and joked at Li Guanqi.
I'm not mentally retarded,
the white-haired girl said expressionlessly. Li Guanqi was slightly silent. He didn't feel anything at first. But the girls,
I didn't,
really made him feel a little bit. But he couldn't laugh. If the situation were different, for example, if this girl was not a god, then he might be in the mood to joke with the Empress. But he was really not in the mood now.
You lied to me, and I'm angry.
Above the clouds, the white-haired girl looked down at the Empress and Li Guanqi on the sea with her golden eyes indifferently. So now I not only want to kill Li Guanqi, but also you. Gao Yulo likes the beauty of adults. And I also like it. So if you still want to chat with each other and say your last words, I can give you a little more time. What a funny guy.
The Empress smiled softly.
Can you tell me when you are real and when you are fake?
However, Li Guanqi actually turned around and asked the Empress.
Hey, isn't it?
Hearing this, the Empress couldn't help but be slightly stunned.
Do you really want to chat in this situation? Every time I see you, you give me a different feeling.
Li Guanqi's eyes were solemn, and he continued.
When we first met in the forest, when we were in Luodi Mountain, when we were in Guiyun Mountain, and now, after 4 encounters, you gave me 4 different kinds of things. Feeling. Which one is the real one for you? It's all true.
The Empress looked into his eyes and smiled slightly.
When we were in the forest, Wang Yanqing and I were one, regardless of each other, under the influence of the devil's blood. That was when our thoughts were the most confused. The woman you saw, neither can it be said to be Wang Yanqing, nor can it be said to be completely me. Then in Luodi Mountain, I really wanted to kill you at that time. But Wang Yanqing would never kill his junior brother. It was precisely because of this move that was extremely divisive and inconsistent with her wishes that it gave her an opportunity to separate me. The opportunity was fleeting, but she seized it and succeeded. As a result, she and I completely completed the separation and became independent of each other. We were divided into 2 personalities, sharing one body and one soul. But my consciousness is stronger. So as the second personality, I have control over the soul and body, and this continues to this day. As for Wang Yanqing, she lives deep in my soul now, looking at you through these eyes.
As she said that, the Empress raised her right hand, pointed at her blood-red eyes, and then continued.
After gaining independence in self, I am changing every minute. Not to mention you. Sometimes even I am not very good. Get to know yourself from the last moment.
Li Guanqi had a complicated expression, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say.
Well, my patience is gone.
At this time, the white-haired girl above the cloud also spoke indifferently. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared instantly. When she appeared again, she was already in front of Li Guanqi and punched him. This seemingly ordinary punch goes straight, but it contains unimaginable terrifying power. It is pure physical power, but it is also pure god-level power. Buzz? Li Guanqi subconsciously escaped into the netherworld. But thinking of the previous rules of ghost killing, he was still worried even if he escaped into the netherworld. He still used all his means to defend at the first opportunity. Not only did he cast a spell shield to defend at 360 degrees, but he also stretched out his 6 arms to cross and block his 5 artifacts in front of him. And it turns out that his hunch was absolutely correct.
Boom!
At the same time that Li Guanqi was fully prepared for defense, a terrifying fist power suddenly tore apart the space and blasted into the netherworld from the outside, forcibly hitting his 5 artifacts. The powerful aftermath exploded, and half of the netherworld was affected by this. And the drama doesn't stop. Under this terrifying god-level power, his shield exploded, and the 5 artifacts in his hands couldn't stop it for long. The mountain-breaking axe blocking the outermost edge only held up for a moment before it became densely cracked and shattered, followed by the magic knife, and finally the dragon halberd. The 3 artifacts exploded one after another, turning into countless fragments and scattered throughout the netherworld. Of the 5 great artifacts in Li Guanqi's hand, only 2 of them, the snow spear and the Qinxian sword, were barely intact.
Puff!
Even though the power of the god's punch was offset layer by layer, the force of the punch that was finally transmitted to Li Guanqi through the snow spear and Qinxian sword was still strong, causing the internal organs in his body to burst instantly, and he couldn't help but vomit blood. Certainly, for a human of different blood like Li Guanqi, as long as there is enough life energy in his body and his head and heart are not shattered at the same time, he can heal himself instantly. Li Guanqi himself is even more immortal. He has no heart, and just smashing his head is useless. Unless he is crushed into a pulp, he can heal himself instantly. But the white-haired girl outside is a god. Even if she couldn't use the sword laws of the sword god Gao Yulo, she could easily blow Li Guanqi into a bloody mist with just this god-level body.
We must go out and assist the Empress.
Li Guanqi turned his head and spit out the blood mixed with the broken internal organs, and then prepared to leave the netherworld. Lips are dead and teeth are cold. If the Empress died, he would be helpless to face the white-haired girl alone.
Boo-hoo!
As soon as Li Guanqi thought, countless fragments of artifacts flew back from all over the netherworld and were transformed into magic swords, dragon halberds, and mountain-opening axes in his hands. Only gods can destroy artifacts. But it does not mean that gods can destroy artifacts with one punch. Even if gods want to destroy artifacts, they have to use more complicated methods. Although the white-haired girl's fist smashed the 3 artifacts that had only unlocked the 9th level, due to the characteristics of the artifacts, the restoration and reorganization could only take an instant. Buzz? Li Guanqi, who once again held the 5 artifacts, flashed and disappeared into the underworld.
Watch chess. Be careful.
The three-headed and six-armed Li Guanqi had just returned to the outside world when the Empress' anxious voice sounded in the distance. And he instantly sensed the danger, released the spell shield, and crossed the 5 artifacts in front.
Boom!
A white-haired phantom appeared in front of Li Guanqi in an instant, expressionless, and punched out, not only smashing the shield, but also directly blasting the newly reorganized magic sword, dragon halberd, and mountain axe into countless pieces. However, the condition of this white-haired girl was very different from before. Blood was bleeding from the corner of her mouth, and her face was pale. And the force of the punch was weaker than before. Was it caused by the Empress just now? Sure enough, the Empress' true combat power was far higher than he imagined.
Kid, what a great opportunity! She doesn't know how to use strength at all. After punching, there is a hollow period where the power is running. I took this opportunity to destroy her body.
At this time, Pluto's voice suddenly sounded, shouting,
The brain and heart are the same as those of different blood humans. Hurry!
Blood spurts. In fact, there is no need for Pluto's reminder at all. After successfully blocking, the battle-hardened Li Guanqi had already subconsciously counterattacked when facing the white-haired girl so close to him, fiercely stabbing out the Qingxian sword and the snow spear in his hand. Things went surprisingly smoothly. He really used this extremely sharp sword to penetrate the heart of the white-haired girl. The snow gun in Li Guanqi's hand pierced the god's head directly, and blood sprayed out and splashed all over his face. But, Li Guanqi's purple pupils suddenly shrank sharply. No feelings? Why can't I feel the blood splashed on my face? It's not a matter of temperature. It's a matter of touch. Wrong. There is no blood at all.
Huh?
A woman chuckled. The so-called blood on Li Guanqi's hands, body, and face all turned into pieces of pink peach blossoms, flying away. The surrounding sky and ocean turned into darkness and nothingness in an instant. The white-haired girl in front of Li Guanqi also completely changed her appearance. It was a beautiful woman wearing a golden imperial robe with blood-red eyes. She was looking at Li Guanqi with a smile on her face. Although her heart was pierced by Li Guanqi's Qingxian sword, her Tianling cap was also pierced by the snow-pointing spear held in Li Guanqi's hand. Li Guanqi looked at her in disbelief, his voice trembling.
It's you! You lied to me again! You lied to me again! The devil just likes to lie!
The Empress looked at Li Guanqi with gentle eyes and chuckled.
Also, you're crying. Why are you crying? This is the realm of consciousness. What I induced you to kill was just my personality. Wang Yanqing and her body are still fine. Or, are you actually crying for me?
Li Guanqi, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, raised one of his hands tremblingly and touched the corners of his eyes. The fingertips are wet with tears.
Why, I don't understand.
Li Guanqi looked at the Empress in front of him with mixed feelings in his heart, and various emotions surged into his heart.
Of course you understand.
The Empress just smiled slightly.
Otherwise, why are you crying? It turns out that you are really sad for me, thank you. I am very happy. I never thought it would be like this.
Li Guanqi looked at the Qingxian sword and the snow spear in his hand, and seemed to suddenly think of something. The sadness on his face became more and more intense. He raised his head and closed his eyes heavily, but he still couldn't stop his tears, sliding from the corners of his tightly closed eyes. He is crying. However, the Empress of Chu, whose heart and head were penetrated by his own hands, had a smile on her face that became even brighter. Tetsuya Kobe, a member of the Kobe clan, often told his grandchildren in his later years that he once made a prophecy to the legendary Emperor Daimu. The content of the mural is very interesting. It is 2 people. A woman with red eyes, wearing yellow clothes, fell to the ground, with a cyan sword stuck in her heart. The other male villain had a strange appearance with 3 heads and 6 arms. He held a blue spear in his right hand and pierced the woman's head directly. These 2 mural figures have expressive expressions. The man is crying, but the woman who was killed on the ground was smiling instead. Chapter 744, Wang Yanqing's ending?
This is what Zhou Chunfeng mentioned. The realm of consciousness located deep in the soul. Don't worry. You only killed my personality. As for Wang Yanqing's consciousness, as well as her body, they are all intact. As for the white-haired god, you don't have to worry. From the moment she was led out of her true body by me, she was dead. She has a god-level soul and body, but she has a newly born consciousness. And what we demons are best at is playing tricks on the conscious level. The so-called demon enslavement power is actually to control the subconscious and use the subconscious to indirectly influence. This allows them to maintain their own subjective thoughts, but cannot control their own behavior. That white-haired god's soul and body are very powerful, but her consciousness is too weak. If I want to kill her, it will be easier than killing you. In the 2 seconds you ran to the netherworld, she was killed by me. So don't worry. Her consciousness was wiped out by me. I also need to destroy her soul to release the source energy to make the soul-fixing mist. But her physical body is still intact. It is a god-level one. Guanchi, I know you have something similar to swallowing or the ability to absorb other people's energy. This god-level body is the last gift I leave to you. I know Wang Yanqing has helped you a lot, but my gift shouldn't be bad. Right? Huh?
In the endless dark world, the Empress lay on the ground, looking at Li Guanqi kneeling next to her, and spoke softly. The so-called snow-pointing spear and Qin Xian sword disappeared at this time. Her injuries also disappeared, as if nothing had happened. But in fact, everything has been settled. The prophecy of the Kobe clan is obscure, but accurate enough.
Why?
Li Guanqi returned to his normal human form, kneeling beside the Empress, clenching his fists on his thighs tightly.
I don't understand. I really don't understand. You can completely confuse my perception and let me kill you with my own hands.
Personality. That means you could replace yourself with my senior sister. But you don't.
Why?
That's what I thought.
The Empress looked at the dark void above. Her eyes blurred, and she sat in a daze.
But, just a second before you left the netherworld, I temporarily changed my mind. Rather than killing Wang Yanqing, I was more curious about what would you do if I died. Are you sad for me? This thought obviously only appeared for a moment, but it filled my entire mind. So I did it, and the result makes me very happy.
After saying that, the Empress looked at Li Guanqi again and said with a smile,
You didn't mistake me for Wang Yanqing. You didn't mistake her. You knew very well that it was me you killed. You were crying for me just now. Guanqi, do you understand?
Your tears are the best proof that I have been in this world. Well, also, can I ask you, in your eyes, who am I?
Li Guanqi opened his mouth, but was speechless. He didn't know how to answer.
If you were a pure devil, it would be more acceptable to me.
Finally, Li Guanqi said in a hoarse voice.
If that were the case, you would be dead a long time ago.
Little fool. The Empress chuckled.
Also, don't change the subject. Tell me quickly, who am I in your eyes? You are not Wang Yanqing.
Li Guanqi said softly.
You are not my senior sister, but you are definitely not a demon.
Faced with this answer, the Empress just smiled without making any comments.
Do you want to see her?
The Empress changed the topic and whispered softly.
Then, the time to be alone is over.
As soon as he finished speaking, ripples suddenly appeared in the dark void in the distance. A figure in white slowly came to the Empress' side from far away, knelt down on one knee, stretched out his right hand, and helped her gently brush the hair around her ears. This woman in white is very similar to the Empress, but her facial features are more ordinary. But this is the real Wang Yanqing.
Sister.
Li Guanqi looked at her and wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. He never thought that the real reunion with his senior sister would be under such circumstances. Wang Yanqing first glanced at Li Guanqi with complicated eyes, then lowered his head and whispered to the Empress.
I'm sorry. It was my selfishness that made. No need to apologize. You gave me independence and allowed me to be a real individual. Just, huh?
The Empress shook her head gently, and then chuckled.
It's just that this world is really boring. If I had known it, I wouldn't have come here. So, Wang Yanqing, I will give you the rest of the time. I can leave with you.
Wang Yanqing said seriously.
It can be considered as atonement. With my junior brother here, he can use Zhou Chifeng's method to kill me. The demon blood can't sense the situation here, so it can't stop me from dying. It's not necessary. It won't take long anyway. Right?
The Empress looked at her meaningfully. Not long. Li Guanqi looked a little confused.
Watching chess?
Suddenly, the Empress turned her attention to him again.
I am here.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly.
Do you hate me?
The Empress smiled.
Before today, I might have had reasons to hate you. But after today, I can no longer think of such reasons.
Li Guanqi sighed.
Then, listen to what I have to say.
The Empress smiled and glanced at Wang Yanqing beside her.
Some people have different opinions. Don't listen to what they say, but listen to what they say in their hearts. Do you understand?
Li Guanqi seemed to have some realization and looked at Wang Yanqing subconsciously. But he didn't know what he thought of, and finally lowered his head. Wang Yanqing, on the other hand, remained calm from beginning to end. He looked at the Empress lying on the ground and said through his thoughts,
"You know very well that even if you leave, the side effects of the demon blood will still exist. I only have a few months left.
Why should I make my disciples more sad? Stop talking. Please. Okay. A few months of fun aren't enough?"
The Empress also sent a message to reply.
"It can't be."
Wang Yanqing shook his head.
"Coward."
The Empress chuckled lightly, and then said nothing more. She just stood up, put her arms around Li Guanqi's neck in front of Wang Yanqing, kissed him tightly, and then breathed softly into her ear.
"Li Guanqi, I want you to remember me and never forget me in this life. Also, you must remember what I said that day in Guyun Mountain. I love you more than that coward who is too timid to look into his heart."
Boom!
As soon as she finished speaking, the beautiful Empress of Chu turned into a pink peach blossom, circled around Li Guanqi a few times, and then completely disappeared into the darkness and nothingness.
"She's gone! Senior sister."
Li Guanqi raised his head and watched the peach blossoms getting further and further away. After the pink petals completely disappeared, he turned to look at Wang Yanqing in front of him. But his heart was full of mixed emotions, and for a while, there was no happy smile on his face. He knew it was over. There is no error in the future seen by the heart of time and space. The white-haired god who appeared in the image of Qinlan died. The Empress voluntarily died. And even after 10 years, this personality would never be resurrected. Wang Yanqing was freed. After so much, he finally reunited with his senior sister. This was obviously a happy thing. But now neither he nor Wang Yanqing could laugh very well.
"It was my selfishness that led to her appearance."
Wang Yanqing lowered his head and clenched his fists. Li Guanqi didn't know what to say, so he just took 2 steps back.
"Sister, let's meet outside."
"Call." Li Guanqi slowly opened his blue eyes, looked at the blue sky and sea, and took a deep breath of the salty sea breeze. The sea area he was in, within a radius of 10 meters, was filled with a strange golden and blue mist. It is the soul-fixing mist developed by Zhou Chengfeng. Li Guanqi looked around and soon saw 2 figures floating in the air. One is naturally the dead, Qinlan. The other one is the Empress, who has not yet woken up, or rather, Wang Yanqing. There was a dark green lump placed between Wang Yanqing's eyebrows. It was in an ignited state, emitting wisps of white mist. The gold and blue mist around it was the densest around the lump. Obviously, this is the plant extract named soul-inducing incense by Zhou Chengfeng. Li Guanqi obtained the specific method from Zhou Chengfeng. After returning to the Dao Palace that night, he also ordered someone to make several pieces of soul-inducing incense. They are now in his space necklace, but they are not used. When enough source energy is fused with the soul-inducing incense, it will be synthesized into a new material soul-fixing mist. This mist can stabilize the soul. As long as the concentration of the soul-fixing mist is high enough, it can stabilize the soul while erasing the second personality, so that the own soul will not be affected in any way. Otherwise, when Li Guanqi kills the Empress personality in the realm of consciousness, Wang Yanqing, as the twin master personality, will also collapse and die at the same time.
"So, is this your plan?"
Li Guanqi lowered his head and sighed softly. The Empress knows about Qinlan's existence. She may not know about Qinlan or the prairie god, but she obviously senses the existence of a god in the world through her own method. And he also knew that this god wanted to kill Li Guanqi. So she designed to lure the enemy, and finally succeeded in inducing the white-haired god to appear. For an existence like the Empress, who has complete control over the power of demons, the newly born conscious body of the white-haired god is very weak. Although the soul and body are powerful, the Empress can directly bypass these and launch attacks from the consciousness level. So when Li Guanqi ran into the netherworld within a few seconds, the Empress easily killed the white-haired god in seconds, shattered the soul body that originally belonged to the god, and released enough source energy to use with the soul-inducing incense to create the soul-fixing mist. These things were all completed when Li Guanqi was in the netherworld. And when Li Guanqi came out of the netherworld, he fell directly into the Empress's illusion. He thought he was attacking the white-haired god, but in fact, he had entered the realm of consciousness of the Empress and Wang Yanqing. And under the Empress' deliberate inducement, he personally obliterated the Empress's conscious personality. Li Guanqi didn't know why the Empress would do this. However, for the Empress, if she kills Wang Yanqing, she will only be free for half a year, and then she will die. Moreover, even if she does not kill Wang Yanqing, Wang Yanqing cannot compete with her for control of her body. So this matter is not really that big. Significance. As for the impact of demon blood, the Empress personality is also a demon personality. Unlike Wang Yanqing, she has perfect control over the power of demons. In fact, she will not be affected too much at all. When she was in a good mood, she was willing to accept the hatred of those demonic ancestors and hate it with her ancestors. When she was in a bad mood, she would completely ignore it. So what she wants to do is completely based on her heart and is not affected by external forces. For her, whether it was to kill Wang Yanqing and let herself enjoy her soul and body by herself, or to enslave the planet and avenge her ancestors, it was actually better to seek an answer. Will Li Guanqi feel sad about his death? The Empress wanted to know the answer. So she gave up avenging her ancestors hundreds of millions of years ago. Gave up killing Wang Yanqing. Gave up the few months of life she had left. And chose to exchange for an answer. Before she died, she got an answer that satisfied her enough to die. But Wang Yanqing didn't know much about these things. And Li Guanqi didn't know anything about them at all. He didn't even know that the cost of fully awakening the demon blood was that he had suffered such crazy losses that he only had a few months left to live. In his opinion, Wang Yanqing is only in her 30s this year, and has now become a demigod. Even based on the inference of ordinary human beings of different blood, she should still have a lifespan of more than 900 years. And there will still be a long time. But this is not the case. Suddenly, Wang Yanqing's eyelashes trembled slightly, as he was suspended in midair. And he slowly opened his eyes. It was still a pair of blood-red eyes. Her appearance did not change at all. Because even if the demon personality of the Empress left, her soul and body were still in a state of complete awakening of demon blood. But temperament seems to be a mysterious thing. But in fact it is very obvious. The moment Wang Yanqing opened his eyes, Li Guanqi knew that his senior sister was back.
Senior sister?
Li Guanqi quickly flew to Wang Yanqing's side and looked at her with a smile.
We finally meet again. This is the real reunion. Junior brother.
Wang Yanqing also smiled. And her smile was very sweet and bright. As if she had thought of something extremely happy.
Thank you for saving me. Thank you. Also, I remember what you said to her when you were in Luoyi Mountain, yes. Yuanan is still alive. Right.
The smile on Li Guanqi's face froze. Why bring him up so quickly?
Yes. Still alive.
It took a while for Li Guanqi to react. Nodded. And said with a smile.
Yes. He is still alive. He is on Launching Island in the East Ocean Islands, where he serves as the General Guard. I want to see him.
Wang Yanqing said with great joy.
The
smile on Li Guanqi's face stiffened again.
Meet him? Why? Because he is my husband.
Wang Yanqing blinked and said in surprise.
The wife goes to find her husband and reunite again. Where does the wife come from?
Li Guanqi was stunned and confused.
But you clearly said that you were disappointed with him that day at Luoyi Mountain. And you no longer. That's not me.
Wang Yanqing shook her head.
It was she who was lying to you at that time. I had lost control of my body at that time. It was she who was acting to lie to you. Yuanan was my childhood sweetheart and my favorite. My husband. How could I be disappointed in him? Is that so?
Li Guanqi frowned slightly.
Of course.
Wang Yanqing smiled slightly.
Yuanan is my most beloved husband. There is no way I would say that. But Yuanan already has another woman on Launching Island. The one he slept with.
Li Guanqi frowned and said.
Well, it's okay.
Wang Yanqing's face was a little disappointed. But she still smiled and said.
It's normal for a Daoyuan man to marry a concubine. Anyway, I am the wife. And I am also a demigod. I went to Launching Island. And that sister must also take care of herself.
Serve my sister. Li Guanqi looked at her in disbelief.
You are from another world. You don't understand.
Wang Yanqing just waved her hand.
Okay. Don't put your foreigner's ideas on me. You are tolerant of your husband taking concubines. But we Daoyuan women have noble moral character.
Li Guanqi opened his mouth. With thousands of words stuck in his mouth, but he didn't know where to start. He always felt like something was wrong. Is my senior sister a woman so poisoned by futile ideas?
Okay. You probably still have a lot to do. Right.
Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and smiled.
Such as conquering the Chu and completely completing the systematic task of unifying the world. In that case, you can complete this task first. I will go to Launching Island to find Yuanan myself. After so many years. I can't wait to see my husband. Can we meet again in the future?
Li Guanqi clenched his hands into fists, and then loosened them weakly. For some reason, he actually felt that the words, husband, spoken by his senior sister sounded so harsh at this moment.
Then, senior sister, I will go to sea. Meet you later?
Li Guanqi said hesitantly.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Wang Yanqing turned around with great excitement, took one step and escaped into the space crack. Disappearing, Li Guanqi looked at her disappearing back, and the strange feeling in his heart became stronger. He always felt that something was wrong. Something is wrong. How could the real reunion between him and his senior sister end in this situation?
TSK. Kid. Look at it. It's better to keep that devilish personality. At least the devil likes you. And this Wang Yanqing is still thinking about her useless good-for-nothing husband.
Pluto's mocking voice sounded.
Shut up.
Li Guanqi frowned. Not in the mood to make such a joke. Wrong. Something must be wrong. What did he miss? Blue Heart Island. The waves hit the rocks on the shore, and the broken waves splashed. Wang Yanqing's figure in golden imperial robe quietly appeared on the beach, walking barefoot and leaving footprints one after another on the beach. Her expression was calm and indifferent, and she didn't feel any joy at all in front of Li Guanqi. Of course, there is no resentment. Wang Yanqing was not looking forward to meeting Qi Yuanan, let alone staying on Longqing Island. She just wanted to come and see that man and give a simple explanation of her childhood, boyhood, and youth. That's all. Move forward slowly. The residents of Longqing Island seemed to be completely unaware of this woman wearing imperial robes. Even if they passed by Wang Yanqing, they did not realize that there was an extra person beside them. In this way, Wang Yanqing came to a small bamboo loft on the top of the mountain. Qi Yuanan, who was wearing civilian clothes, was sitting in the yard at this time, holding a facility maintenance report for the Longqing Island Border Defense and looking at it intently.
Yuanan.
Wang Yanqing walked to his side and opened her red lips lightly.
After
speaking out, Qi Yuanan was able to see her figure. He stood up in shock and looked at the other party in disbelief.
Yanqing? Husband. What did you say?
Immediately afterwards, a gentle female voice came from the second floor of the attic, and then footsteps approached from far away. A woman in a green dress with blue hair and blue eyes came to the balcony on the second floor with a big belly and looked curiously. Courtyard.
Forehead.
Looking at Wang Yanqing and Qi Yuanan in the hospital. The blue-haired pregnant woman looked hesitant.
Husband. This is your, guest? Then I will cook food and warm wine for you.
The golden robe on that beautiful woman seemed unusual.
Hello.
Wang Yanqing looked up at her, his eyes lingering on her protruding abdomen, and then continued to smile.
I am a friend of the Red Guard officer. I passed by here and just wanted to say hello. Madam is happy, so it's better not to move. I just say a few words and leave. No need to be polite. Oh.
The blue-haired pregnant woman glanced at Qi Yuanan, and after noticing that the other person's face was complicated, she nodded lightly, then retreated into the room without saying anything else.
She looks very gentle. She will be a good wife and mother.
Wang Yanqing looked at Qi Yuanan with a smile.
Congratulations. I found a good woman. I thought you would spurn me and scold me.
Qi Yuanan lowered his head, and his voice was hoarse.
That's not necessary.
Wang Yanqing just smiled.
Do you want to hear my explanation?
Qi Yuanan still lowered his head, as if he didn't dare to look into the other person's eyes.
It's not necessary anymore.
Wang Yanqing waved her hand, turned around and left.
Goodbye. I will be a good husband and father this time. Oh. Also, if Guanqi asks, you can just say that I felt the demon ancestor calling me from the depths of the starry sky, and then went to a larger world to practice, so that he doesn't need to worry about me.
What? Hearing this, Qi Yuanan, who was extremely surprised, quickly raised his head. However, looking around, the courtyard was empty. Chapter 745. The world is unified. The future god appears. The truth?
Kid, if I were you, I would rush to Longqing Island right now, slap Qi Yuanan to death, and then snatch Wang Yanqing back.
Pluto's voice rang in Li Guanqi's mind.
It took so much effort to finally get her back to normal. But in the end, she just said thank you and ran back to find her husband? Just 2 words of thank you.
Shen Kong promptly corrected himself.
Oh, 2 sentences. There are so many.
Pluto let out a sinister laugh. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment, then shook his head helplessly.
Wait a minute. They may be reminiscing about old times now. I will go to Longqing Island. But not now. There are still things to do now. A lot of things.
As he spoke, he turned his head slightly and looked at the body of a white-haired girl floating on the sea.
You died a hasty death. Chunlan.
Li Guanqi had a look of emotion on his face.
Seizing the spirit of the body? What a fantastic thing. I'm sorry you could have thought of it. And you almost succeeded. I thought you were deceived by the consciousness of the gods in the world number 3. Now it seems that it is the god who has been deceived.
After saying that, he pulled up the divine body and temporarily put it into his space necklace. This was the gift left to him by the Empress. The Empress knows that Li Guanqi has the ability to devour and absorb. But this ability is not omnipotent. At least in Li Guanqi's current state. Even if he uses the plundering technique, he cannot devour this god-level body. The gap is too big. In addition, he has reached the limit of mortal life. And even if he can devour it, it will be a waste. He had to wait until he reached the divine level before he could use the plundering technique to devour the divine body. And this day is not far away.
The so-called conquest of the world is just a formality. What you really want me to achieve is the overall national destiny of this world.
Li Guanqi looked up at the sky, looking at the blue sky, as if he saw some mysterious existence strategizing in the future. The personality of the Empress has disappeared. Wang Yanqing will definitely not compete with him for the great Luo dynasty's share of the country's fortune. And Emperor Luo had already given Li Guanqi the power to control the fate of the country through some special method. In other words, he doesn't actually need to conquer the land of Dachu now. He can directly control the national destiny of that area. In fact, if he wants to conquer the land, he just needs to send people to take over the city and plant a national flag. If Li Guanqi's guess is correct, when he completely integrates the national destiny with the national destiny of Dao, the Great Unification mission will be completed.
Let's get started. God of the future, I will be able to see you soon. I have a hunch.
Li Guanqi stepped on the sea, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. And the moment he closed his eyes, the sea of clouds in the sky began to surge violently, and countless golden lights emerged from the sky, converging on Li Guanqi's head, and gradually formed a vast golden cloud covering thousands of miles. The national destiny of Wu dynasty. At the same time, golden clouds began to surge over the capital of Dachu, and flew away from the capital at an astonishing speed and came to the sky above the sea here, gradually integrating with the national destiny of the Wu dynasty. That was the fate of the country for 3,000 years of the Daoyuo dynasty. It is also the entire national destiny of the current Chu dynasty, under the full control of Li Guanqi. This part of the national destiny was completely integrated with the national destiny of the Dao dynasty, and they were no longer separated from each other. And this also means that since the new era, all the national destiny forces in this world have finally been integrated by Li Guanqi as never before, forming a true unity. And the Dao dynasty has finally become a great power at this moment. A truly unified dynasty.
Boom!
The golden cloud surged, and the surging power of the national destiny was exerted on Li Guanqi, making him feel an indescribable power. However, it was at this moment that Li Guanqi suddenly had a strange feeling. Door? Just after he merged with the world's national destiny, he suddenly felt that there was a door waiting for him to open in this world. The national destiny of the world, which is united into one, is the key to open this door. And this key is in his hands at this moment.
So, is this the real reason why you issued this unified mission? God of the future.
Li Guanqi, bathed in the golden clouds, still closed his eyes and murmured to himself.
Ding! The world mission, war, has been completed by the extraordinary king. This war-torn and troubled world has finally ushered in its first great unification in the 4,874 years since the beginning of the new era. The world has been united and the war has subsided. All extraordinary beings will return to reality after 72 hours. And the system will disappear completely after that. You will stay in your own real world and continue to write your own life poems. From now on, every bit of the strange world will remain in your memories forever. But please remember that this world is not false. After you leave, this world will continue to exist and operate as a parallel time and space. The history books of this world will also leave traces of your existence.
The system prompt sound this time was completely different from the cold mechanical female voice before. His is a passionate male voice. It was as if somewhere unknown, a man was shouting with great excitement, conveying his voice into the minds of all the extraordinary beings.
Finally, you have shown up.
Li Guanqi listened to this familiar voice and slowly opened his blue eyes. He remembered the sound. Back in the last 100 years, When he finally turned back time, the time rift was torn open. And it was at that time that he had his first, conversation with the god of the future. At this time, the man's voice was exactly the same as that of the future god.
Come out!
Li Guanqi looked at the blue ocean in front of him and shouted in a deep voice.
I have too many questions to ask you. Come out!
Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, countless white light spots gathered 100 meters in front of him, gradually condensing into a white light and shadow. He could only barely tell that he was a man. But other than that, there were no details.
This day has finally come. I believe you, like me, have been waiting for too long.
This white light slowly floated in front of Li Guanqi, nodded gently to him, and spoke in a gentle masculine voice.
You still owe me a mission reward.
Li Guanqi stretched out his right index finger towards him.
There are 2 rewards for the Great Unification mission. One is for all the extraordinary beings to return to reality, which you are about to fulfill. The other reward is for me to directly enter a law palace and become a god immediately. When are you giving it to me? I will definitely not miss you.
But to be honest,
I thought the first question you asked should be why I did all this.
The white light and shadows smiled.
More than me. The one who wants to explain this matter should be you.
Li Guanqi glanced at him. Then his mind moved slightly, and the sea suddenly froze under his feet. The sea surface with a radius of 100 meters formed ice, and 2 ice thrones were also condensed.
Let's sit down and talk. I think this can't be said in just a few words.
Li Guanqi sat directly on it, leaning against the throne, and looked at the white light and shadows seriously.
Indeed, I want to explain everything more than you do.
The white light nodded slightly, then sat opposite Li Guanqi, looking at the sparkling sea, and sighed.
Where should I start? Why don't we start with you showing your true face and announcing your family status?
Li Guanqi looked at the white figure and frowned.
Why are you so secretive? Because I'm from the future.
The white light glanced at him.
The future period is 10,000 years after the new era. And you are a figure in the 21st century and the early stage of the extraordinary era. You and I now belong to a conversation across time and space, making you completely unknown to my identity, ability to minimize time and space causation. Oh!
Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly.
Your actions have completely changed the course of history. The cause and effect of time and space has reached the sky. Are you still afraid of this? A little less is a little better.
The white light and shadows said lightly.
And I don't really want you to know my true identity. To be honest, Pluto, I really didn't expect that the savior I was looking for was actually you. Oh, no, you still not Pluto. You are the extraordinary king, the great Wu Emperor Li Guanqi.
As he said that, the white light suddenly shook its head and laughed.
At this time, you still have too much human touch. And you even have a fiery heart. Unlike that Pluto who was looking for his wife and was obsessed with the devil. You are not at all one person. Speak clearly.
Pluto's low voice suddenly came from Li Guanqi's body.
It doesn't matter. History has all been changed. So there's no harm in talking about it.
The white light nodded slightly, then looked at Li Guanqi, and actually said to the Pluto in his body.
If I hadn't done all this, then you wouldn't have met Li Guanqi in this time and space. And you would have met around the year 800 in the new era. Period. Ushering in the true resurrection. The reincarnation of your generation successfully found the resurrected body of the god of fire. However, just like the situation of the prairie god and the goo god, she only resurrected her body. Although her soul was reshaped almost, her consciousness has not yet awakened. The gods of the old era were like this. The speed of body and soul reshaping far exceeded the speed of consciousness awakening. All in all, you have found the physical body of the Vulcan. Your own consciousness has been strongly stimulated, and your memory has been fully revived, covering the original memory of the reincarnated body. Is this considered a body seizure or a complete resurrection from the reincarnated state? I am too lazy to explore. Anyway, you are back. Then faced with the unconscious Vulcan body, you struggle to find a way to awaken it. Eventually, you meet someone. I won't say what this person's name is, but he once found Zhou Qingfeng's coffin and found Zhou Qingfeng's research on consciousness in the coffin. Using this as inspiration, he gained more knowledge on the consciousness level. Progress. Well, you should understand. But let me explain it. In the original historical trajectory, Zhou Qingfeng would have died of old age because he did not meet you or the Empress of Chu. Nor would he be killed by the Empress. So he would naturally die of old age. And his lifelong research was the funeral gift he gave himself. So what is his main research? To put it bluntly, it is the relationship between origin chi and the human soul. The consciousness technology that the guy who got all his research was basically based on the source of energy. He was a master at it, and his reputation spread far and wide. Of course, Pluto, who was eager to awaken the god of fire, found him and successfully obtained a method. A method to use the source energy to create a soul awakening mist, thus accelerating the resurrection of the god of fire. So, a full 800 million people died in the hands of Pluto, who crushed their souls to extract source energy to make soul awakening mist. Speaking of which, I really want to ask you.
The white light stared at Li Guanqi.
How the hell are you in such a hurry? The Vulcan will wake up sooner or later, and you have to slaughter those 800 million innocent people just to speed up her recovery a little bit? Is it necessary?
Li Guanqi blinked. The white light and shadow were obviously asking the Pluto in his body.
It's useless for you to tell me this.
Pluto's voice was very impatient.
What you are talking about is the history you have learned. I haven't pushed the timeline to that time yet. I haven't done these things yet. How should I answer you? Instead of asking these, why don't you tell me quickly? Where is her physical resurrection point? I have no idea.
The white light and shadow shook his head and said in a calm voice.
I only know that you found her around the year 8000 of the new epoch. As for the more specific details, besides yourself, no one else should know. And it is now new epoch 4874. Maybe she has only reshaped a few blood vessels, or even no blood vessels at all. Then I finally succeeded in waking her up?
Hades asked again.
Yes. At the cost of the lives of 800 million innocent people. She was awakened by you at an accelerated pace. But after Vulcan woke up, she was angry and disappointed with what you did. She felt that you had become too strange.
Speaking of this, the white light and shadow couldn't help but sigh.
She left this planet in a fit of anger and went to the depths of the universe. And you followed her and never came back. Leave the planet?
Pluto was a little surprised.
In the 8000th year of the new epoch, all the constraints of the star field on us have disappeared? Yes.
The white light and shadow nodded slightly.
To be specific, in the year 7432 of the new era, the first god broke through the shackles of the star field, went to the depths of the universe, and then never came back. He was not the first god to leave, but without exception, including you and Vulcan, none of you came back after you left the planet. No news?
Li Guanqi couldn't help but frown when he heard this.
Nothing heard from him.
The white light and shadow nodded again. Pluto also fell silent.
How much do you know?
Li Guanqi continued to ask.
Don't know anything.
The white light and shadow replied.
I have not left this star field very far. After the catastrophe, I have been staying on Venus to lay out the time and space plan. World-destroying catastrophe? What is this?
Li Guanqi asked in a deep voice.
Is this why you did all this? Do you want us to change this catastrophe at the beginning of the extraordinary era? Make it clear. You've seen the blood moon.
The white light and shadow raised its head, looking at the blue sky and the bright sun. But it seemed that the blood-red moon could be seen through the clear sky.
But have you ever thought about the essence of the Blood Moon Day? Blood Moon Day.
Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly.
The reign of blood has come, ushering in the Doomsday Era.
The white light and shadow looked at Li Guanqi and said in a deep voice.
The appearance of the blood rain has brought all kinds of monsters to mankind. But it has also brought extraordinary power to mankind. Just after the blood rain appears, the moon will turn into blood from time to time. Red. This is the Blood Moon Day. The truth of the matter is that there was a powerful life form from the depths of the starry sky that was seriously injured and came to the moon and fell into a deep sleep. The so-called rain of blood was actually a drop of blood flowing out of his wound. The origin of the age of different blood is a drop of blood from this powerful life form. It was this drop of blood that opened the age of different blood.
Li Guanqi's pupils trembled slightly.
But he didn't come to the moon at the same time as the rain of blood.
The white light and shadow continued.
According to my speculation, he should have come to the moon at the end of the Ming Dynasty. Many records of visions at home and abroad during the period have allowed me to confirm this fact. As for the drop of blood he shed, it might be waste blood or poisonous blood that he forced out of his body while recovering from his injuries. Of course,
I also have reason to suspect that this drop of blood was actually thrown to us intentionally by him in order to help our planet unlock extraordinary power and allow us to become extraordinary creatures again.
How you said that? Li Guanqi frowned and asked.
What is his purpose for doing this? Do you know how to raise pigs?
The white light and shadow calmly said.
You can kill and eat the pigs after they are fattened. The same is true in the era of different blood. In the future, 10,000 years after the new era, the being sleeping on the moon finally emerged from his sleep. Awakened. After he woke up, he ate the moon in his first bite, and the planet beneath your feet and mine in his second bite. Affected by the blood rain, this planet has become larger and larger, and its population has also increased. In the 10,000th year of the new era, the number of humans and subhuman species alone, not to mention other species, has already exceeded 10,120 billion. But these countless lives and this huge planet were all eaten by the guy like a jelly bean. His third bite was to eat the sun directly, extinguishing the light in the starry sky, at least the light in my eyes at that time. I have never seen such a terrifying existence. The god level in our cultivation system is not worth mentioning in front of him. I personally call that existence immortal unilaterally, because he has a human appearance, an oriental face, dressed in white, with long black hair similar to that of ancient people, and a green hosta. I was lucky. I was not on this planet when he woke up and had dinner. I was living alone on Venus and practicing. Because of this, I witnessed this horrific scene with my own eyes. But I survived. The immortal in white must have noticed me. But he didn't pay attention to me. After he ate the sun, he disappeared. It's normal to think about it. When you get up to eat, you definitely don't care about the little ant in the corner. In my eyes, he is the world's annihilator. But in his eyes, he may just get up and have a morning meal.
Speaking of this, the white light and shadow shook its head and smiled bitterly. But Li Guanqi couldn't laugh at all.
Hello.
He looked at the white light and shadow in disbelief and said in shock.
So your purpose for doing so much is to ask me to go to the moon to kill the mortal before the guy wakes up? Right? Do you want me to change the ending of the future?
Yes. The white light nodded and said seriously.
If you kill him in advance now, he will not be able to destroy the world in the future. And you, Li Guanqi, will become the greatest savior in human history. Now? Are you crazy or am I crazy?
Li Guanqi immediately stood up from the ice throne, astonished to the extreme.
You want me to kill an immortal who can swallow the sun in one mouthful?
Chapter 746, The True Whereabouts of the Human Emperor.
No one is crazy.
The white light looked at Li Guanqi and said calmly,
I haven't finished speaking yet. You might as well calm down first, and wait for me to sort things out from beginning to end. Then you will understand why I want you to do this.
Naturally. It's because I think it's feasible. Go on.
Li Guanqi sat back on the ice throne.
The history of this weird world #1 has been completely disrupted by you.
Bai Guangying changed the topic.
The second to last emperor of the Daluo dynasty, Emperor Shenwu Yingxian, is a well-deserved protagonist of this era. Many of the things he did are considered by later generations of scholars to be the turning point of the times. And you, Li Guanqi, your involvement with him was too deep, which directly led to his death a few years earlier, and also led to many historical events happening earlier. Therefore, the history I know is of little reference significance to you. Because of this, I will not talk about many things again. I will only talk about what you need to know so that you can understand what I am going to say later. First of all, there is the resurrection of the gods. In my history, on February 19th, 4889 in the new era, the prairie god was resurrected. He was the first old era god to be resurrected in the new era. He unified the world and made it free from war. But in less than 5 years,
he was tired of this lackluster peace and began to take the initiative to divide the world into 9 countries, letting them fight with each other and not allowing a truce. Just for fun. The world has fallen back into war and chaos, far more so than in any previous war period. On May 26th, 4896 in the new era, the Gu god was resurrected. He was an even more complete bastard. He did not interfere with the war games of the gods, but instead used the war to conduct his own Gu research, which cast another shadow on this war. A layer of scary shadows. If the god of heaven made countless people die in battle, then the god of Gu made countless lives worse than death. They are 2 ancient gods, but they are also the most damn scumbags.
At this point, the white light and shadow paused.
So?
Li Guanqi was a little surprised.
You told me this. Are you trying to make me feel less guilty or something? So be it.
The white light nodded.
I just want you to know that killing the gods and Gu gods is an absolutely just thing. It is to kill evil in the cradle in advance. I haven't killed the Gu god yet. And the god of heaven wasn't killed by me either.
Li Guanqi lowered his eyes and said softly,
It was Qianlan who died together with the consciousness of the god. As for the new consciousness, if it really breaks out, it will definitely be an earth-shattering battle. But fortunately, the Empress is on my side. She helped me deal with the god. I didn't have a direct confrontation with that god. This is history that has been changed.
Hearing this, Bai Guangying couldn't help but shake his head and laugh.
Who would have thought that a mighty god would be plotted to death by a 20-year-old girl? Speaking of the Empress, I have questions.
Li Guanqi raised his eyes to look at the white light and shadow, and said solemnly,
according to the original historical process, Wang Yanqing would have died in a sneak attack by the southern Xinjiang army in 4872. It was I who changed this history and saved her. In other words, in the original history, there wouldn't be any demon blood awakening. Right? You are wrong.
The white light and shadow looked up at the blue sky.
With a calm voice, Wang Yanqing first appeared in the frontier battlefield dungeon that I deliberately arranged for the different blooded extraordinary beings. There are only a few dungeons in total. Do you think this is coincide? Of course not. This was specially arranged by me because Wang Yanqing is a historical figure. In the original history, Wang Yanqing did die in battle, and then her body was taken away by her husband Qi Yuan's brother Qi Yuaning. Well, you should know that Qi Yuaning had necrophilia. So Wang Yanqing's body, it has been well preserved by him for 78 years. Then the demon blood awakens. She is resurrected. But I couldn't tell whether it was the devil or Wang Yanqing himself who woke up. I don't know the specific details. I only found out the general events that happened. She was resurrected and killed Qi Yuaning. After disappearing for just 2 years, when she reappeared, she had become a demigod-level demon lord. In the original historical trajectory, she did not have any junior brothers to help her. But she still found out the information that Qi Yuan was still alive on her own. And then went to Launching Island and found Qi Yuan. She slaughtered all of Launching Island, devoured Qi Yuan alive, and left her to dry on the island for 81 days before she died. As for Qi Yuan's reorganized family on Launching Island, this demon was in front of him. Eat them raw one by one.
Li Guanqi lowered his head, clenched his fists, and said seriously,
the devil was resurrected in this period of history. Not my senior sister, nor the Empress. Of course, you've changed a lot.
The white light looked at him and smiled slightly.
You rescued Wang Yanqing in the Crimson Blood Fortress, although this also caused her to awaken the demon blood in advance. Due to your efforts, Wang Yanqing was alive, and her body did not become a real demon container. She is still her. And after?
Li Guanqi asked again.
In your history, what was the ending of that devil? When she was resurrected, both the god of heaven and the goo god had already been resurrected. The white light and shadow replied.
She did not have god-level power. Of course, she was killed by the gods. The history I found is only approximate, but I guess that the gods must have discovered the terrifying power of the devil. So he spared no effort to hunt her down. As for what happened next, I can only say that, at least as far as I know, there has been no incident of demons appearing in the world since then. It was such a hasty death,
Li Guanqi said with a strange expression.
Is it rash? That's the only demigod in history who can seriously injure a god.
The voice of the white light and shadow was gentle, and he chuckled.
Li Guanqi, the power of the ancient demons is far more powerful than you imagine. I say it lightly, but in fact, in that battle, the gods were only a little bit being killed by that demon. I even suspected that it was Goo God who helped secretly and finally killed him together.
As soon as these words came out, Li Guanqi couldn't help but look shocked.
She's letting you off too much.
The white light shook his head and laughed.
Under your changes, there are no demons in this world. Only Wang Yanqing and the Empress. The Empress' personality was born out of Wang Yanqing's personality, and she naturally loves you. Because of this, when she faces you, she always gives in. Of course, you can't teach the terror of a real devil. The most obvious thing is that the devil's true fighting form, according to our human aesthetics, looks like a monster. But have you ever seen her turn into a monster? You have only seen her in her beautifully dressed human form.
At this point, the god from the future suddenly lowered his voice.
She is an ancient demon species. A species that originated from the mythical era. She is not human. I even suspect that she is the same species as the white-clothed immortal who ate the planet.
A type of bloodline that is not at the same level as ours.
Li Guanqi was silent for a moment, and then continued.
I know enough. That's it for now. All this history has been changed. and there is no point listening to it anymore. Let's get back to the point. What do you want me to do? Actually, that's your backup plan.
The white light looked at Li Guanqi.
If my primary plan can succeed, you don't need to take action. Then what is your primary plan?
Li Guanqi asked curiously.
Let Lin Xianbai go to the moon and seize the god.
Bai Guangying said seriously. The expression on Li Guanqi's face froze slightly.
You sure?
After a long while, he finally came back to his senses and looked at the white light and shadow with an extremely complicated expression. His face full of disbelief.
You want Taoist Lin to seize the body of an immortal who can eat the sun in one bite. Don't always understand it like this. Scare yourself.
The white light and shadow shook his head.
After he was resurrected, he first ate the moon to regain some of his strength, and then ate our planet to regain more strength. Only then was he able to eat the sun at the end. This was done in 3 steps. And what we need to deal with is just him before he ate the moon. So his initial combat strength is just at the moon-eating level?
Li Guanqi's face still looked ugly.
If that's the case, it's not that scary.
At this time, Pluto's voice slowly sounded.
Although I haven't really tried it. If I just eat the moon, assuming there is no star field constraint, then in my heyday, I just need to go to the moon and rely on my devouring power. It's not that it can't be done, but this is obviously not a standard for measuring combat power.
Pluto in his heyday, a Ragnarok-level god. In this way, the power displayed by the
immortal
before eating the moon was not much greater than that of the gods. But as Pluto said, eating the moon is not a specific standard for measuring combat power.
Lin Xianbai is special.
Bai Guangying explained.
He has a special soul, which gives him a unique advantage in seizing the body. I have asked him to seize the body Gu God. Judging from the current situation, it is only a matter of time before success. At most in a few months, he will be able to meet you again as a Gu God. What is this?
Li Guanqi frowned.
A training session? Yes and no. The white light shadow said calmly.
He does need to seize the body of a god once to practice his skills and become familiar with the process. But he also does need the power of the Gu God. Otherwise, he will not even be able to get close to the sea of consciousness of the sleeping immortal. Assuming that Lin Xianbai can successfully seize the immortal's body, will it end successfully?
Li Guanqi leaned against the ice throne and looked at the white light and shadow with suspicion.
There is a success rate, but I can also bluntly say that the success rate is indeed very low.
The white light and shadow said calmly.
What happens if you fail?
Li Guanqi asked again.
It will hurt both sides.
The white light looked at Li Guanqi and said in a deep voice.
Lin Xianbai will not die. His special soul will save his life. At the same time, the immortal's consciousness will be traumatized. This is stimulation and will lead to early awakening. But at the same time, it can't exert its full power. And at this time, it's up to you to give it the final blow and completely obliterate it. So this is your AB plan?
Li Guanqi still frowned.
Let Lin Xianbai try to seize the immortal body after becoming a god. If he succeeds, everyone will be happy. Plan A is declared successful. If it fails, both sides will suffer. Then I will deal with the seriously injured immortal. Start Plan B? Exactly.
The white light and shadow nodded slightly.
How much time do we have to do this?
Li Guanqi looked at the white light and shadow curiously.
You come from 10,000 years after the new era, which means that the immortal will wake up on his own after that. So don't we have plenty of time? There are still more than 5,000 years left in this weird world. In reality, there are still tens of thousands of years left in the world. That's the normal situation.
The white light and shadow nodded.
But the problem is that the current situation is not normal. The moon immortal in the real world will soon wake up early. What? Why?
Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly.
Is it the human emperor?
At the same time, Pluto roared in shock.
It's that bastard. Isn't it? After that guy left Lin Xianbai's body, he secretly ran to the moon. No wonder he has disappeared all this time. It turns out he has stayed on the moon. Damn it! I know he must be planning something in the dark. Sure enough, the person who knows a person best is his old rival.
The white light and shadow said calmly.
Yes, it is the human emperor. He is currently located inside the moon in the real world and is trying to seize the body of that immortal. After all, he and Lin Xianbai are the same. They are both special and good at seizing the body. Whether he succeeds or not, it's all bad news for us. If he fails, the immortal will wake up early, and we will be forced to enter the second plan. Well, in your words, it is Plan B. A life and death battle with a seriously injured immortal. What if he succeeds? Pluto, come and tell Li Guanxi. He will do exactly the same thing as an immortal.
Pluto's voice was cold, and he spoke slowly.
After the immortal wakes up, he will eat the moon, our planet, and the sun to restore his strength. If this method can restore his strength, then the human emperor who succeeded in seizing his body will also be able to regain his strength. If he does this without hesitation, he will not care about the lives of all living beings. He will destroy the world in advance. The human emperor is Lin Xianbai of this time and space. Lin Xianbai, who has lived for more than 30,000 years.
The white light pointed at his feet, looked at Li Guanxi and said,
But just as you are not the king of Hades, Lin Xianbai is not the emperor of humanity. The Lin Xianbai you know is a somewhat naive idealist. He even said before that human life is for equality. The lives of strangers are not more important than the lives of our own relatives and friends. But the human emperor was no longer like this. Although humans at the end of the old era called him emperor, in his eyes, everything was just something that could be used. He was an extremely self-interested person, and he would do anything that was good for him. If the human emperor succeeds in seizing the immortal, he will begin to devour the planet in advance and destroy the world in advance.
This is my fault. I have done so much just to change history. But I have neglected this matter. I want to change history. But history may not be changed as I imagined. The human emperor's awareness of the moon immortal was one of the changes. I actually don't have insight into everything. For example, how the human emperor knew about the existence of immortals is something I still can't figure out until now. That bastard is always smart.
Pluto shouted in a deep voice.
Why didn't you tell me this in advance?
Li Guanxi frowned and looked at the white light and shadow.
Significant?
The white light and shadow asked back.
I'll tell you in advance. What can you do? If you don't become a god, you can't even get close to the sea of consciousness of the moon immortal. Then how did the human emperor do it?
Li Guanxi was extremely surprised.
I don't know either.
The white light and shadow shook his head.
I am not an omniscient and omnipotent system god at all. I am just an experimenter from the future. For many things, I can only see the results through the rules of my cultivation. But I cannot see the process. Things about the human emperor in the same way. I saw him in the moon immortal's sea of consciousness. But I couldn't see how he discovered the moon immortal's existence. Nor how he entered. So you are the god of prophecy?
Hades asked.
No.
The white light and shadow couldn't laugh or cry.
If I could control the law of prophecy, why would I need to go to such trouble? I can only use my law to see things that have already happened. I can't see things that have not happened yet. So it does not count as the law of prophecy. The law of waste.
Hades cursed mercilessly. The white light and shadow had no reaction to this. Li Guanxi leaned against the ice throne with solemn eyes. After being silent for a long time, he said in a deep voice,
So, the current situation is that the moon immortal in the real world is being tried to seize his body by the human emperor. And the result will appear soon. Whether we succeed or not, we must fight him. The only difference is who this he is, which will determine whether we will fight the human emperor or the immortal. But the moon immortal in this strange world of time and space still has room to try. If Taoist Lin can successfully seize the body, then we can avoid a battle. And then Taoist Lin, who has the body of an immortal, can go to the real world and go to the moon to fight the human emperor to resolve the matter. That's basically it.
The white light and shadow nodded.
Wait a minute. I suddenly remembered a question.
At this time, Pluto's voice suddenly sounded.
You know the ending of Vulcan and I. We both went to the depths of the universe around 8,000 years ago in the new era and did not come back. What about the human emperor? You didn't mention that he was in the original. What is it like in its historical trajectory?
Chapter 747 News about Ing Xiao. Lin Xianbai became a god.
Deep in the starry sky.
The white light looked at Li Guanxi and slowly said to Pluto in his body.
When the constraints of the star field no longer exist, many gods choose to go to the depths of the starry sky. Even if no one has ever come back, they still can't resist the unknown desire, including the emperor. He didn't seek revenge from me?
Hades was a little surprised.
As far as I know, you two have met once.
The white light and shadow slowly said.
I don't know what you talked about specifically. I only know that after that meeting, you continued to find a way to awaken the consciousness of Vulcan. And the human emperor left the planet and went to the depths of the universe.
Hades had no more words to say.
How did you become a god?
This time it was Li Guanxi's turn to ask.
In the year 7432 of the new era, the first god broke through the shackles of the star field. In other words, during that period, the shackles of the star field began to become weaker and weaker. Isn't it just the star field? Even the source of energy has begun to fully recover? No.
The white light and shadow shook his head.
Origin Chi did not revive. But in our time, we found a substitute for Origin Chi. Alternatives? Li Guanqi was startled, with a look of surprise on his face.
Is it the door to the world's national destiny? Exactly.
The white light looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously.
In our time, there was an emperor who unified the world. After integrating the world's national destiny, he improved his own national destiny method and finally succeeded in discovering the existence of that door. He pushed it open, he opened the door, and obtained another kind of energy based on the power of faith. With this energy, he became a god. This energy originates from the national destiny, and the national destiny originates from the people's belief and willingness. Because of this, he called this energy the divine fire of faith, and the method of using the divine fire of faith to become a god. He called it faith to become a god. Of course, there is no difference between becoming a god through faith and becoming a god through source energy. And the conditions are also the same. You still need to enter a masterless temple. We just replaced the source energy with the divine fire of faith. He was the first god to believe in becoming a god, and I was the second. I still followed his method of condensing national destiny. That is the condensation method that you got as a mission reward.
At the end of the sentence, Bai Guangying smiled and said,
I guess you must think that is the method of condensing the national destiny of the Daluo dynasty?
Certainly. Li Guanqi nodded.
After all, they are very similar, aren't they? Because it was indeed born out of the national destiny condensation method of the Daluo dynasty. The resemblance is normal, but there are still many differences in the details.
Bai Guangying explained.
Only by integrating the national destiny of the world through this national destiny condensation method can you perceive the existence of that door. When you open the door, you can get the sacred fire of faith to replace the source energy. But I still need to take over a masterless palace.
Li Guanqi looked at this future god and hesitated.
How are you going to realize this? Since I dare to brag about Haikao in the mission rewards, I will not break my promise.
As the white light and shadow spoke, he put his right hand into his body of light and shadow, and then took out a prismatic white light crystal from it, which was suspended in the palm of his hand, emitting a little bit of light.
Crush this thing, and you will enter an extremely mysterious state. In this state, you can quickly lock on a law that is most suitable for you, and comprehend it at a very fast speed until you master this law. That is the so-called entering the shrine. This process basically does not take more than a year. At least it only took me 10 months. What is this? Is it so magical?
Li Guanqi reached out and took the light crystal in surprise.
I named it the Enlightenment Stone.
The white light and shadow smiled.
I made this after searching for countless treasures of heaven and earth. There are only 2 finished products. One of them was used by myself, both for consumption and to verify the effect. And this one is the last one left. Were you an alchemist before you became a god?
Li Guanqi asked.
The same will happen after becoming a god.
The white light and shadow answered seriously.
So my transformation into a god is like this.
Li Guanqi looked at the white enlightenment stone in his hand and nodded lightly.
I can push open the door to the national destiny and obtain the divine fire of faith to replace the origin chi. As for the lordless shrine, I can use this enlightenment stone to solve the problem of becoming a god. All conditions are met. And Taoist Lin's transformation into a god is the body seizing Gu god. After he and I succeed, we will go to the moon in the strange world and try to seize the body of the lunar immortal. If we succeed, it is best. If we fail, I will have to kill him by force. Then, Daochan Lin and I returned to reality, went to the moon in the real world, and solved the human emperor and the moon immortal in the real world. It was a really difficult task. This is the final mission.
The white light looked at him and said in a deep voice,
The missions of other extraordinary beings have ended.
Or in other words, I have found you and Lin Xian by among all the extraordinary beings. This is a salvation that spans time and space. Only two can accomplish it. What about after completing this final mission?
Li Guanqi seemed to suddenly think of something and asked,
Can I come back to this world again? Cannot.
The white light and shadow shook his head, and then explained,
Although I don't know why. I found that the gap between time and space is becoming more and more unstable. If the contact channel between the two time and space is maintained, it is very likely to cause the two time and space to break apart, collapse. So when the matter is over, it is the best choice to keep the time and space of the strange world closed and independent.
Li Guanqi's heart sank. Do not know why? He knows. This is why the heart of space and time is missing, and the multiverse is unstable.
Is there any difference in strength between the moon immortals from the two time and space?
Li Guanqi got back to business.
After all, the moon immortal in the strange world has slept for more than 30,000 years longer than the one in the real world. It makes no difference.
The white light and shadow said calmly.
In the eyes of you and me, more than 30,000 years seems like a long time. But to that existence, it may just be a time to sleep. Sleeping after an injury can only restore your energy. What can really heal the injury is the medicine you take after waking up. What can really restore the strength of the immortal is to swallow the planet after waking up, rather than simply sleeping. There will not be much difference in strength between the immortals in the real world and the strange world. So, what else is there to say?
Li Guanqi clenched the white light in his hand. His eyes slightly focused.
If nothing goes wrong, then I have to prepare to become a god. Have.
The white light and shadow nodded, pointed at Li Guanqi and said,
You are the son of Tongyu, and you have already established a connection with the netherworld. When you step into the god level, the netherworld will also resonate with you, and then you will gain a new ability. You can mobilize the power of the world in the netherworld to provide yourself with an increase. To put it simply, it is similar to a large national luck increase. This is a good thing. But bad things happen. When you step into the god level, the netherworld that resonates with you will undergo environmental changes, which will accelerate Ying Xiao's resurrection in the depths of the netherworld. I knew he wouldn't die that easily.
Li Guanqi, who learned about this from Bai Guangying, was not too shocked. Instead, he felt like,
I knew it. But I can't find him in the netherworld. Do you know where he is specifically?
Li Guanqi said in a deep voice.
I know a lot of things, but I really can't know everything.
The white light and shadow sighed helplessly.
Li Guanqi, you must realize one thing. I am just a helper from the future. I am asking you for help, not a god who gives you tests. I don't know many things.
Don't know the answer. So I can only wait for him to show up.
Li Guanqi frowned slightly.
That's not the case.
The white light and shadow corrected.
Although I don't know where Ying Xiao is in the netherworld, I know that after you step into the god level, your connection with the netherworld will be further deepened. Everything in the netherworld will be of great significance to you. The son of the god level Tongyu. Say, there is nothing to hide, and you will naturally find Ying Xiao by then. However, the accelerated resurrection I just mentioned is most likely instantaneous. Ying Xiao will complete the reshaping of your soul and body in an instant after you become a god. That is, instant resurrection. Ying Xiao will be resurrected before you can find him. But I'm not sure what happened to him after his resurrection. Maybe he was originally at the demigod level. Or maybe he was the same as that you. After resurrecting from the dead, he stepped into the god level. I personally think that after is more likely. This is the case with Ying Xiao. If you don't become a god, his resurrection speed will be very slow. But according to what you said,
you don't seem to be able to find him in the netherworld at the moment. When you become a god, the environment of the netherworld will change because of you, the god-level son of Tongyu. And it will also lead to Ying Xiao's instant resurrection. This is an unsolvable situation. Ying Xiao can wait. But you can't wait. You must become a god as soon as possible. Otherwise God knows when the result of the fight between the human emperor and the moon immortal will appear in the real world. You know a lot of things.
Li Guanqi looked at the white light and shadow. His eyes narrowed slightly.
Is it because of the power of your law? There are also knowledge gained from reading. And some guesses.
The white light and shadow said.
A few guesses?
Hearing this word, Li Guanqi couldn't help but have a strange expression.
Hey, what proportion of what you said from beginning to end were guesses? Well, you don't want to know.
The white light waved his hand and said seriously.
But I can assure you that in the words I said above, I only talked about the serious side. Never the good side. I guessed the worst case scenario. Even if I guessed wrong, the situation will only get better. Then you might as well tell me. Assuming that Ying Xiao becomes a god after his resurrection, how will we win or lose?
Li Guanqi asked.
I have no idea.
Hearing this, Bai Guangying spread his hands.
I only know that you must win. If you can't even pass the Ying Xiao test, then everything I have worked hard for will become a joke. Li Guanqi, if you really don't have the confidence, you can wait until Lin Xianbai has finished seizing the body and become a god, and then ask Lin Xianbai to help you deal with Ying Xiao.
Li Guanqi leaned against the ice throne, thinking slightly. Simulate once? But there are only 2 simulation opportunities left. And there are still 2 moon immortals from time and space to deal with. How can Director Lin help? Li Guanqi rubbed his brows, with a look of embarrassment on his face. If Ying Xiao is resurrected and becomes a god, then he is also the son of Tongyu, a god-level person. He will definitely win or lose with me in the netherworld. Can a god break into the netherworld? If you can't become a god, he can. The white light and shadow said slowly. But if you become a god, he can't, because the son of Tongyu is closely connected with the netherworld. Once you become a god, the boundary barrier of the netherworld will be stronger. You can simply understand it as, the son of Tongyu is the 9th level world. The netherworld is the 9th level world. The son of Tongyu is the god, and the netherworld is the god level world. This is also the fundamental reason why Ying Xiao will be resurrected instantly once you become a god. He's staying in the netherworld. And I feel uneasy. There was a hint of coldness in Li Guanqi's blue eyes. Before dealing with the moon immortal, Ying Xiao must die. Then you want to wait until Lin Xianbai succeeds in seizing the body before becoming a god? The white light shadow asked. Then we will deal with Ying Xiao together. Maybe you prefer to solve your own affairs by yourself. But I want to say that this is not your own business. If you overturn here, both Lin Xianbai and I will regret it. This is where you need your help. Li Guanqi looked at the white light and shadow and said softly, escape into the netherworld is not invincible. Emperor Luo, Lin Niu, and the Empress all have their own ways to solve the problems in the netherworld. But I haven't been able to get any of them. So I need you now. Give me a way to either make Taoist Lin enter the nether realm or force Ying Xiao out of the nether realm. The white light and shadow lowered their heads slightly, as if thinking. After a few seconds, he raised his eyes to look at Li Guanqi again and nodded. Buzz. At the same time, Li Guanqi felt a large piece of information welling up in his mind. It was a spell. As long as he cast it inside the netherworld, Ying Xiao would have to leave the netherworld. Of course, he himself had to leave. In other words, this future god spell will allow him and Lin Xianbai to have a god-level battle with Ying Xiao in the outside world. And that's all. The white light stood up and looked at him seriously. Li Guanqi, I have said everything I should say. So, the next step is up to you. After that, this projection from the future of the real world slowly dispersed and disappeared. When will we meet again? Li Guanqi also stood up and asked softly. After you deal with the immortals in the strange world, I will come again and help you open the passage back to the real world. The voice of the future god came from all directions. Also, for the stability of time and space. After that, I will permanently close the time and space channel between the real world and the strange world. In other words, your next return to reality will be a permanent return. Whatever you want to do, do it before then. His voice gradually drifted until it disappeared. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, was standing on the ice, looking at the blue sea in front of him, his eyes flickering, wondering what he was thinking. So, what do you say? Pluto's voice sounded. Are you going to do it yourself? Or will you wait until Lin Xianbai becomes a god and then fight one against another? I want to be stable. Ding! The world's first transcendent person to reach the divine level appears. Listening to the sudden mechanical prompt sound in his mind, Li Guanqi couldn't help but look stunned. Has anyone become a god? Long time no see. Watching chess. Before Li Guanqi could recover from the shock, a familiar and gentle male voice sounded not far behind him. Li Guanqi quickly followed the sound. At the very edge of the ice, a handsome man wearing a black and white robe was standing there, smiling triumphantly at him. It was Lin Xianbai, the god who controls the law of insects. No! Taoist Lin, why did you become a god now? Li Guanqi couldn't hide the look of astonishment and surprise on his face. You were always first. This is all in the end. Can't you let me take the lead? Lin Xianbai walked forward with a smile on his face. This is better. Li Guanqi also smiled. Since you have become a god, I can also start to become a god. There is no need to wait. Then we will deal with Ying Xiao together. Oh, by the way, has the future god told you everything? I saw him before you did. Lin Xianbai nodded lightly and said in a deep voice. I heard his voice after I almost declared success in seizing the body. He told me a lot of things. Watching chess, the final battle, all depends on you and me. This battle is related to the survival of the planet. We can only win, not lose. Speaking of which, the future god told me that you will have at least a few months before the seizure is over. Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai with some confusion. That's normal. Lin Xianbai's eyes narrowed slightly. But I ended the body grabbing early, so my understanding of the god-level laws is still a little unstable. But it is barely enough. Why?
Hearing these words, Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel his heart sinking.
Is it difficult? Yes. A prophecy. Just a few seconds ago, my prophecy came and asked me to meet you immediately. The location of this place was also prophesied to me.
Lin Xianbai raised his head and looked into the blue sky, as if he saw the moon in another time and space through a long distance.
Watch the chess game. Absorb the divine fire of faith, and prepare to become gods. We don't have much time. The situation may be even worse than what the future gods imagine.
Chapter 748, Looting the Temple. Becoming a god soon.
What do you think the human emperor's chances of winning are?
Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai in front of him and asked solemnly.
100%.
Lin Xianbai replied in a deep voice.
He is me. I am in this time and space. Like me, he has the talent of prediction. There are only two results for seizing the body of the mysterious immortal on the moon. Either success or failure.
Die. If he will fail. Then before he starts to seize the body, the omen will come and stop him from this move. He has no reason to seek death. However, the result is that he has already started to seize the body, which proves that the omen has not come. That is to say, he will not fail or die. He will only succeed. Just like me seizing the body of the Gu God.
After saying that, Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi and smiled.
Maybe you think I am taking a risk? No. From the time I started seizing the body, I knew very well that I would definitely succeed. And the immortal who was the human emperor seizing the body. This is also the case. So, when we return to the real world, we will definitely face the human emperor.
Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai with a strange expression.
To be honest, I don't understand very much. This is beyond my understanding. Your overall level before was only 85? But you were able to take away a god. And the human emperor was only 1 once you are conscious. Can you still seize the immortal? Because seizing the body is a trick to avoid facing the enemy head-on.
Lin Xianbai explained.
Furthermore, the body grabbing of our clan is different from the body grabbing in your mind. Let's put it this way. The body grabbing you think is a technical method. But for us, our body grabbing giving up is more like the use of innate ability. Which is two different things. Not understand well.
Li Guanqi shrugged and said helplessly.
I just feel that the more I practice, the more I understand the value of talent. Ordinary people can't stand on the same level as us. This world is so cruel.
Lin Xianbai lowered his head and looked at his hands, his eyes wandering.
In this world, not everyone is born equal. Ants are inherently weaker than elephants. No matter how hard they try, they can't beat an elephant's kick. Bloodline theory it has been with all life since the beginning of the world. Have you finally accepted reality?
Li Guanqi joked.
It is precisely because the world is unfair that we need to create fairness as much as possible.
Lin Xianbai looked at him with a serious expression.
I do accept reality. But that doesn't mean I have to follow it. Wait until we solve everything before we think about changing the world. Brother.
Li Guanqi smiled and patted Taoist Lin on the shoulder.
So it's obvious. In the real world, the human emperor will definitely be able to seize the immortals. And in the weird world, you will definitely be able to seize the immortals in this world.
So it will be a battle between two immortals? I can't make that conclusion yet.
However, Lin Xianbai shook his head and corrected.
The human emperor has begun to seize the body, which proves that he will definitely succeed. But I can't say that I can succeed because we haven't gone to the moon to do this step yet. It is still unknown whether the omen will come by then.
He paused for a moment before continuing.
The human emperor is my future self. Maybe he can use his talent for seizing bodies better than me, so he can succeed. Watch chess.
As he spoke, Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously.
Just like the future god's plan. If I fail, I will damage the immortal's consciousness as much as possible, causing him to lose control of his own power, thereby weakening him. And then next it's all up to you. Don't belittle yourself.
Li Guanqi just smiled calmly.
I believe you can succeed, but before that, we still have things to solve.
What? Lin Xianbai said doubtfully.
Kill a god.
Li Guanqi straightened his expression and said in a deep voice.
After I become a god, an enemy will also appear. He may be a demigod or a god. But no matter what, I must kill him. Clear.
Lin Xianbai nodded.
I will help. As for now, it is better to seize the time to become a god. I will stay here. When it comes to becoming a god, I actually don't know much about it.
Li Guanqi glanced at the enlightenment stone in his hand. and then looked at Lin Xianbai in confusion.
It will take at least a few months for me to use the Enlightenment Stone to enter the shrine. Why does your talent for prophecy tell you to stop seizing the body immediately? Come here. It never tells me why. But it's always right.
Lin Xianbai smiled helplessly.
Okay. You can start. Maybe in the next few months. I will get the answer to this question. Let's go back to Da Palace first.
Li Guanqi tore open the cracks in the space and said,
While I am in retreat there, you can also do something about this dynasty. After all,
I, as an emperor, do not care about political affairs at all. Give it to me.
Lin Xianbai nodded lightly, and then followed Li Guanqi's footsteps and stepped into the space crack together. After returning to the Da Palace, Li Guanqi issued a series of political orders. For example, during his retreat, Lin Xianbai acted as the emperor of the Wu dynasty, possessing all the authority that an emperor should have. At the same time, officials were also ordered to go to Daoyuo to take over that territory and bring it under the command of the Da dynasty, completely forming a true unification of the world. Then Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai made a decision. He disclosed the method of making the different blood potion and ordered his officials to start mass-producing the different blood potion and distribute it around the world. This great invention from Tulip's 7-star magician Mars Clinton will make the era of strange blood more thorough. In the near future, the strange world will be like the real world, with no ordinary humans anymore. All human beings will evolve into more advanced beings, and the civilization of different blood will progress more rapidly. At least most diseases can be ignored by humans of different blood. The strange blood potion was invented by Mars Clinton, and he will also become a monument in human history. In addition, Li Guanqi also told the world one thing: spiritual power 100 refining theory. This theory created by the magician Xia Holi can be said to have been of great help to Li Guanqi in his cultivation career. However, due to various reasons, Li Guanqi has never been able to make it public. Nor has he been able to replace this teacher. Correct name. But it's different now. As a result, the theory of hundreds of spiritual power refinements was made public, and the School of Magic was in a state of excitement. They were shocked by this magical theory of spiritual power, claiming that this theory was still very rough, and as long as it could be improved, it would definitely be applicable to most magicians. Body. For a time, Xiahou Li's name spread throughout the world and was known to all conjurers. This name will definitely stand on the historical monument of the conjuring world and be admired by future generations. This is something Li Guanqi promised, and he will not break his promise. After doing these things, Li Guanqi went to meet with little Yingxuan again. After playing with the little girl for half an hour, he officially began to retreat, using the future god's enlightenment stone to start in the endless ocean of laws, looking for a masterless law that best suits you. But he said he was looking for it, but he actually already knew it. The plundering technique, the plundering law. The law he understood is most likely this law. This is indeed the case. It only took him less than 3 days to find the law of plunder, and began to deeply understand this law of ownerlessness, and strive to become the master of the plunder palace. Pluto has the power of devouring and enters the devouring palace. And Li Guanqi has the plundering technique, so he wants to enter the plundering palace. These are two laws that have similarities, but greater differences. While Li Guanqi was in seclusion, Lin Xianbai, acting as the acting emperor of the Wu dynasty with a different surname, began to promote an unprecedented idea to the whole world. That is the difference between family world and public world. History is a cycle. In the new age, the world has once again become a state ruled by kings. It is difficult for the people to understand how a kingdom can be without a royal family and a king. Under Lin Xianbai's propaganda, the people of the Wu dynasty gradually realized that a dynasty did not necessarily need a royal family, or even an emperor. It was necessary to select people with enough virtue from all over the world to serve for a period of time. It may be a better way to have national leaders within the country, and those who are capable should be placed there. This is also the common thought of Lin Xianbai and Li Guanqi. They will eventually leave, and Li Guanqi has no heirs who can take over as Emperor Wu. So the succession method of the Da dynasty's ruling power must be carried out in another way.
Lin Xianbai was worried about these things. In the next few months, Li Guanqi has been in seclusion deep in the palace, using the Enlightenment Stone to understand his own plundering laws. During this period, all extraordinary beings have returned to reality, and they have lost their system and will never return to the strange world. Currently, only Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai remain in the strange world. As for the two of them, Would the real world be in chaos by those extraordinary beings? Li Guanqi believed that Her Royal Highness, the Queen in the real world, would not disappoint him. As the former Tulip Queen, she was tough enough. If something extraordinary happened to cause chaos, the Queen would not be lenient. However, these things are trivial matters that need to be put aside in front of the Moon Immortal. Li Guanqi's top priority is to become a god, and then go to the moon to solve these things and bring everything to a successful conclusion. And this day is getting closer and closer. 7 months later, in the deepest part of the Daw Palace, Li Guanqiban sat in the center of a large hall. He slowly opened his blue eyes and exhaled a breath. Boom! The enlightenment stone in his right hand completely lost all its luster. With a slight squeeze, it turned into powder and spread away. Enlightenment is over. Buzz! As soon as Li Guanqi thought, a deep black vortex appeared behind him, spinning slowly, like a black hole that could swallow up everything. However, what this power can do is far more than just swallowing, but plundering everything, and turning it into its own strength. This is the law that Li Guanqi understood and controlled with the help of the Enlightenment Stone. Plunder the law. Plunder the palace. This is an ownerless palace, and Li Guanqi is now in charge of it, becoming the sole master of the law of plunder. As long as he absorbs the last divine fire of faith, he can directly become a god. Watching chess? Suddenly, in the main hall, another figure in white appeared quietly. It was Lin Xianbai. Success? He looked at the plundering palace behind Li Guanqi and couldn't help but smile. It's a very magical power of law. I can feel it. The law I control is plunder, which is easy to understand. Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai and said curiously, It's you. I just remembered it now. Since you have robbed the Goo God and controlled the law of insects, how is the power of this law manifested? It seems a bit abstract. It can't be a command insect. Right. There aren't any god-level insects on this planet for you to control. This topic cannot be explained for a while, and I don't want to explain it. Lin Xianbai shook his head and laughed. Because if things go well, I will soon put aside this body and soul, and also put aside this law of insects, which doesn't sound very powerful. What? Li Guanqi was stunned. Do you still remember my prediction? Lin Xianbai explained. At that time, I was receiving the remaining insights of Goo God on the law of insects. But this omen suddenly came, asking me to stop this behavior immediately and come to find you. Because of this, you and I both thought it was terminated because of you. But this is wrong. I want to terminate my enlightenment simply because I cannot understand the law of insects too deeply. Otherwise it will affect my bid for the Moon Immortal. That immortal must also control the power of his own laws. This is what I am doing here 7. It took me months to figure it out. Once I succeed in seizing the body, I can put aside this Goo God body and obtain the body of an immortal, which sounds more upscale. At the end of the sentence, Lin Xianbai couldn't help but smile. But the so-called immortal is just a name made up by the future god himself. Li Guanqi looked at him and couldn't help but feel helpless. Taoist Master Lin, I know that someone like you, who came from Longhu Mountain, must have a special complex for immortals. But don't get too involved. Maybe he is just a higher level person. Is it just a race in the universe? Maybe. Lin Xianbai shrugged. But no matter what, I don't like this physical body very much. Although I can change my appearance at will, I'm still a little uncomfortable after 7 months. I can only use it all day long. Skin is just a facade. This is what I want to say to comfort myself. Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but have a complicated expression. Lin Xianbai took away the Goo God. It was obvious that his body at this time was not the original one, but the body of the god that had been reshaped by the Goo God. Then let's start and work hard to give you an immortal body. Li Guanqi stood up and straightened his expression. I have now entered the plundering palace, and I only need to receive the sacred fire of faith before I can step into the realm of gods. This will not take long. Maybe only a few minutes. Wait. After I become a god, we will immediately fight that enemy. His name is Ying Xiao, the most wanted international criminal who disappeared. Lin Xianbai was startled. Let me tell the story about him, and me slowly in the future. Li Guanqi had mixed feelings in his heart, and said with emotion, I haven't had a few contacts with him, but if you really want to say it, I have been closely connected with this Ying Xiao all the way. Go to the deepest part of the Toyo Islands. Lin Xianbai nodded, and then said, There is the sea there, and we can avoid hurting innocent people. Oh, by the way, before we start, I think there is someone you need to meet. Is that the child? Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the palace door. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xianbai slightly hooked his fingers and opened the door of the Vermilion Palace. In the deep night outside, a little girl with short hair wearing a green skirt looked at Li Guanqi in the center of the hall and blinked her big golden eyes. It was Xiao Shuang.
You are 10 years old. I know.
Li Guanqi walked over with guilt in his heart, squatted down in front of the little girl, and rubbed her little head.
Sorry. I missed your 10th birthday. And I promised that after you turn 10, I want to enlighten you in martial arts personally. I promised you many things, but I couldn't do any of them. I'm sorry. You're very busy. I know that too.
Little Shuang just lowered her head, put her arms around Li Guanqi's neck, and whispered in his ear.
But Brother Lin told me that you will be finished soon. Is it true?
Li Guanqi was slightly startled, then turned to look at Lin Xianbai on the other side.
When this is over, bring her back to the real world.
Lin Xianbai leaned against the pillar and chuckled.
Tell the future god. He should be able to do it. This child will definitely be willing to go with you. As for Miss Han, well, you have only spent so much time in the weird world.
In 5 years, she will definitely not doubt that this 10-year-old girl is your illegitimate daughter. So rest assured. Would you like to leave with me?
Li Guanqi then looked at little Shuang in front of him and said softly,
Will Sister Misha come along?
Little Shuang let go of Li Guanqi's neck and looked at him expectantly.
No.
Li Guanqi shook his head and said seriously,
Sister Misha is the queen of the Centaur clan. She still has her people to take care of. We will never come back. If you want to leave with me, you will stay with Sister Misha forever.
Parting, but Sister Longji will go with us. All right.
Little Shuang was obviously a little disappointed.
Then I will miss Sister Misha.
The implication is already obvious. She still chose to leave with Li Guanqi, even though the person who stayed with her longer was Misha. But to this little girl, the man in front of her was the one who suddenly appeared in the rainy night and gave her light in her life.
Then, wait for me to come back soon.
Li Guanqi stood up and said,
When the time comes, I will give you martial arts enlightenment in another world. Hook!
Little Shuang raised her right hand and stretched out her little finger.
Good.
Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. But he also followed the little girl's wishes and made an oath with her.
Let's go!
Seeing this, Lin Xianbai raised his hand and tore open a colorful space crack, and said seriously,
My intuition tells me that time is running out. After we deal with that Ying Xiao, we will go to the moon and prepare to end all this.
Chapter 749, Becoming a God. 1 Yanqing helps out. Ying Xiao's death. Oriental Islands. Deep in the sea. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai tore open a rift in space and appeared on an uninhabited island.
Kid, how about discussing something with you?
At the same time, Pluto's voice suddenly sounded in Li Guanqi's mind.
You want me to leave Ying Xiao's body and soul to you?
Li Guanqi was not surprised at all by Pluto's words.
That's right.
Pluto continued.
After Ying Xiao's resurrection, if he is in the realm of gods, then his fragile body as a conjurer doesn't matter. The main thing is his soul. I want his god-level soul. And the Empress left to you. God's body. With this soul and body, I can be resurrected as a god. In return, I will help you and Lin Xianbai go to the moon in this time and space. If Lin Xianbai fails to seize the body, I can also help you deal with that immortal together. At the same time, I can also promise you that after you and Lin Xianbai leave, I will guard the Dao dynasty as a patron saint, prevent this dynasty from collapsing, and try my best to ensure that every generation of dynasty leaders can uphold your legacy. The will of the first Emperor Wu. I will not follow you back to the real world. That is your time and space. I will stay in this time and space that belongs to me. Stay on this planet, and stay there until the day when Vulcan is resurrected. I have one additional condition.
Li Guanqi said softly.
After you find the Vulcan body in the future, you are not allowed to use extreme methods to wake her up in advance. You must not do it again by killing 800 million people to obtain source energy to make soul awakening mist. Don't worry. I'm not stupid.
Pluto sighed.
The future god has said that if I do that, she will be angry and leave the planet alone. I will not do such a thing. I don't want her to be disappointed in me. Li Guanqi, I am no longer you are still young. So don't let time change your heart.
At the end of the sentence, Pluto's voice seemed to be sighing with emotion, but also seemed to be laughing at himself.
Speaking of which, even if I were willing to help you, I'm not sure I can.
Li Guanqi thought about the matter carefully, and then said,
If Ying Xiao is really resurrected as a god, then even if Daozhong Lin and I join forces, it will be difficult to crush him. Naturally, it will be difficult to guarantee that we can still survive while subduing him. It keeps his soul intact. It doesn't need to be perfect,
Pluto said calmly.
You can fight however you want. The soul of a god is very special. It is not easy to dissipate and has a strong ability to reshape. Even if you completely crush his soul, after I take over, there will be the method is put together completely. That's good.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly, then ended the conversation in his mind, looked at Lin Xianbai beside him, and said seriously,
Director Lin, are you ready? It's you who should prepare. I've been preparing for 7 months.
Lin Xianbai couldn't help but smile when he heard this.
During the 7 months you were in seclusion, I didn't do much to govern the Dao dynasty. Because your cabinet is really perfect. Or in other words, the head of the cabinet perfect enough. The dear man named Lin Chifu Zhu is the most powerful ruler I have ever seen. I have an idea. How about letting him take over as the leader of the Dao dynasty after you and I leave? Do you think his ability and character are adequate?
Li Guanqi nodded.
I don't have time to examine the successor. If you think he can do it, then do it. I'm not wrong. He will create a beautiful world.
Lin Xianbai said seriously.
Very good. Now that we have no worries, let's just concentrate on solving that immortal on the moon.
Li Guanqi took a deep breath, then looked up at the sky. In his blue eyes, golden light gradually began to flow.
Before heading to the moon, we still have to deal with Ying Xiao. Daozhong Lin. I'm going to start. Lead the divine fire.
It won't take long. Get ready for the enemy.
Boom. As soon as the words fell, golden clouds surged over the island. And in the blink of an eye they gathered into a cloud of thousands of miles of clouds, which was extremely powerful. The national destiny of Wu dynasty. Today's Dao dynasty is a unified dynasty that has unified the whole world. So this national destiny can truly be called the national destiny of the world.
Rumble. Li Guanqi stood up from the ground and rushed directly into the air. He looked up at the golden clouds of the national games. He stretched out his right hand, as if he was pushing open some empty door in the air. The golden clouds continue to surge with astonishing momentum. As time goes by, a vortex gradually forms in the center of the golden clouds of the national games, and some golden light spots can be faintly seen escaping.
Boom!
Finally, the golden clouds of the national games shook violently, and large swaths of golden flame spewed out from the whirlpool, instantly covering Li Guanqi's figure.
Is that belief in divine fire?
Lin Xianbai on the island below saw this scene and couldn't help but look curious.
I have never tried to become a god with source energy, nor have I tried to become a god with faith. The spirit of seizing the body seems to have taken a shortcut, but it also made me miss it. There are many things, but what does it feel like to bathe in the divine fire of faith?
Hot. Hot. Amidst the golden divine fire of faith, Li Guanqi looked ferocious and was enduring an indescribable burning sensation. The feeling of these divine fires of faith pouring into his body gave him the feeling of someone pouring magma into his blood vessels. No wonder the person who discovers the existence of the divine fire in the future will name this power fire. In addition to the shape of a flame, I am afraid that the burning feeling is the biggest reason. Li Guanqi endured the burning of the divine fire of faith for several minutes, until finally, his plundering temple manifested itself and was swept away by the divine fire of these beliefs. Li Guanqi and the black hole-shaped plundering palace were now like two pieces of cast iron material, gradually melting under the burning flames of the furnace, and then fused together again, no longer distinguishable from each other. And plundering the temple is the embodiment of the law of plunder. In other words, at this time, with the help of the divine fire of faith, Li Guanqi completely merged with the law of plunder and stepped into the realm of gods.
Boom!
In an instant, the heaven and earth shook violently, and the aura of heaven and earth within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was swallowed by Li Guanqi and directly transformed into his own power.
It's done!
Lin Xianbai on the island looked up at the sky. In the gradually dissipating golden flames, he gradually saw clearly the figure in black with white hair and blue eyes, the god who controls the law of plunder.
This thing looks more upscale than the law of insects.
Lin Xianbai shrugged helplessly.
Ying Xiao!
Above the sky, Li Guanqi's eyes suddenly condensed.
I finally found you!
As the god of the future said. After he stepped into the divine level, he instantly felt that the nether world had some kind of resonance with him, and his connection with the nether world further deepened. He soon discovered that somewhere in the nether world, there was a weird spatial fluctuations.
Ing Xiao must be hiding there. Taoist Master Lin, prepare to meet the enemy. Li Guanqi shouted towards the island below. And then his whole person disappeared instantly, leaving only a few purple rippling halos in place. Netherland. In this world of purple light, Li Guanqi's figure suddenly appeared, rushing madly in one direction. Finally, he grabbed forward with his right hand and directly tore into pieces a piece of purple light tens of thousands of meters away. Haven't seen you for a long time. When the purple light dissipated, a familiar purple-robed figure slowly appeared in front of Li Guanqi. It is Ing Xiao after his resurrection, the god who controls the law of despair. Li Guanqi paused, looking at the system prompt that appeared. His expression changed slightly. Sure enough, he was resurrected as a god. But the law of despair? He remembered talking about the laws of gods with Shudkong before. Shudkong said that among the gods who master the laws of emotions have the most weird and difficult methods, and are more unpredictable than other laws. And the law that Ing Xiao controls is this ethereal emotional way. Despair. Li Guanqi and Ing Xiao were hundreds of meters apart, looking at each other solemnly. Indeed, based on Ing Xiao's tragic childhood experience, it does not seem to be an incomprehensible thing to understand the law of despair. He experienced despair, so he understood despair. How many years have passed? Li Guanqi? Ing Xiao looked at Li Guanqi opposite and said with a smile. 10 years? You was dead for 10 years before being resurrected. It should be about the same for me. Or is it longer? But I won the bet after all, and I was resurrected as a god. It's just a little too coincidental. I was resurrected 1 second ago, and you found me the next second. By the way, you are already at the god level. How did you become a god? Did you choose to kill humans to obtain origin chi? With your character, it shouldn't be possible. Or was it the mysterious system god who helped you? 1 year and 7 months. Li Guanqi raised his right hand and made a secret with one hand. A strange gray light shone on his fingertips. He said lightly, Isn't it surprising? It's actually less than 2 years. When Ing Xiao heard this, he frowned. So short? Your life after resurrection will be shorter. Go out and fight and settle everything in the past. Ing Xiao, rebuke the world. Li Guanqi made a secret with his left hand and put it together with his right hand. When he shouted in a deep voice, his hands also burst out with a dazzling gray light, which instantly spread and enveloped the entire netherworld. The next moment, both Li Guanqi and Ing Xiao felt an indescribable repulsive force, and they were pushed out of the netherworld. This is the space-based spell that the god of the future taught Li Guanqi to repulse the world. This spell can not only exclude Li Guanqi and Ing Xiao from the netherworld, but in the next few minutes, the netherworld will also be blocked from perception, unable to recognize the Tongyu blood power of their 2 sons of Tongyu, making them unable to escape into the deep world. The battle is won or lost in these few minutes. Buzz. As soon as Li Guanqi returned to the outside world, he heard countless sounds similar to the fluttering wings of insects. When he opened his eyes again, he saw overwhelming black insects sweeping across the sky, directly covering the sky above and below the sea, turning the place into a closed insect prison. The spatial fluctuations emitted by these black insects combined with each other to form an effect similar to a space blockade. Li Guanqi tried a little, but was unable to tear open the cracks in the space. In other words, Ing Xiao also cannot escape by tearing apart space. Taoist Lin? Li Guanqi looked around and saw only Ing Xiao in the distance and countless black insects. But he did not see Lin Xianbai's figure. Every bud you see is me. Lin Xianbai's voice came from all directions. Don't worry about me. Just concentrate on facing the enemy and watching the chess game. Interesting. When Ing Xiao on the other side saw the scene, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Circles of black light flowed from his body, and his whole body was filled with a strange and depressing feeling. I have a question. Ing Xiao looked at Li Guanqi and smiled. You? Shut up! Li Guanqi roared angrily, transformed into a body with 3 heads and 6 arms, holding 5 offensive artifacts such as swords, spears, halberds, and mountain axes, and launched a fierce offensive towards Ing Xiao in the distance. However, Ing Xiao turned into black mist and dispersed in an instant, and at the same time, the bewitching voice sounded again. Tell me, has a proud man like you ever experienced the lowest point of emotion? Have you ever had the feeling of being surrounded by enemies in the world, having no relatives or friends, and facing the abyss when you lower your head? Li Guanqi. That feeling is called despair. Well, Li Guanqi's face suddenly turned ferocious.
His figure paused in midair. His eyes closed. His expression sometimes painful, and sometimes sad. The law of despair. Emotional laws, almost without exception, are all specialized in attacking the mind. Although Li Guanqi is now a god and his soul is also at the god level, facing Ying Xiao, who has also stepped into the realm of gods. The law of despair he used with his divine power can also make the gods unable to help but fall into a state of despair. That deep feeling, the feeling of powerlessness, made it difficult for Li Guanqi to resist. Emotional laws may seem less simple and direct than the laws of force and the law of swords, but they are often more capable of killing enemies invisible. The surrounding black insect prison also began to gradually disperse, and the closed space effect was about to collapse. Obviously, Ying Xiao's power of despair is limited in scope. Not only Li Guanqi is affected, but Lin Xianbai, who has transformed into an insect prison, is also suffering. Roar! Suddenly, a beast-like roar came from outside the insect prison, instantly awakening Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai from their despair. Not only that, the black mist that Ying Xiao turned into surged violently, and soon condensed into Ying Xiao's human form again. But his condition at this time was obviously not good. Get out! Ying Xiao covered his head and yelled ferociously. Get out of my mind! It's really funny to do this in front of the devil. A gentle female voice sounded from outside. This familiar voice immediately made Li Guanqi look surprised, and he quickly shouted to the black insects around him. Quick! Director Lin! Let her in! As soon as he finished speaking, a loophole appeared in the black insect prison. A figure in white was let in, and then closed immediately. Senior sister? Li Guanqi couldn't hide the smile on his face. That beautiful woman in white is none other than Wang Yanqing. Wang Yanqing came to Li Guanqi's side, blinked his red eyes, and then smiled helplessly. This is really surprising. I thought well, let's do business first. She straightened her expression and said seriously. After all, I am not a god. At most, I can only rely on the demon clan's talent at the level of consciousness to help you resist his mind-attacking techniques. As for other things, I can't help. Thanks for the help. Lin Xianbai's voice rang out from the boundless black worm. This person's god-level laws are used to attack the mind. If you can help us block these consciousness attacks, it will be equivalent to abolishing his god-level laws. A god's at the divine law fails. It is no different than waiting for death. Ying Xiao, this time it is your turn to be desperate. Jia. As soon as he finished speaking, countless black insects condensed and reorganized, and turned into a huge scorpion-like insect monster, which took the lead in launching a surprise attack on Ying Xiao. It's over! Ying Xiao! Li Guanqi roared angrily, wielding 5 artifacts with his body of 3 heads and 6 arms, and cooperated with the insect monster to jointly attack Ying Xiao. However, Ying Xiao's law of despair lost its effect, and he could only use god-level spiritual power to cast spells to deal with the enemy. For a time, he cast all kinds of gorgeous and wonderful spells in the insect prison, but they had little effect. He was absorbed into his own power by Li Guanqi using the law of predation. The special spell that could not be plundered was broken by Li Guanqi and the scorpion insect monster with brute force. Wang Yanqing stayed in the corner of the insect prison, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, using the devil's talent to help Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai resist Ying Xiao's law of despair. Emotional laws such as the law of despair can only be used to attack the mind. To put it bluntly, it is an attack method at the level of soul and consciousness. The ancient demons are the most proficient in this race. Even Wang Yanqing, who has not yet become a god, can fight against the god-level law of despair. Ying Xiao is a magic god. At this time, the god-level laws are equivalent to invalidation, and defeat is doomed. Boom! Li Guanqi held the snow gun and stabbed it out fiercely. The tip of the ice crystal gun hit Ying Xiao's purple shield, smashing it into countless pieces. Violence breaks the shield. Jia. At the same time, the scorpion insect monster that Lin Xianbai transformed into changed again, turning into countless tiny dark blue ladybugs, which directly penetrated into the depths of Ying Xiao's sea of consciousness and invaded his soul, killing him in the blink of an eye. Ying Xiao's soul was riddled with holes. Boom! Finally, Li Guanqi used the power of his soul to condense a dark blue god-eating sword, giving Ying Xiao's soul the final blow, completely crushing his soul, and blue light spread across the sky. The outcome has been decided. Why don't you absorb it? Ying Xiao's body was suspended in the air, and blue light continued to escape from the center of his eyebrows, forming a vague outline of his soul. He smiled at Li Guanqi in front of him. Don't you have this ability?
Why don't you just absorb my soul? Or, you kept it on purpose because you wanted to hear my last words? No. But if you have any last words, I allow you to say a few words.
Li Guanqi looked at him indifferently. Not absorbing Ying Zhao's soul is naturally to leave it to Pluto for resurrection. Not for any last words. But now that the matter was over, he didn't mind hearing it.
Winning is king and defeating bandits. I don't resent anyone.
Ying Zhao looked at Li Guanqi and smiled slightly.
I have a lot of last words. But I don't want to tell you these words. Your life is too smooth. Li Guanqi, you and I are not from the same world. I have experienced the despair. You can't empathize with me at all. And you can't understand my thoughts. I don't even want to understand.
Li Guanqi turned around and left. And then another god-eating sword flew out, further crushing his soul and completely destroying Ying Zhao's remaining consciousness.
Hades! Clear! Boom!
A blur of consciousness flew out of Li Guanqi's body and instantly escaped into Ying Zhao's broken soul, and then began to use mysterious means to reunite these broken souls in an attempt to reshape them.
Is it the consciousness of Pluto?
The surrounding black insect prison surged violently, began to shrink rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into Lin Xianbai's appearance in white. He came to Li Guanqi and asked curiously,
Yes, I promise to help him resurrect, and he will go to the moon with us to help.
Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai and chuckled.
By the way, this is how your insect law is used? Transform your body into an insect? It can also turn into an insect prison to restrain the space. It can also become a giant insect to fight. And it can also become a giant insect. Soul insects. And they all have god-level effects. Hexagonal warriors. It was mainly developed by Gu God.
Lin Xianbai looked at the broken soul in front of him and said softly,
Since you decided to help him, then I will lend a hand.
After saying that, he opened the palm of his right hand, and several small blue bugs fluttered out and merged into the broken soul, turning into wisps of crystal blue light, accelerating the speed of soul reshaping.
Hey, Pluto, my body is here for you.
Li Guanqi took out the physical body of the god from the space necklace, and then he flashed and flew towards Wang Yanqing on the other side.
Senior sister?
Li Guanqi came to Wang Yanqing with a smile on his face.
How did you get here? Did you discover the battle fluctuations here? Thanks for the help.
Lin Xianbai also flew over and bowed his head solemnly to Wang Yanqing.
Without your help, Ying Zhao's emotional law of despair would be quite troublesome for us. And it is even possible that he would be killed during this siege.
Run away. Thank you.
Chapter 751 Yanqing leaves and Pluto is resurrected.
It's a small effort. No need to say thank you.
Wang Yanqing looked at Lin Xianbai, returned the salute calmly, and then looked at Li Guanqi with a smile.
The noise of your fighting is not small. This is the depth of the Donglong Islands. And I live in this sea area. How can I notice it?
No movement here. 2.
Li Guanqi nodded slightly, and then asked with a slight hesitation.
Senior sister, have you been staying at Longqing Island in the past 6 months? You and Qi Yuan on him. Him? You've never been to Blue Heart Island before.
When Wang Yanqing heard this, her expression was subtle, and her brows seemed a little confused.
To be honest, I thought that even if you didn't go, you would at least send someone to ask about the situation. No,
Li Guanqi explained.
After you and I separated that day,
I learned all the truth about the system, and then I practiced in seclusion. I didn't come out until today.
As he said that, he couldn't help but be curious.
But what do you mean? Senior sister? It turns out that you have not stayed with Qi Yuan on Longqing Island these days? I met him once and then left. In fact, I have been in seclusion for the past few months.
Wang Yanqing laughed softly and said,
The demon blood in my body conveyed a message to me. As long as I take one step further, my demon ancestors far away in the depths of the universe will open a portal and take me there.
What? When Lin Xianbai next to him heard this, he was immediately confused and extremely confused. What the hell is this? He felt that the information was sudden and outrageous, but he couldn't say exactly how outrageous it was.
Go further?
Li Guanqi also felt very sudden and asked in surprise.
Becoming a god? As long as you step into the god level, your demon ancestors will pick you up? Senior sister, do you want to go to them? Not becoming a god.
Wang Yanqing smiled and explained.
After I awakened the demon blood, my body has long been no longer the structure of a different-blooded human being. Naturally, I can no longer use the 9 palaces level cultivation system. For me, further step is different from what you think.
Becoming a god is not the same thing. But I couldn't explain it clearly at the moment. Well, I'll explain it slowly when I have the opportunity in the future. All in all, of course, I want to go to the depths of the universe to meet my demon ancestors. This is going to the sea. Who doesn't yearn for it?
As he spoke, Wang Yanqing looked up at the blue sky, as if he could see the stars in the sky, with a look of longing on his face.
Okay, junior brother. I'm going back to retreat.
Wang Yanqing withdrew his gaze and smiled slightly at Li Guanqi.
After I sensed the movement here in your aura, I chose to forcefully leave the seclusion halfway. If I don't go back quickly to continue, all my efforts in the past 6 months will be wasted. So, junior brother, see you in the future.
After saying that, she directly tore open the crack in space, stepped into it, and disappeared, as if she was really in a hurry.
Division.
Li Guanqi looked at the closed space crack. His outstretched right hand paused in midair, his expression extremely complicated.
Watching chess. Do you think anything is strange?
Lin Xianbai stood nearby with a strange expression.
Well, you have a senior sister who suddenly ran over to help us killing Xiao. After the battle, she hurried away without saying a few words to you. The reason is that she was forced to leave the retreat midway. But if she went back quickly to continue the retreat, the results of the retreat would still be continued? It seems reasonable. But why do I feel something is wrong? Is what she just said true? If you take one step further, you will be taken to the depths of the universe by the demon ancestor? Nothing is right.
Li Guanqi frowned and said in a deep voice.
There has been something wrong with her since the last time we met. And it is even more wrong this time. There is definitely something wrong. Then catch up and ask.
Lin Xianbai pointed at the location where the space crack closed.
There are still traces of the space trajectory. I can track her whereabouts. Let's go and inquire. The next thing is very critical. I don't want to face that mysterious immortal. There is still a knot in your heart that has not been resolved.
As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand, and several small silver bugs flew out, hovering in the air, and then reopened the originally closed space crack.
Shall I accompany you there?
Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi and chuckled.
Forget it. You better go there by yourself. Also, Guanqi, don't let yourself regret it for the rest of your life. I need to find out what happened.
Li Guanqi nodded heavily, then stepped directly into the space crack, and his figure was swallowed up by the colorful light.
When I come back, we'll go to the moon again. Teacher, senior sister?
Li Guanqi walked out of the space crack and came to a remote uninhabited island. There was a small wooden house on the shore, and Wang Yanqing was sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed in the house. At this time, Wang Yanqing's eyes were tightly closed. Bloody light was constantly escaping from all over his body, and his aura was mysterious and ancient. It was obvious that he was practicing in seclusion. Can I be disturbed while practicing in seclusion? Most retreats are impossible. Because of this, Li Guanqi stood outside the wooden house and did not choose to open the door and enter. He just looked at Wang Yanqing's beautiful face inside the house with a thoughtful look on his face. Are you really in retreat? So as the senior sister said, she sensed the call of the demon ancestors. So she is working hard to practice and strive to go to the depths of the galaxy as soon as possible to meet her ancestors? But didn't the Empress personality say before that the demon race was killed hundreds of millions of years ago and was on the verge of extinction? Wait. That's right. It's on the verge of extinction, which means it's not extinct yet. Moreover, the idea of the Empress's personality is most likely only on this planet. The universe is very big and there are many civilized planets. So the demon race is still alive and well in the depths of the universe?
Then, senior sister, I'll come back to you later.
Li Guanqi whispered to Wang Yanqing in the room, then turned and left, escaped into the space crack and disappeared. Inside the room, Wang Yanqing was still meditating with her eyes closed. On the beach outside the wooden house, a few crabs emerged from the sand. Seagulls spread their wings and soared in the blue sky, and the years were calm and melodious. Buzz, however, a few minutes later, a space crack opened by the window of the wooden house. Li Guanqi, who had left and returned, poked his head out of it and looked at the scene in the house curiously.
So, he is indeed practicing in seclusion. Huh? By the way, what the H am I doing?
He smiled wryly, shook his head, and left completely. As the space crack closed, this time, he really left.
Puff!
A few seconds later, Wang Yanqing in the room turned pale and spit out a large mouthful of blood, dyeing the floor blood red. The blood-colored light flowing around her disappeared in an instant, and the aura and pressure on her body also dropped sharply. Even her appearance began to age rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she changed from a young and beautiful woman to a white-haired old woman. Her blood-red eyes also became cloudy and dim at this time. However, there was a helpless smile on the face of this demon woman.
You are such a naughty little bastard. Who taught you to play such tricks with demons? Ahem.
Before she could finish whispering to herself, she coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood again, staining her white clothes with a few drops of dazzling scarlet.
Junior brother.
Wang Yanqing's eyes were drooped, and she was as angry as a thread. She said to herself,
being able to survive these 7 months has exceeded my original life expectancy. I didn't expect that I could help you one last time before I died. This is you.
Is my fate always surprising? Then, let's end it here.
After saying that, she raised her right hand tremblingly and tapped the tip of her index finger towards the wall, and a piece of writing immediately appeared on the wall. The moment she finished carving words on the wall, her fingertips began to ignite little bloody sparks, and even the blood on the ground began to spontaneously ignite, starting from his fingertips. In just a moment, Wang Yanqing's entire body turned into a piece of blood and fire and dissipated, burning into nothingness along with his clothes, leaving no trace left in this room. The room was empty except for a piece of writing on the wall.
Junior brother, I have accepted the call of my ancestors and went to the depths of the galaxy. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. So, what's going on?
Above the sea, Lin Xianbai crossed his arms across his chest and looked at Li Guanqi, who had returned here with interest.
She's really in retreat.
Li Guanqi looked solemn and looked up at the blue sky.
Business matters. Let's go to the moon to deal with the immortal first. And then let's talk about other things. The moon. According to Pluto, the boundary of the star domain is near the moon. No matter how far it is, if we don't, we will be suppressed by the power of the star realm. In our era, there are still star realm restraints. Since the future god has given this plan, it means that the moon will not enter the restricted range.
After Lin Xianbai said that, he turned to look at the back of the black man 100 meters away.
Hey, watch chess. Go see that guy? To be honest, I never thought that the same face could give people different feelings. The difference is so big.
After hearing this, Li Guanqi immediately looked towards the tall figure with its feet on the sea. The god who controls the law of devouring. Hades is resurrected. In these few minutes, Pluto has completely taken control of Ying Zhao's god-level soul and the god-level body of the god, and has reshaped Chun Lan's little Lolita appearance into his original appearance. Unlike new gods such as Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai, Pluto is obviously more able to control god-level power. Standing there at this time, if you don't use your eyes, you can't spot him at all, and you can't detect his breath at all. On the other hand, Lin Xianbai, even though he had been seizing the spirit for so long, he still couldn't control the pressure of the spirit on his body freely.
How does it feel to have an independent body?
Li Guanqi flashed and flew to Pluto's side, looking at him with a smile. It was a face that was basically the same as his. The only difference is the difference in eye color and hair color. Li Guanqi has turned into white hair and blue eyes since the alien blood was added to his body. But Pluto has not changed like this. He still has black hair and extremely deep eyes. Black. The eyes of most Chinese people can be seen in places with good light. They are said to be black, but in fact they are dark brown in color. But Pluto's pupils, even under the bright light, still appear pure black, giving people the feeling of looking into an abyss.
I don't have the strength to return to my prime.
Pluto glanced at Li Guanqi and said calmly,
but this cannot be restored in a short time. In the age of gods, there is sufficient source of energy, and various god-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures emerge in endlessly, allowing the gods to continue to improve their physical strength. But there are no such things in this era. So, I am prepared. But actually there is nothing prepared for me. There is no time for us to prepare.
Li Guanqi shook his head and said in a deep voice,
we don't seem to have any sense of crisis in this strange world. But in the real world, every second of delay is 1 second closer to the human emperor successfully seizing the immortal's body. I changed my mind.
Hades suddenly said.
What?
Li Guanqi looked at him doubtfully.
After I kill the immortal in this time and space, I want to talk to your future god.
Pluto lowered his head, looked at his right hand, and clenched it tightly into a fist.
If I can come back again, then I will go back to the real world with you, and I will personally settle the grudge between me and the human emperor. Of course,
If God says in the future that I can't come back, then I can only give up this opportunity to settle my grudges. It's really weird. Lin Xianbai walked over from behind and said with a helpless smile, Guanqi and I are obviously friends, but in another time and space, we are unrelenting enemies. You'd better restrain yourself. Pluto glanced at him coldly. Don't become the human emperor. Otherwise I believe that Li Guanqi would not mind sending your friend to H.L. with his own hands. Just like what I want to do now. Although in my time and space, I and that guy's never made friends. Of course, I also believe that he will supervise me well. Lin Xianbai just smiled softly. You also have to supervise him. Pluto withdrew his gaze and looked at the calm blue sea with a dazed expression. Don't let him become me. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai looked at each other, both smiling. Let's start. Pluto looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, Lin Xianbai, don't let us down. It's best to seize my body quickly and successfully. My prediction didn't come. I will try my best. Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi. Are you ready? Not yet. Wait for me. Li Guanqi took a few steps back, and his whole body was filled with black mist, covering his surroundings. Immediately afterwards, blood spread from his toes and instantly enveloped his whole body. Simulator. Open. Heart of time and space. Current number of simulations remaining, 2. It's finally over. Time, brother. In the world shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi's figure walked slowly and stopped directly in front of the light screen panel. This is just the end of your role as the Transcendent King, as the owner of the Heart of Time and Space. Your truly wonderful life will only begin after this matter is over. I know. Li Guanqi nodded slightly, his brows looking a little tired. Collecting the energy of the Heart of Time and Space, restoring the integrity of the Heart of Time and Space, and maintaining the stability of the multiverse is a more ambitious mission. But he is really a little tired. After this is over, he needs to rest for a few years before doing something else. Intend. But the point is, it's over. It's not over yet. Let's start. Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel with all his attention. Simulation starts. On the first day, you, Pluto, and Lin Xianbai came to the back of the moon together. Lin Xianbai followed the method taught to him by the god of the future and opened a portal to the interior of the moon. The three of you entered the space passage. However, before you can walk out of this space passage, there will be 3 forks in the road. Lin Xianbai appears and takes you to the second fork in the road. You have successfully arrived at the sleeping place of the immortal. The immortal is not aware of your arrival at all, and is still lying on an ice jade bed, motionless. Lin Xianbai's soul left his body and began to seize his body. Time flies by, and 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xianbai's body suddenly twitched violently, and the immortal's eyebrows flashed with blue light, forming countless memory fragments in midair. Pluto said that these are soul fragments. Lin Xianbai's soul is most likely located in one of the fragments at this time. However, judging from the twitching of his body, there is obviously something wrong with his seizure. Pluto believes that they need to leave their bodies and go to these fragments of consciousness to find and help Lin Xianbai. But these fragments are too numerous to count, and it is simply an impossible workload. While you and Pluto were hesitant, these soul fragments began to decrease rapidly. After a while, there were only 5 soul fragments left in front of you. Pluto believes that the soul of this immortal is too powerful and cannot be compared with ordinary god-level souls. Lin Xianbai relied on his own special soul to enter it. If you two enter, you will definitely die. But Lin Xianbai must be among these 5 soul fragments. As long as you can enter the soul fragment where Lin Xianbai is, you can get Lin Xianbai's protection. On the contrary, choosing the wrong one means death. Choose 1 from 5. This is a life and death bet. Betting? From left to right. Which one do you choose? I only have one last simulation opportunity left. I have to choose one of 5. How do I choose? I can't choose. Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel, shook his head slightly, and sighed helplessly. This simulation is almost over. So let's just pick one. When the simulation is reset for the last time, I want to follow Lin Xianbai directly to seize the body from the beginning. So there is no need to choose one of the 5. Damn it. Since he can't do it alone, why doesn't his foretelling talent not work? Appeared and asked him to pull me to help? Chapter 751. Lin Xianbai has it, but the human emperor doesn't. I'll choose the second soul fragment. In the world shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel in front of him and said in a deep voice, You enter the second soul fragment.
This is the top of a misty mountain. You vaguely see two figures on the top of the mountain. But among those two figures, there is no Lin Xianbai. You made the wrong choice. The soul fragment Lin Xianbai entered was not this piece. Your soul suddenly feels a huge pressure, and eventually becomes overwhelmed and collapses. You are dead. Simulation ends. Current number of simulations remaining, 1. Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was silent for a while. Although there are still personal emperors who need to be solved in the real world. In comparison, the Moon Immortal in this time and space is obviously a more urgent need. If he dies here, there will be no chance of the last simulation left. It makes sense.
Reset. This time I will follow Taoist Lin from the beginning. And together we will leave the body and go to the sea of consciousness of the Moon Immortal. Li Guanqi said in a deep voice. Simulation starts. Has been simulated and the process has been omitted. Under the guidance of Lin Xianbai, you successfully arrived at the sleeping place of the Immortal. The Immortal is not aware of your arrival at all, and is still lying on an ice jade bed, motionless. When Lin Xianbai was about to leave his body and start to seize the body, you suddenly stopped him and expressed that he wanted to go together. Lin Xianbai sternly rejected this proposal, saying that only his special soul can enter it, and he can't take you with him, and you can't help if you go. Pluto questioned, saying that according to his understanding of souls, since Lin Xianbai can ensure his own safety, he can also protect the safety of other souls. You don't quite understand the principle, but Pluto is too lazy to explain to you. Just question Lin Xianbai. You insist on going in together. Lin Xianbai also insists. You had a big fight. Pluto suspected that Lin Xianbai had been controlled by the human emperor, and that all this was Lin Xianbai's conspiracy. So he took the initiative to launch an offensive against Lin Xianbai. Seeing that Lin Xianbai refused to let you accompany him, you felt doubtful for a moment and did not help anyone, because you stood by and watched. Lin Xianbai was quickly subdued by Pluto. Under Pluto's questioning, Lin Xianbai told the entire truth. It turns out that Lin Xianbai's prophecy has appeared a long time ago, but he kept it secret and did not tell you, because the prophecy told him that this time he will definitely fail to seize the body. That is, he will die. Because of this, he is not willing to let you accompany him, but prepares himself go to seize the body. Even if you fail and die, you can still severely damage the Immortal, allowing you to successfully kill him and plunder the Immortal's power, and gain stronger power to solve the human emperor in the real world. Lin Xianbai has long been prepared to sacrifice. He just doesn't want you to have a psychological burden. Absurd. When Li Guanqi saw this, his hands clenched tightly into fists. But you have experience from the last simulation, so you are confused. Is he ignoring it? Waiting for Lin Xianbai to fail in seizing the body and die, and then join forces with Pluto to kill the Immortal who was severely injured by Lin Xianbai? Or should I take a gamble and follow Lin Xianbai to the sea of consciousness of the Immortal? How do you choose? Li Guanqi was pacing back and forth in front of the light curtain panel, thinking constantly. After a while, he stopped, looked at the light curtain panel, and said in a deep voice, Brother Time and Space, tell me, can Taoist Lin's foretelling talent be used? Counting your simulated help to me? Impossible. If my power could be included in his foretelling talent, then I, the sole stabilizer of the multiverse, could be killed head-on. Don't underestimate my level. In other words, Taoist Master Lin's gift of prophecy tells him that his attempt to seize the body will definitely fail. Li Guanqi murmured to himself. But the premise of this prediction is that I have not simulated it, nor have I tried other options. So according to the original trajectory, I will either stand by and watch with Pluto, and then he fails to seize the body, or I will choose a soul the fragment entered. But I chose the wrong one. I died, and Taoist Lin also failed to seize the body. However, Taoist Lin's talent for prediction does not count against my ability to simulate. In other words, the new decisions I made through simulation attempts are not within the scope of predicting talent. If I could make a different new decision, of course, it would be possible for the actual situation to be different from what Lin Daozhong predicted. Very good. I made a decision. This last simulation. Take a gamble. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi's eyes became firm, and he said solemnly to the light screen panel, I want to enter the sea of consciousness of the Immortal with Lin Xianbai. You and Lin Xianbai had a heated argument. Finally, you convinced Lin Xianbai. Pluto stays outside. You and Lin Xianbai's souls leave the body and enter the sea of consciousness of the Immortal together.
Lin Xianbai uses his innate ability to take you deep into the sea of consciousness of the immortal. And finally you enter the memory of the immortal. According to Lin Xianbai, as long as the immortal can be killed in this memory, the subjective consciousness of the immortal will dissipate, leaving only an empty body and a blank soul body, allowing the body to be taken away. You continue to explore in this memory, and finally come to the immortal. After a fight, Lin Xianbai lost to the immortal and was about to lose. At this time, you take out a sword that you got during the exploration. This sword was the sword that the immortal used to kill his son. In the memory, it is actually a symbol of some kind of inner demon. When you use this sword after the sword pierced the immortal, he was haunted by inner demons and finally collapsed and died. You rescued Lin Xianbai and successfully killed the immortal. Lin Xianbai began to seize the body. According to him, this will be a time-consuming matter. You return to the outside world. Your soul returned to its place, and you and Pluto stayed beside the immortal body, waiting for Lin Xianbai to complete the body seizure. Time passes suddenly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Simulation ends. Current number of simulations remaining, 0.
The sword of the inner demon.
Li Guanqi looked at this simulated message with a solemn expression.
So, the key is here. The person responsible for fighting the immortal consciousness is still Lin Xianbai. What I have to do is to use the immortal's power at the last moment. Kill him with the sword of the inner demon, or let him kill himself. Very good.
Li Guanqi turned around and left, waving his hand with his back to the light screen panel.
See you next time, brother time and space. I should have thought of it earlier.
Above the sea, Li Guanqi opened his eyes, dispersed the black fog around him, and looked at Lin Xianbai.
What are you saying?
Lin Xianbai was stunned.
You have already let it slip before. But I was so busy with my thoughts that I neglected it.
Li Guanqi looked at him and smiled helplessly.
I asked you before. What do you think is the success rate of the human emperor's success in seizing the body? You said 100%. Because if you fail, you will die. In this case, your prediction will definitely come. And if he chooses to seize the body, it means that the omen has not come. That is, he will not die. If you fail to seize the body, you will die. But the god of the future told me otherwise. He told me that even if you fail to seize the body, your special soul will save your life. It's fake. This is a lie to me. There is no reason for the god of the future to lie to me. In other words, Taoist Lin, this is your request. When you were seizing the new god, you already had a conversation with the god of the future. You knew about the immortal on the moon earlier than I did. It was also at that time that you asked the future god to deceive me about this matter, and asked him to lie that you would not die.
Just because you did not want me to have a psychological burden. I should have understood. Even if you hadn't let it slip. This is a body-stealing immortal. How can he still survive if he fails? Therefore, the prophecy has already appeared. And when God tells you about it in the future, you will get that prophecy. Before in the Daw Palace, you specifically told me that if you failed, you would damage the immortal's consciousness as much as possible, causing him to lose control of his own power, thus weakening him. Then the next thing depends on me. I thought it was just talk. But now that I think about it, you actually already know your ending.
Having said this, Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai in front of him. His eyes darkened.
The omen tells you that you will fail, and you will die. But at the moment of your death, you will also severely injure the immortal, and give me a chance to kill him. So you choose to conceal this matter, and even ask God to cooperate with you in concealing it.
When Lin Xianbai heard this, he was silent at first, and then lowered his head and smiled.
I always thought that I was not afraid of death. But now it seems that I am actually very afraid. Scared to death. Otherwise, I would not make such a stupid mistake. You can actually let it slip.
Ha! His smile seemed a little bitter.
I promised Annie that after everything is over, I will resign from all my positions, give her a grand wedding, and then accompany her to travel around the world and see all the beauty in the world.
Lin Xianbai lowered his head and murmured softly.
I'm sorry that I have to break my promise. But I have to do it. Although I will die, many people will live because of it. And this beautiful world will survive because of it. I want to say boldly, I am not afraid of death. This is a great sacrifice. But now, I am actually still very afraid. And I am afraid of death. But I am not willing to die. Then survive.
Li Guanqi took half a step forward, grabbing his shoulders with both hands.
Believe me, Taoist Lin, we can all survive. As long as you take me with you to the sea of consciousness of the immortal. That way we'll just die together.
Lin Xianbai raised his eyes and looked at him, his handsome face full of determination.
My prophecies are never wrong. I will follow this prophecy because it is the only hope to successfully save these two worlds. I can die, but you must live. Guanqi, you must live. I said, when I die, I will do my best to severely injure that immortal. And you are responsible for killing him after that. Then you have to plunder his power. Return to the real world with this immortal power. Kill the human emperor. Save our planet. And save the beautiful world that we have worked hard to protect for so many years. This is not a time for a battle of spirits. Watch chess. Sometimes sacrifice is inevitable. I am very afraid of death. But if necessary, I will not back down. I have been prepared for this very early. The law of plunder is not omnipotent.
Li Guanqi shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice,
even if I plunder the body and soul of the immortal, I still cannot obtain the same combat power as the immortal. The process of plundering energy is efficient and very costly. But seizing one's body is different. Taoist Lin, as long as you can successfully seize the body, you can fully control the power of the immortal. This is a more efficient way than looting. Only by letting you seize the body of immortal will we have the greatest chance of defeating the human emperor. I know. But I can't succeed. After all, I am not as good as the human emperor.
Lin Xianbai frowned.
Of course you can make it.
Li Guanqi smiled and said,
the human emperor has lived tens of thousands of years longer than you. It is natural to be more powerful than you. But there are some things you have that he does not have.
Lin Xianbai was startled. Li Guanqi pointed at himself with his right thumb and grinned.
The human emperor doesn't have me. But you do. Brother. Let's go to the immortal sea of consciousness together. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, we can all survive. Guanqi, don't do this.
Lin Xianbai just shook his head gently.
This is really not a time for a battle of wills. A prediction is a prediction. A prediction that has never gone wrong can never go wrong. I die. You live. And then save the world. It's that simple. There is no second two options. Do you remember the end of the century?
Li Guanqi suddenly said.
Of course.
Lin Xianbai nodded with a strange expression.
You said at that time that you traveled to the apocalyptic period 100 years later, and then traveled back to the extraordinary period of 5 years. You also said that without you, we would all have to wait 100 years before returning to reality. I just have this magical ability.
Li Guanqi did not correct the matter, but looked at him seriously.
Taoist Master Lin, believe me, I have seen many futures. The first one was the result of your prediction. But I have seen the entire future process and circumvented it. I found another better way. A way that you can successfully seize the immortal body. Trust me. Okay?
As soon as he said this, Lin Xianbai suddenly looked thoughtful. Li Guanqi looked forward to it. Pluto, who had remained silent from beginning to end, stood on the sea more than 10 meters away with his arms folded across his chest, looking up at the blue sky. With his god-level eyesight, he could directly penetrate the distant distance and look at the moon in the sky.
I am really afraid of death and reluctant to die. I still have people I love deeply that I want to see, and there are too many things I want to do.
Finally, Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi and smiled helplessly.
So, if there is really hope, then come. Guanqi, you have been creating miracles since I met you. Maybe it will be the same this time? Then come on. Let me see. Foreshadow, is there really going to be something wrong?
That's it. Li Guanqi suddenly smiled and patted his shoulder vigorously.
Let's go now that we've reached an agreement and resolve these matters as soon as possible.
Pluto glanced at the two of them, and then he rose up from the ground and shot straight into the sky at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the atmosphere and flew into the vast galaxy and universe. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai followed closely behind, leaving the surface of the planet and coming to this boundless universe. Looking around, the antiquity and beauty of the universe are intertwined. The gorgeous Milky Way in the distance is like the most beautiful picture scroll. But the boundless darkness further away also makes people fear, like looking into the abyss. The universe has mysteries that are both desirable and terrifying.
Do you feel it?
Pluto stepped on the void, closed his eyes, and clenched his hands tightly into fists.
The star field is bound. It is pulling us. Once we leave this star field too far, we will gradually lose power. The moon is the limit. No matter how far we go, a few, and we lose all power. So we should be lucky that that alien or immortal guy lives on the moon and not on a planet farther away.
As he said that, Pluto opened his black eyes, his brows filled with thoughts.
Starbound. The cause is unknown. The cause of disappearance is unknown. And even the god of the future doesn't know. Forget it. Don't mention this anymore.
Let's go. He shook his head, then flashed and shot towards the moon in the distance. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai looked at each other, and then started to take action, flying towards the gray-white planet that was full of potholes on the surface.
Do you know where those potholes come from?
While flying, Li Guanqi said to Lin Xianbai,
I assume you must have some sort of truth to tell me.
Lin Xianbai asked with a smile.
Right.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly and said with emotion,
Do you still remember the senior sister who just came to help us? She is from the demon clan. It is said that hundreds of millions of years ago, our ancestors and her ancestors had a war on the moon. Most of the craters on the moon are left over from that time. After the war, the demon race was almost extinct, and our ancestors also immigrated to the depths of the universe. I'm really getting more and more curious about how amazing the advanced civilizations deep in the universe are.
Lin Xianbai smiled slightly.
If we can survive in the end, I want to see those immortals. Real immortals. Must be real. Yes, I will definitely survive.
After Li Guanqi finished speaking,
he began to swoop down and fell heavily to the surface of the moon. Pluto, on the other hand, had a face full of discomfort. The constraints of the star field made him uncomfortable. Not physically, but more psychologically, because he had been troubled by this problem for too many years in the old era. On the other hand, Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai didn't feel much, because the moon is the boundary of the star domain. If you go beyond the moon, you will be greatly suppressed by the star domain. On the moon, there is only a little feeling, and there is no real impact. As for the gravity problem of the two planets, it is a small problem that can almost be ignored for the gods.
So where is the sage?
Pluto looked at Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai, frowned and said,
It is definitely not on the surface of the moon. I have been here in the old era. At least there is nothing on the surface. Inside the moon.
Lin Xianbai closed his eyes, made a hand gesture, and circles of golden brilliance rippled all over his body.
Of course, we don't need to smash through half of the moon. The god of the future has already told me how to enter that place.
After saying that, he opened his eyes, and golden light bloomed from his body, forming a golden space crack in front of him.
Let's go!
Lin Xianbai stepped into it first. Li Guanqi and Pluto followed closely behind. The three god-level beings just entered the space crack, and their figures were quickly engulfed by golden light. When the space crack slowly closed, all that was left on this barren gray land were the potholes, and there was not a single figure left. And the dead silence of the past was restored again. Chapter 752 The Mysterious Immortal Sleeping Inside the Moon. After Li Guanqi and the others walked into the space crack, they did not go directly to the other end. Instead, they were blocked by three forks halfway. These three forks are three different routes of the space passage, and they are all flowing with golden light, so no difference can be seen.
Which way to go?
Pluto looked at Lin Xianbai.
Don't you have the gift of prophecy? Did that thing remind you?
Middle. Lin Xianbai casually pulled off a handful of white hair from his head, and then walked towards the second fork in the middle. Li Guanqi and Pluto looked at each other and followed closely. Among them, Pluto asked curiously as he walked.
Speaking of this kind of fork in space, I have many ways to try to explore the path without risk. Isn't it necessary to spend my life to predict it? If only I could take the initiative and control it.
Lin Xianbai said angrily. This is not a question of whether it is necessary, because he does not have the ability to control the talent of foretelling it all. Buzz. Soon, Li Guanqi and the others arrived at the end of the space passage. After passing through the twisted golden light, a gray-white cave appeared in their sight. It was a rather unremarkable cave. The material of the rock walls was no different from the gray-white earth on the moon's surface. Because of this, when the three of them arrived here, their eyes were instantly attracted by the only extraordinary thing in this ordinary cave. It was a large bed of ice jade emitting cold mist, located in the deepest part of the cave. I saw an ancient man figure lying on this ice jade bed with no aura. His black hair was tied up with a simple green hosta, and he wore a set of white robes. The style really looked a bit like the ancient style in the impressions of Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai. But really, which one is it? Of course, it's impossible to say the clothing style of the dynasty, but it's just roughly similar. This man's eyes were tightly closed, and he had an oriental face. He looked to be in his 30s. His appearance was not ordinary. but he could only be described as slightly handsome. He didn't seem to notice the arrival of Li Guanqi and the others at all. He was still lying on the ice bed, motionless, immortal. The so-called system prompts are all based on the future god's own cognition. The god of the future knows about the existence of demons like Wang Yanqing, but he really doesn't know the background of this mysterious immortal. So the system prompt can only display the word immortal. In fact, this word is just a name assigned by the future god himself. He has no idea what kind of species this mysterious existence is.
Is this the immortal?
Pluto stood 100 meters away from the ice bed, looking at the sleeping immortal with a solemn expression.
He didn't emit any breath, nor did he breathe. If I hadn't heard the future god talk about this, I would have thought this is a corpse. Let's start.
Lin Xianbai walked up to the immortal, glanced down at him first, and then sat cross-legged next to him, leaning against the rock wall.
Guanqi, if you want to come with me, then go out of your body.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xianbai closed his eyes, lowered his head. A white light flashed between his eyebrows, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a white soul body and appeared next to him. Out-of-body experience. It's just that Lin Xianbai's soul is different. It's white. Seeing this, Li Guanqi also sat down, and his soul left his body. A dark blue soul walked out from the center of his eyebrows and came to Lin Xianbai's side.
Take a bite.
Lin Xianbai's soul stretched out his right hand and put it to Li Guanqi's mouth.
I have to help you absorb my soul power, and then you can ignore the soul pressure in the sea of consciousness of this immortal.
Li Guanqi nodded slightly, then opened his mouth and bit off Lin Xianbai's entire palm.
Holy shit!
Lin Xianbai immediately shrank his arms and shouted.
I asked you to take one bite. Not a big one. Just bite one finger, and it's enough. It hurts me to death. You didn't tell me earlier.
Li Guanqi spread his hands helplessly, chewed twice, and swallowed this part of Lin Xianbai's soul. However, it can be clearly seen that there is a white light on the belly of his blue soul body. He does not have the ability to absorb Lin Xianbai's soul. Buzz? Seeing this, Lin Xianbai waved his right hand, recondensed part of his soul power into the shape of his palm, then made a secret with one hand and pointed towards Li Guanqi's abdomen. Immediately afterwards, the white light in Li Guanqi's abdomen began to spread, filling his soul body in an instant, turning him into a pure white soul body.
In this way, we can ignore the soul pressure in the sea of consciousness of this immortal.
Lin Xianbai nodded, and then looked at Li Guanqi solemnly.
I will tell you roughly what we are going to do later. First, I will use my talent to kill this sleeping man. The immortal sea of consciousness is shattered, and at the same time his soul will be temporarily shattered. But this does not mean death. Although his soul is broken, he will not die. If we cannot erase his consciousness within a certain period of time, his soul will reorganize, and then his consciousness will wake up, and then he will kill both of us. After all, his soul is out of body. You and I who have run into the sea of consciousness cannot resist him, the master of the sea of consciousness. So, what we have to do is erase his consciousness. This matter,
Having said this, Lin Xianbai pondered for a while, as if thinking about the words, and then continued for a while.
Guanqi, do you still remember the feeling of dreaming?
Certainly. Li Guanqi nodded.
I have only been practicing for 5 years. I often dreamed about it when I was sleeping for the past 18 years. So of course, I still remember it. When dreaming, we may remember a certain identity, but we cannot remember the past or the future.
Lin Xianbai said softly.
For example, I had a dream and returned to the high school campus. At this time, I would remember that I was a high school student, but I would not remember what I was like before, let alone what I was like after high school. What I am is in a state of ambiguity. So?
Li Guanqi hesitated.
After you crush the immortal soul, he will fall into such a state? All kinds of memories will be shattered and become one after another, without any connection with each other? Correct.
Lin Xianbai smiled and nodded.
We are going to enter a piece of broken memory, or a broken soul. Let's just call it a soul fragment. We are going to enter a piece of soul fragment and kill the immortal in that memory. And he died?
Li Guanqi blinked in confusion.
Yes.
Lin Xianbai nodded again.
If we are killed in our dreams, we will wake up. However, if the immortal is killed in this situation, it is equivalent to the erasure of consciousness. And my soul talent, you can understand it as with an errand car. As long as the immortal consciousness in a soul fragment can be wiped out, his consciousness will completely die and die in his sleep. forehead.
Hearing this, Pluto on the other side looked at Li Guanqi with a strange expression.
Hey, kid, do you understand? Well, it's that simple. Of course I understand.
Li Guanqi nodded seriously. Hades looked suspicious.
It doesn't matter if you don't understand. These are not the point.
Lin Xianbai waved his hand and said seriously.
The point is, this method is a trick. It can directly avoid physical confrontation and soul confrontation. But at the same time, if we want to kill the immortal consciousness, we cannot rely on normal means, but requires another more stream of consciousness attack method. We need to find memories that can be called psychological trauma, psychological shadow, and heart calamity among countless soul fragments, and then take away a symbol of memory. We are going to use this symbol to attack the immortals, and there is only one chance. Once our symbol fails to cause enough psychological trauma to the immortal and cannot erase his consciousness, then he will completely wake up due to the stimulation of his consciousness. By then, we will be in the soul of his sea of consciousness. Certain death. In addition, there are only 2 tokens we can take away. One for you and one for me. If we take more, before we can attack the immortals, we ourselves will be scattered by these memory symbols, and we will not be able to distinguish who we are.
Having said this, Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi and asked with a smile.
Did I explain it clearly?
Certainly. Li Guanqi nodded. Combined with the simulation situation, he finally understood. There is no need to interfere with whatever memory symbol Lin Xianbai wants to take. And the symbol he wants to take is the
Sun-killing sword.
This memory symbol is enough to make an immortal be haunted by inner demons and die. It is said that this immortal actually killed his own son with his own hands, which can be regarded as a person with a story.
I almost understand.
Next to him, Pluto crossed his arms across his chest, leaned against the rock wall, and said in a deep voice,
in other words, if you 2 fail, then as soon as this immortal wakes up, you 2 will definitely die, because you are in his sea of consciousness and his territory. Deal? Don't worry. If this is the case, I will be the executor of the alternative plan, and I will kill the immortal. Of course, the premise is that you can really injure it enough to be killed by me while dying. If we fail, the real world will.
Lin Xianbai looked at Hades, slightly hesitant.
I will not go.
Pluto shook his head slightly and said calmly.
According to what the future god said, if you want to kill an immortal, you need to use a suicide attack to severely injure it. And then, you can let another god-level being kill the weak immortal. In other words, the only people we can forcibly kill by force are weak immortals whose consciousness has been severely damaged and cannot exert their full strength. But if in the real world, the human emperor can successfully seize the body, then he is not a weak immortal. No matter you call me cold-blooded or ruthless, I will not risk doing such a thing alone. Here, unless one of you 2 can survive, either Lin Xianbai who succeeded in seizing the immortal's body, or this kid who succeeded in plundering the immortal's power, then I will go to the real world to help kill the human emperor. Rest assured.
Li Guanqi ignored Pluto, just hugged Lin Xianbai's neck and chuckled.
We will succeed. Believe me.
Lin Xianbai nodded heavily, then looked at the immortal sleeping on the ice bed.
Are you ready to watch chess? Certainly.
Li Guanqi grinned.
Let's get started.
Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xianbai's white soul erupted with a burst of white light, enveloping Li Guanqi's white soul, and turned into a white stream of light, escaping into the sleeping immortal's eyebrows. Soon, the white light completely escaped into it and disappeared. In the gray-white cave, there were only the motionless sleeping immortal and Hades leaning against the rock wall.
Well?
Hades crossed his arms across his chest, lowered his head and sighed.
Come back alive, you 2 brats. Boom!
Li Guanqi had just recovered his soul form and consciousness, and before he could figure out the current situation, there was a loud noise next to him. He quickly looked around. What I saw here was a boundless white world, with many cracks appearing in the void, like a scene of the sky falling apart.
Boom!
Not far away, Lin Xianbai's white soul body punched out, and the countless cracks expanded. In the blink of an eye, they spread like spider webs, and then the world collapsed completely like a mirror that fell to the ground, break into pieces. Countless fragments collapsed and scattered, and one could clearly see the memory scenes among them.
Is this the immortal sea of consciousness?
Li Guanqi finally reacted and looked at Lin Xianbai in slight shock.
And you have broken it now? It's just a convenient word to call it.
Lin Xianbai flew over and stood beside him.
Why? Guanqi, do you really think this is an ocean? As for breaking it now, what else? Do you still want to enjoy the scenery here? No.
Li Guanqi shook his head and said seriously.
Then what happens next? What will happen? We will soon see one memory after another. The memory of the immortal.
Lin Xianbai looked around, looking at the broken sky fragments with a solemn expression.
Although these memories are not continuous but disrupted, they should also help us understand the origin of this immortal. It should be noted that we are not here to be detectives, but to be killers. We do not need to know the specific origin of this immortal. What we want to do is to kill him. Watch the chess game with full concentration. If we encounter some memory that can be called a psychological trauma, we must quickly take away the memory symbol. As for how to judge whether this memory is a psychological trauma, and what exactly is a memory symbol, I can't tell clearly. I can only rely on luck. We don't need to influence each other and make our own judgments. In fact, my previous attempt to seize the body Gu God was just a matter of luck. When he was a child, he witnessed his mother being hollowed out by an insect demon species. Then I used that insect demon species as a memory symbol and attacked him. I succeeded. The Gu God consciousness in that soul fragment was swallowed up by the fear of childhood and died. But does everyone suffer from this kind of psychological trauma? Uncertain. If this immortal has not had this kind of experience, then watching chess, you accompanying me here is an act of courting death.
Having said this, Lin Xianbai couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly.
I hope we have better luck. Boom!
Suddenly, this vast white world began to change rapidly. Sometimes it turned into a village. Sometimes it turned into a giant city. Sometimes it turned into a floating island. And sometimes it turned into an interstellar route. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai just immersed themselves in the scene. Experience. Go through the immortal's memories one after another. In a short period of time, Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai experienced dozens of memories of this immortal. Because of this, they had a general understanding of this immortal. First of all, in this world of immortals, the language is certainly not Chinese. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai cannot understand the language of this immortal. They can only vaguely judge that the name of this immortal should be Kiss You, because in their memory here, many people call him this, including his playmates from the same village. This is a transliteration. If you ignore the pronunciation standards a little bit, then this immortal can be transliterated as Wen Yu, which at least sounds like a normal Chinese name. I don't understand the language, and I don't understand the writing. Because of this, Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai actually struggled to understand these memory scenes. After reading so many memories, they had a somewhat inaccurate understanding of the immortal's situation. The overall style of the world where this immortal lives is really like the so-called ancient fairy tale, but it also has a bit of a cyberpunk flavor. Various buildings with ancient charm will light up with gorgeous neon lights at night. And there are also devices similar to mobile phones, computers, and 3D virtual projection. In this world, there are people who fly with swords, like sword fairies, and there are also people who drive floating cars full of beautiful lines and race in the city. This immortal, Wen Yu, once won the runner-up in a sword flying competition and the championship in a racing competition. It doesn't matter whether this world is a cultivating civilization or a technological civilization, but its level of development is undoubtedly that of the interstellar era. This immortal grew up in a rural area, where people even had to chop wood to make a fire to boil water. However, he didn't know whether he was going to school or worshipping a sect. Anyway, a majestic silver-white spaceship descended from the sky to carry out the mission. Pick up and drop off. This spaceship directly sent him from a small planet across the universe to another, larger planet, allowing him to study and practice in one place. And then, the immortal Wen Yu, who has gone through many things, seems to have become an interstellar bandit, specializing in robberies on space routes. He is best at flying swordsmanship. He often unsheathes a flying sword and can directly kill passing spaceships, cut into 2 pieces, then massacre and grab things. The team that Wen Yu was in spared no one alive, wanted money as well as lives. And even women and babies were not spared. During the robberies and conquests, Wen Yu was often injured, and his method of recovering from his injuries is simple and crude: find a planet and swallow it. Chapter 753, Kill the Immortal. Wen Yu's bandit career was very long. After an unknown number of years, he met a very beautiful woman in another bandit team. The two fell in love and got married, but it ended in tragedy. Because after they got married, they didn't wash their hands in a golden basin, and they were still working as interstellar bandits. In the end, a space fleet who did not know whether it was an interstellar policeman or a disciple of the sect, arrived and directly crushed and killed the group of bandits. In order to protect him, Wen Yu's wife died under the knife of an interstellar policeman. In this memory scene, Wen Yu's wife has a bulging belly, which means she is obviously pregnant. 1 corpse, 2 lives. Wen Yu survived by chance, but his wife, an unborn baby, died. In this scene, Wen Yu cries extremely sadly. It was at this time that Lin Xianbai finally made a decision and took out the token of love between Wen Yu and his wife from the memory screen. This must be a symbol of memory. And this memory certainly belongs to the scope of psychological trauma. It might not be the best choice, but he had to make a choice. Because Wen Yu has almost no flaws in his life. He has been a ruthless and cold-blooded bastard since he was a child. He has no feelings for his parents, and is even more ruthless towards his companions. He will betray him when he needs to. It can be said that as of now, the only thing he cares about in life is his wife. In this case, Lin Xianbai chose to take the token of love between him and his murdered wife as a symbol of memory, and tried to use the memory of his wife's murder to attack him. It was an unproblematic decision, but Li Guanqi knew that it was not enough. The memory symbol he wants to take is a sword. The sword Wen Yu used to kill his own son. The memory picture keeps changing. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai finally saw the immortal Wen Yu's second life tragedy after the pain of his wife's death. Of course, due to the language barrier, the two of them didn't know what was going on at first. They just saw Wen Yu and a person suspected of being an interstellar policeman in a life or death duel. Then the interstellar policeman lost. Wen Yu killed him with a flying sword. Kill. However, this interstellar policeman said something to Wen Yu before his soul dissipated. After Wen Yu heard this, he threw away his flying sword, hugged the body of the interstellar policeman, knelt on the ground and broke down crying. In addition, if you look closely, the appearance of this interstellar policeman is somewhat similar to Wen Yu. This is obviously unusual. Shang! Just when this memory scene was about to disappear, Li Guanqi finally took action, pulling out the black flying sword from the rock wall and holding it in his hand. Almost as soon as he drew his sword, Li Guanqi felt his mind being impacted, and a large number of memories poured into his mind. This is a more detailed memory. He was almost immersed in Wen Yu's emotional and mental state, experiencing Wen Yu's memory of killing his son, and understood the language content. Although he still couldn't understand the dialogue, he could understand it. Content. Because of this, Li Guanqi also completely understood the whole story. It turns out that the child of immortal Wen Yu is not dead. Although his wife was killed on the spot by the interstellar police, the policeman felt pity after discovering the fetus in her belly. He used magic to take out the fetus and carefully cared for it to grow up. Dragon begets dragon and phoenix begets phoenix? Maybe so. But in reality, what happens more often is that whoever the dragon raises can become a dragon, under the care of the policeman. The robber's son later became an excellent interstellar policeman, and finally forced Wen Yu, the great interstellar robber, into a desperate situation and engaged in a life or death duel. In the end, Wen Yu's flying sword skills were superior, and he killed his son with his own hands. These things were confessed by Wen Yu's son before his death. The policeman didn't hide anything. When he grew up, he told everything about that year. The reason why Wen Yu's son chose to become an interstellar policeman was to atone for the crimes his parents had committed and to arrest his father, bring them to justice. But the outcome was not what he wanted. He didn't defeat his father. Wen Yu, on the other hand, killed his biological son with his own hands. After knowing the truth, Wen Yu cried bitterly while holding his son's body, broke down and cried, and finally left his flying sword in place and left holding his son's body. Now you understand why you can only get one memory token. Right. After seeing Li Guanqi take the black flying sword, Lin Xianbai next to him also said something. Li Guanqi looked at the black sword in his hand and nodded with complicated eyes. Psychological shock. He has no doubt that if he takes a second memory token, he will definitely be distracted by Wen Yu's mind, and then think that he is Wen Yu. Losing himself is the same as death. So what exactly is the content of this memory? Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi and asked in a deep voice. You got the memory token. You should be able to understand the specific content of this memory. That young man who looks like an interstellar policeman looks so similar to Wen Yu. Is he Wen Yu? His son? The policeman who killed his wife saved his unborn baby? You've already made up your mind. Li Guanqi nodded. That's basically it. Very good. Seeing this, Lin Xianbai couldn't help but smile. This psychological trauma may be more effective than the death of his wife. Just take a look at the rest of your memories.
Lin Xianbai looked around, looking at the ever-changing memory scenes, and said softly,
We can't bear the mental impact of Wenyu for the second time. This memory symbol cannot be replaced once it is taken, even if a more suitable one appears next. Psychological trauma has nothing to do with us. By the way, this so-called immortal turns out to be an interstellar pirate who kills children without blinking an eye.
Li Guanqi looked at the surrounding scene and said with emotion,
The place where Wenyu lives is so wonderful, isn't it?
Lin Xianbai's face was full of smiles.
Immortals, flying swords, the age of interstellar navigation, fighting against the interstellar fleet with one person. It's so gorgeous, so exciting. I want to live. I want to see a place like this. The universe is indeed far more prosperous than we imagined. Certainly.
Li Guanqi also smiled.
We will definitely do the same in the future, huh? Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly startled.
What's wrong?
Lin Xianbai followed his gaze, and then saw a magnificent scene in Wenyu's memory scene. In the starry sky, countless fleets stopped, and countless immortals faced one direction and knelt down to worship. The unknown ancient being wore a luxurious golden robe and had a body with 3 heads and 6 arms. His size was unimaginable. In comparison, the surrounding planets were not as big as his fingernails. Wherever he passed, immortals were everywhere. Kneel down and worship.
3 heads and 6 arms?
Lin Xianbai looked at the scene with some curiosity.
Guanqi, aren't you the same with 3 heads and 6 arms? Maybe that guy is the ancestor of your bloodline. And maybe you can go back and recognize your relatives in the future? Watching chess?
Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi beside him, only to find that Li Guanqi was dull and unresponsive to his call. In the next few minutes, Lin Xianbai tried his best, but could not wake up Li Guanqi. However, the surrounding memory images continued to change within these few minutes, becoming increasingly illusory. It's about to end. When these memories disappear, they will fall into one of the soul fragments of the immortal Wenyu, and then face his consciousness in a life and death confrontation. Li Guanqi obviously came to help him, but now he's unconscious?
Boom!
Suddenly, the heaven and earth shook violently. The surrounding memory scenes collapsed in an instant, replaced by endless darkness, and in the darkness of nothingness, a majestic will came like rolling thunder. Although Lin Xianbai did not understand its language, he can directly understand the content of this will. Who are you?
Ah!
Lin Xianbai suddenly let out a shrill wail, and many cracks appeared in his white soul body in an instant, as if he was about to collapse. And directly in front of him, there was a figure as huge as a giant slowly approaching. Judging from his appearance, he is clearly the immortal Wenyu.
It doesn't matter if it's a dream or an illusion. Intruders, die!
The giant did not speak, but his will was directly conveyed to Lin Xianbai, including his anger.
Boom!
The surface of Lin Xianbai's soul exploded with more and more cracks. But at the same time, he stretched out his right hand with great difficulty and roared to throw out a silver necklace.
No, no!
The giant, who was clearly taller than the sky, showed a look of pain and howled after seeing this silver necklace. While he kept retreating, his body also kept shrinking. He's shrinking. This place is a fragment of the soul, and everything is an illusory image. Wenyu's original giant posture symbolizes the strength of his heart, and now after seeing this silver necklace, his shrinking size means his escape from this past. Because this silver necklace is the token of love between Wenyu and his wife. To Wenyu, this necklace is a tragic reappearance of the pain of his dead wife. However, the other side of this tragedy is hatred. In many cases, hatred overwhelms the sadness in the heart.
Roar!
The immortal consciousness, which had shrunk to a height of more than 3 meters, raised its head and roared like a beast. The sad expression on his face gradually receded, replaced by a crazy killing intent. With a flash of his body, he rushed directly in front of Lin Xianbai's soul body. With the 5 hook-like fingers of his right hand, he directly scratched Lin Xianbai's head. Then he kicked out and hit Lin Xianbai's chest, killing his white body. The soul body was violently kicked and exploded.
Tongue!
Suddenly, just when the immortal wanted to do something more, a long black sword burning with blazing flames pierced his heart directly, and the flame suddenly swept through his body, burning his whole body. It's Li Guanqi. He fell into a coma for some reason, but finally woke up at this moment, rushed behind the immortal, and pierced the immortal's consciousness with this black sword. This place is not the real world. The person in front of him was just the consciousness of immortal Wenyu. This sword is just a symbol of memories. The burning flame on the sword represents Wen Yu's regret for killing his son with his own hands. His wife's death was caused by the interstellar judge. Because of this, he was able to turn his sadness into hatred. What about the death of his son? Who is to blame? Blame the interstellar judge who raised his son. Wen Yu is a robber. But he can distinguish right from wrong. He knows who is right and who is wrong. The judge was just acting according to the law. The person who was really wrong was himself. The person who killed his son with his own hands was also himself. In the dark void, immortal Wen Yu knelt on his knees. There was no sadness or joy on his face. Only a look of ashes of despair. The black flying sword that penetrated his chest turned into blazing flames and completely engulfed him. Buzz. At the same time, Lin Xianbai, who had been exploded into countless white points of light by his kick before, regrouped and appeared in front of Lian and plunged into it. Ah! Li Guanqi next to him suddenly showed a look of astonishment when he saw this scene. But these shocks were fleeting, and Li Guanqi quickly calmed down. Although Lin Xianbai was kicked out before, but at this time, they are all god-level soul bodies, and they are not easy to die. It doesn't matter if they are kicked out. As long as their souls are not destroyed, they can be quickly reorganized. And there is no such thing as a soul body being kicked out of the brain. Lin Xianbai threw himself into the flames after reshaping his soul. He must not have been seeking death, but had a reason. Maybe this was one of the steps to seize the body? Boom! Just when Li Guanqi was curious, the dark world suddenly shook violently, and then countless fragments of white light appeared out of thin air, pieced together, turning this boundless darkness into the white world from the beginning. The Sea of Consciousness. Reshape. Immediately afterwards, Li Guanqi felt an inexplicable push, which kicked him out of the Sea of Consciousness and came to a real blue ocean. The sea's surface was under his feet, and ripples continued to appear. This is the Sea of Consciousness. Li Guanqi looked around and whispered to himself. Sea of Consciousness is just a name, referring to the deepest part of the soul, where consciousness exists. The place where Li Guanqi killed the Empress personality before was actually in Wang Yanqing's Sea of Consciousness. But this was just a name and had nothing to do with the sea. But the Sea of Consciousness is different. The Sea of Consciousness is the residence of the soul. Although it is not a real ocean, at least in appearance, it really looks like the sea. There is no mistaking it. The place where Li Guanqi is now is the Sea of Consciousness of the immortal Wen Yu. So, the soul of this immortal. Li Guanqi turned around and his eyes focused. 100 meters away, a dark blue soul was seen sitting cross-legged. The blue sea beneath him continued to ripple in circles, spreading to the entire Sea of Consciousness area. The appearance of this soul is none other than Wen Yu. Buzz. Suddenly, this dark blue soul body began to glow with white light, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a pure white soul. Its body shape and appearance also gradually changed, and soon it turned into Lin Xianbai's appearance. When Li Guanqi saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. My gift of foretelling went wrong for the first time. This pure white soul body slowly opened its eyes, stood up, and looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. But this mistake made me even happier. Guanqi, you are always the creator of miracles. It was you who stood up in the end. The critical moment wiped out this immortal's consciousness. Saved me, and saved everything. It's not over yet. So you have indeed succeeded in seizing the body? Li Guanqi just smiled lightly. It will take some time to completely complete the seizure. Lin Xianbai shook his head, then reached out and grabbed the soul body, pulled out another white soul body, and placed it in front of Li Guanqi. This soul body is also like him. Is this the soul body of the original Gu God? Li Guanqi looked down, then looked at Lin Xianbai hesitantly. What happened before was that you left your original soul body, became conscious of the Gu God's soul body, and now you left the Gu God's soul body again. The consciousness takes over the soul of this immortal? What kind of Gu Gods or immortals? Lin Xianbai shrugged and said with a smile, Now that I'm in, it's mine. His soul is mine, and so is his body. It's really cool to take over the body. Li Guanqi couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he had little knowledge and thought that taking over someone's body meant that their soul occupied another person's body. But things are different now. People like Lin Xianbai and Wang Yanqing from the Demon Clan are playing a higher-level game of seizing bodies, using their consciousness to occupy other people's souls. So you don't want this god-level soul? Li Guanqi lowered his head and glanced at the white soul in front of him. It's yours. Lin Xianbai nodded. I don't have the ability to plunder and devour. So this soul body belongs to you. Devour it. Devouring a god-level soul should improve you a lot. Oh. Also yes. You should just swallow the empty body I left outside.
Upon hearing this, a black hole vortex appeared behind Li Guanqi, using the power of the Plunder Law to directly swallow up this white soul, making his soul body become more powerful. After he goes out later, he will swallow Lin Xianbai's goo god body, and his body's strength will be even higher. And after Lin Xianbai's body snatching was completed, he was a resurrected immortal, coupled with the fact that Li Guanqi has plundered the soul and body of the goo god and has further improved his combat power. It is no longer a difficult task for the two of them to join forces to deal with the human emperor in the real world. But there is one question: how strong is this immortal body? Judging from when used memories before, it seems that these immortals themselves are not very strong, and they have never seen anyone fighting close to each other. They all use magic weapons from a distance. And when you just relied on a flying sword to grab all the stars area. However, the key point is that when you, who is lying on the moon now, seems to be completely poor.
Daoang Lin. By the way, how strong are you now?
Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai curiously.
I do not know yet.
Lin Xianbai lowered his head and glanced at his soul body.
Although this immortal's consciousness has dissipated, it will take some time for me to fully control his soul and body to complete the body snatching. Before that, I cannot determine your current strength. By the way, compared to this, what happened to you just now?
As he spoke, Lin Xianbai raised his eyes to look at Li Guanqi, frowned, and said worriedly,
in the memory of this immortal before, that majestic figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. And then you seemed to be in a coma. Guanqi, what happened?
What?
Chapter 754, the human emperor who took the lead in seizing the body.
I don't know either.
When mentioning this matter, Li Guanqi also looked puzzled.
After I saw the giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, my head buzzed, as if it was going to explode, and then I felt groggy, and all that was in my mind was that after I recovered, I saw that when you had his back turned to me. It's definitely not simple.
Lin Xianbai clasped his hands behind his back and walked back and forth, thinking as he walked.
From the information we have so far, our ancestors on this planet also experienced prosperity. But later those powerful races moved to the depths of the universe. Our planet is slowly degenerating. But even so, we still have the blood of those powerful races left in us. I am. You are. Many people may not realize it, but in fact everyone is. Thinking about it this way, that giant with 3 heads and 6 arms is most likely one of your ancestors who played chess. And the pomp was so grand that even when you could only kneel in the corner to see him. The star field where when you lives is in more developed civilized areas. Our ancestors are most likely living there today. Let's talk about these things later.
Li Guanqi waved his hand.
The top priority now is that you must quickly complete the remaining content of the body capture, and strive to complete the body capture as soon as possible. Then we will return to the real world and kill the human emperor. After that, we can take a rest and look forward to the future.
Lin Xianbai nodded lightly, but after he sat down cross-legged, he looked at Li Guanqi hesitantly.
It will take a long time to completely complete the seizure, but according to the future god, the human emperor started the seizure earlier than me. Shit! Then how can I finish it faster than him? Alright.
Li Guanqi turned around with his back to him.
Don't think so much. Just do your best. I'll go out to the outside world first.
After saying that, Li Guanqi's pure white soul gradually flew out of the sea of consciousness. The further away from Lin Xianbai, the whiter on his body became dimmer. When he completely left this sea of consciousness, his soul returned to its original blue color. Buzz, in the gray-white rock wall cave, the immortal when he was lying on the ice jade bed, with a blue light of soul power flashing between his eyebrows. And he quickly escaped into the physical body of Li Guanqi on the other side. The soul returns. The next moment, Li Guanqi slowly opened his blue eyes and looked at himself, with black hair and black eyes next to him.
I don't know if you are clear about it, but in fact, you have been here for 29 days.
Pluto crossed his arms across his chest, leaned against the rock wall, and looked at Li Guanqi calmly.
In a few hours, we will complete 30 days. So long?
Li Guanqi was slightly stunned.
I feel like only a few minutes have passed. The so-called feeling can be deceiving.
Pluto's calm face gradually showed some curiosity.
So, what did you spend nearly a month doing? As for the matter of seizing the body, looking at you, that guy must have succeeded. So this immortal, what's the origin? Tell me. You might as well see for yourself.
Li Guanqi's eyebrows flashed with blue light, and he directly used his soul power to release memory projections, presenting everything he had experienced in Wen Yu's Sea of Consciousness in front of Pluto. Pluto is also full of yearning for this immortal world. It is worth mentioning that Li Guanqi fell into a trance after seeing the three-headed and six-armed giant in Wen Yu's memory. But Pluto did not show such symptoms after seeing the three-headed and six-armed giant in his memory. What went wrong? Because Wen Yu is the first-party memory, and his memory projection is the second-hand memory. So Pluto cannot feel the influence of that ancestor? No. The more likely reason may be, the bloodline is gone. Although Li Guanqi's current physical body has been infused with different blood, his ancient bloodline still exists. Otherwise, he would not have the Liangyi form with 3 heads and 6 arms. But Pluto was different. The final battle between Pluto and the human emperor at the end of the Old Age not only destroyed the Old Age civilization, but also destroyed their original physical bodies. Even if Pluto is resurrected now, the body he possesses will still be the body of the sword god Gao Yulo, not his own body. The body is no longer original, and the bloodline naturally no longer exists. After all, his and Li Guanqi's bloodlines were different from Lin Xianbai's. From the fact that the human emperor can still seize the body of the immortal, it can be seen that Lin Xianbai's lineage is said to be a bloodline, but in fact it pays more attention to the soul, consciousness and other levels. Even if the body is destroyed, the soul and consciousness are still special.
Really?
Suddenly, Pluto's voice interrupted Li Guanqi's thoughts.
My guess is correct.
After reading all of Li Guanqi's second-hand memories, Pluto came to the ice bed and stretched out his hand to squeeze Wen Yu's physical arm.
The cultivation system of these immortals does not pay attention to the physical body. The strength of this immortal's physical body is actually not that great.
Let alone me in my heyday. Kid, even if you had a hand-to-hand fight with this immortal, he would be crushed by you. The problem is that these immortals don't rely on physical combat to fight.
Li Guanqi hesitated and said,
In Wen Yu's memory, he relies on flying swords to attack. A flying sword can even cut off a space carrier. It's terrifying. Well, although I don't know what those space carriers have.
How hard it is to make an accurate judgment. But does he still have a flying sword now?
Pluto glanced at Li Guanqi.
You fell into a coma, but your soul still recorded the memory fragments that appeared around you. You just showed these memories to me, which can be regarded as reading these memories yourself. You have also seen that after when you killed his son with his own hands, he threw away his flying sword, washed his hands in a golden basin, lived in seclusion on a small planet, sold all his belongings for money, and then did charity in an attempt to make amends. Finally, when his former enemy came to his door, he didn't have any weapons in his hands, so he relied on magic to fight against the enemy. In the end, he was severely injured and fled in a daze all the way. Only then did he come to our moon to recuperate. If he still had any magic weapon, there was no reason to not use it at that time. In other words, the human emperor has no magic weapon in his hand.
Li Guanqi finally understood what Hades wanted to say, and nodded slightly.
Indeed. If this is the case, then the threat to us from the human emperor can be reduced a bit. Although, these immortals have no magic weapon, and they can only rely on magic. Very powerful. The so-called immortals are not as scary as we think.
Pluto looked at Wen Yu's body on the ice bed, and his pure black eyes narrowed slightly.
The immortal without the magic weapon is equivalent to a broken arm, and he is still injured. As long as we can recover from his injuries before he swallows the planet in a previous battle with him, our chances of winning might not be low, but even high. So the current situation is that the human emperor and Lin Xianbai are competing in terms of speed. If Lin Xianbai can complete the body snatching faster, then he can run farther and devour a few uninhabited planets to recover from his injuries. In this way, when he returns to the real world, he can directly crush the human emperor. But is this possible? I don't think Lin Xianbai can seize the body faster than the human emperor, even if their speed of seizing the body was the same. According to the future god, the human emperor started seizing the body earlier than Lin Xianbai. If that was the case, then how could he complete the seizing before the human emperor?
At this point, Pluto looked at Li Guanqi and said calmly,
You can definitely think of things that I can think of. You can't think of this, but you have never mentioned this along the way. What do you think? I never imagined that Lin Xianbai could seize the body faster than the human emperor.
Li Guanqi smiled slightly.
The human emperor will take the lead in seizing the body. There is no doubt about it. But before that, how much immortal power can Lin Xianbai control? Even a little more. The moment the human emperor finishes seizing the body, God will definitely send us there directly in the future. But what if the human emperor completely controls the immortal body? We also know now that the immortal is actually not that scary. His cultivation system relies more on magic weapons to fight against enemies. However, the immortal when you spent all his wealth in his later years, and he has no magic weapon left. The human emperor is alone. Even though Lin Xianbai is slightly inferior, he still has me and you. If the three of us fight one, why worry about not winning? We can win.
At the end of the sentence, Li Guanqi smiled and extended his right fist towards Pluto. Pluto was startled at first, and then he laughed dumbly. He also stretched out his hand and gave him a light fist bump. Then, Li Guanqi stood up, and a black hole-shaped plundering palace appeared behind him. With the power of the plundering law, he plundered and devoured Lin Xianbai's original goo god body, making his body even stronger.
Wait!
Hades glanced at him, then walked to the side and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and concentrating. Li Guanqi also sat down, leaning against the wall, with the looting palace appearing behind him. He continued to comprehend the power of this law while quietly waiting for the passage of time. Time flies by. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. However, what interrupted Li Guanqi and Pluto's waiting was not Lin Xianbai, who had successfully seized the body and awakened.
Boom!
Space tremors. Li Guanqi and Hades were awakened instantly and looked straight ahead with solemn expressions. The space there is constantly vibrating, as if stones are being thrown into the water, and time and space ripples are constantly appearing. This is not a space crack, but a rift in time and space. This is a passage connecting to time and space. Passing through it, you can reach the real world. Buzz! Suddenly, a white light and shadow appeared next to the crack in time and space. It is the projection of the future god.
What's the situation?
Li Guanqi asked in a deep voice.
Time is running out!
The white light and shadow shouted.
The speed of the human emperor's body seizure is far beyond my expectation. He has now completely completed the body seizure, and has even begun to try to swallow the moon. I will now directly teleport you to the moon in the real world. 3 of you. Finally! The battle has come. I haven't fully mastered Wen Yu's immortal power yet.
On the ice bed next to him, Wen Yu's body opened his eyes and sat up. While speaking, his face and body shape changed rapidly, changing into Lin Xianbai's appearance.
How much control do you have?
Pluto looked at Lin Xianbai seriously.
70%.
Lin Xianbai said in a deep voice.
Enough.
Li Guanqi smiled and walked towards the white light and shadow.
Although you only control 70% of the power of the immortal, you still have me and Pluto. Although the human emperor has complete control, he is alone and has not yet swallowed the planet to regain his strength. If we can win, let's go!
After that, he took the lead in passing through the rift in time and space, and disappeared. Lin Xianbai followed closely behind. Pluto, on the other hand, looked at the white light and shadow.
When it's done, I will definitely send you back.
The white light and shadow shouted anxiously.
There is no time. Please believe me.
Only then did Hades step into the rift in time and space. Real time and space. The universe. The moon. In the cold, mysterious, yet vast starry sky, there are countless planets of all kinds. But this gray-white planet called the moon has extraordinary significance to Li Guanqi and others. However, at this moment, next to the moon, there was a figure in white that was even larger than the planet. Even the huge moon looked as small as a jelly bean in front of him. This figure opened his mouth at this moment, trying to swallow the moon into his mouth just like he wanted to eat a jelly bean. Buzz! But just before he ate the moon, a stream of golden light burst out from the distant galaxy, hitting the majestic figure hard. The golden light exploded and enveloped the boundless galaxy. Immediately afterwards, this figure, which was countless times larger than the planet, began to shrink rapidly.
That's just when you start swallowing technique. It's just a technique. It doesn't mean anything.
Lin Xianbai, dressed in white, fell from the sky and landed heavily on the moon's surface after interrupting the opponent's star-swallowing spell. Li Guanqi and Pluto also appeared and came to this rough and gray land. The 3 of them stood side by side, all with solemn expressions and prepared for battle. Because thousands of meters away stood a man in white who looked exactly like Lin Xianbai, exuding a strange and mysterious vast aura. Human Emperor. Strictly speaking, this is the first real face-to-face meeting between Li Guanqi and the Human Emperor. This man succeeded in seizing the body on his own without the help of Li Guanqi. At this time, he had completely completed the seizing of the body and perfectly controlled all the power of the immortal. Lin Xianbai only controlled 70%. But compared to the human emperor, who was fighting alone, Lin Xianbai also had the help of Li Guanqi and Pluto.
You are still alive.
From the beginning to the end, the human emperor did not even look at Lin Xianbai and Pluto. He kept his eyes on Li Guanqi and chuckled.
So, Qinlan failed after all. It's really you.
Li Guanqi took half a step forward and looked at this being with the power of an immortal coldly.
I have always been curious.
Is it really that easy to seize the body of a god? Can Taoist Lin do it? Can Qinlan do it? I have always had this doubt in my heart. And now, my suspicion has been confirmed. The reason why Qinlan can do all this is that you are helping her. And you want her to kill me. Yes, but not just.
There was a light smile on the human emperor's face.
I was indeed secretly helping Qinlan seize the Gaoyu Tower. But her desire to kill you has nothing to do with me. Even without me, she will also be obsessed with killing you for the rest of her life.
Why? Li Guanqi's eyes darkened.
Why on earth did that girl want to kill me?
Chapter 755. The third head awakens, and the power is released.
Who knows? I don't care and I haven't checked.
Faced with this question, the emperor just smiled indifferently.
Not everything in life can be answered. Li Guanqi.
After saying that, he raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and a little purple gold light bloomed in his palm.
How can it be?
Seeing this scene, Lin Xianbai suddenly looked shocked and full of disbelief.
What's wrong?
Li Guanqi and Pluto's heart sank, and they both looked at him.
That?
Lin Xianbai gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice.
That is a higher level of immortal power. When Yu has been pursuing this advanced immortal power all his life. But until he was severely injured by the enemy and came to the moon, he did not can achieve this step. But after completing the body taking, I can't figure out how he could do it. Advanced immortal power?
Pluto was not surprised at all by this, and just said calmly,
So, the immortal power possessed by the human emperor now is more advanced than that of the immortal. And you, obviously, you can't do it.
From the beginning, Pluto showed great hostility and respect to the human emperor. In his opinion, the human emperor, an old rival, was an extraordinary existence. Because of this, no matter how incredible the human emperor does, Pluto will not feel strange. At most, he will sigh in his heart.
As expected of him, you can't win.
On the other side, the human emperor's whole body began to glow with purple gold light. He smiled at Li Guanqi and the others and said,
If I didn't have this advanced immortal power, maybe you could really win. But unfortunately, there is no if in the world.
Oh, really? Pluto looked at him with a smile.
Why don't you tell me what predictions you got before we arrived?
The smile on the human emperor's face seemed to stiffen slightly.
If you don't tell me, then let me guess.
Pluto continued to smile and said,
That prophecy told you that you would die. Right? No need to refute. I know you too well. Every breath in your body is telling me that you are afraid of our arrival.
Why?
Afraid? Because your prediction tells you that you will die.
Absurd. The human emperor snorted coldly, and the purple gold light all over his body became more and more majestic.
This fight will end with your death.
Pluto's whole body burst out, no longer talking nonsense, and took the lead in attacking the human emperor. At the same time, a purple-black vortex engulfed the temple appeared behind him. Boom! Li Guanqi also transformed into a body with 3 heads and 6 arms in an instant. He took out the 5 artifacts of swords, spears, swords and halberds, and the mountain axe. He fully activated his amplification state and attacked the human emperor with all his strength. The human emperor stood on the spot, kneeling with one hand, and a mysterious aura rippled out from his body. It was a bit like spiritual power, but it seemed that the energy quality was more advanced than spiritual power. These energies showed a golden luster, floating in the air. It condensed into countless golden lightsabers.
Go!
With a wave of his sleeves, the countless lightsabers turned into a purple gold fairy light sword rain, showering down towards Li Guanqi and Hades like a blanket. Flying swordsmanship. When Li Guanqi saw this, his eyes suddenly condensed, and the spiritual power in his body spurted out, forming a purple god-level protective spiritual shield outside his body. He had seen this method in Wenyu's memory, but when Wenyu used this method, he used a real magical flying sword.
And the human emperor did not have a magic weapon. At this time, he seemed to be using an energy similar to spiritual power, issued in the form of magic. This sword rain is definitely not as powerful as the real magical sword rain.
Boom!
Suddenly, the speed of the sword rain suddenly increased hundreds of times. And it came with a huge bang, smashing Li Guanqi's purple spiritual shield in an instant. Countless golden lightsabers bounced off the defense of the artifact in his hand, and then penetrated the god Ares. The armor pinned him to the ground. Blood splattered. And Pluto on the other side is basically looking so miserable. Even though he used the power of the devouring law to swallow many golden lightsabers, he was still pierced through his body by those lightsabers that were too late to swallow. The sudden acceleration of these purple gold sword rains was so fast that Li Guanqi and Hades couldn't even react. The defense methods were broken down, and their bodies were pierced. This is the power of immortals. Even without magic weapons, pure immortal magic is still terrifying.
Boom!
However, just when the human emperor was preparing to change the seal and use another magical technique to pursue the victory, Lin Xianbai on the other side made a secret with both hands and used the spell-breaking technique to directly shatter the rain of swords through the air and let them turn into pieces. The sky is filled with purple gold, lingering in the mid-air on the surface of the moon. It was the immortal duo Shi Wen Yu. Although Lin Xianbai had not yet been able to perfectly control the power of the immortal, he could still easily do so by interfering with the human emperor's spell casting. However, the human emperor also completed the advancement of his immortal power after seizing the body. Because of this, Lin Xianbai wanted to interfere with the human emperor's spell casting, and the time required became longer, making it impossible to crack it instantly.
Boom!
The purple gold sword rain shattered, and the lightsabers that pierced Li Guanqi and Hades naturally dissipated. The two alien-blooded gods completely healed themselves in an instant. At the same time, they crushed the ground under their feet and both shot out. With Lin Xianbai's restraint, Li Guanqi and Hades finally came to the human emperor.
Die to me!
Pluto leaped high and appeared on the right side of the human emperor. He roared and raised his right fist. Purple-black flames erupted all over his body. With the surging power of the devouring law, he hit the human emperor's head heavily. And Li Guanqi, with flying purple hair, 3 heads and 6 arms, also appeared ghostly on the left side of the human emperor, waving the 5 artifacts in his hands at the same time, as if he wanted to cut the human emperor into several pieces. Boom! The human emperor was as motionless as a mountain. But the majestic immortal power exploded within his body, turning into a purple gold flame that instantly enveloped half of the moon. At the same time, it also knocked Li Guanqi and Hades away at the same time, and flew heavily into the distance. The next moment, the figure of the human emperor disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already near Lin Xianbai. With Lin Xianbai here, no matter what spells he uses to attack Li Guanqi and Hades, he will be restricted. Therefore, the human emperor is executing the most correct tactical action at this time to kill Lin Xianbai first.
Go!
The human emperor waved his hands, and countless purple gold flying swords formed beside him, and they all slashed towards Lin Xianbai. Lin Xianbai also used flying sword skills to fight back. However, his immortal power has not advanced, so the condensed lightsaber is just pure gold, and its aura is much inferior to the human emperor's amethyst flying sword.
Boom!
Half of the moon's sky was shrouded in purple gold light. The flying swords from both sides came and went, bombarding each other, and then both collapsed and dissipated. Lin Xianbai did not have enough time to complete the seizure. Because of this, he only mastered 70% of the power of the immortal. Facing the human emperor, who perfectly controlled the power of the immortal, he was certainly no match. But even so, it would be impossible for the human emperor to kill him in a short time. For a moment, these two beings who had seized the power of immortals started a fight on the surface of the moon. They fought thousands of miles, and thousands of miles later, the signs of the battle spanned the entire moon. The two-color light caused by the collision of purple and gold sword rain almost enveloped the moon. Above the entire moon, on the blue planet next door, countries all began to detect this unimaginable battle on the moon. However, what puzzles them is why the participants in this battle on the moon are 2 Punlai commanders Lin Xianbai and 2 extraordinary kings Li Guanqi. What happened?
Hades! Is he still alive?
On the back of the moon, in a fire pit burning with purple and gold flames, Li Guanqi's terrifying figure, covered in fire and bloody, stood up tremblingly. The life energy in his body was constantly healing his body, but the purple gold flame on his body was also constantly burning his body, burning while healing, causing indescribable intense pain. The problem is that this flame cannot dissipate, no matter how hard Li Guanqi tried. He was helpless against the flames coming from the immortal power. He could only endure it burning his body, and even his soul. As the purple gold flames continued to burn, Li Guanqi began to feel drowsy. And it seemed to be getting worse.
This is immortal fire, and we have no solution.
On the other side, a flaming figure slowly walked towards Li Guanqi from far away. It was the equally bloody Pluto.
Then we have to go find Taoist Lin.
Li Guanqi turned his head and looked towards the horizon of the moon. The sky is filled with purple and gold, and the two sword rains are coming and going, attacking each other. It can be clearly seen that one side has the advantage, and it can almost be said that it is suppressing the other side. The one who was suppressed and beaten was naturally Lin Xianbai.
He has too much time to take care of himself. Where can he distract himself to help us? If he is distracted even a little bit, he will die.
Pluto glanced at the battle situation over there, and then said in a deep voice,
Kid, the situation is far worse than we imagined. I was too optimistic before. The power of the immortal mastered by the human emperor comes from another more advanced civilization. This pair, the level is too high for us to understand, so we have no way to deal with it. For example, this purple gold flame is an unsolvable crisis for us. But you are very calm.
Li Guanqi looked at him in surprise.
Because I may have found a way to break the situation.
Hades turned around and walked towards several purple gold lightsabers stuck on the ground next to him. Lin Xianbai and the human emperor fought across the entire moon. So naturally they inserted purple gold lightsabers all over the gray-white pitted land. Purple gold lightsabers could be seen scattered almost everywhere.
You have 3 heads.
Pluto pulled out a lightsaber from the ground, then looked at Li Guanqi, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, and said solemnly,
The head in the middle is your original head. The head on the left shows compassion. The ability of this head has awakened, allowing you to obtain the imperial power.
There are 2 soul-like abilities, the divine armor and the god-eating sword. But have you ever thought about what the third furious-looking head on the right has? Of course I thought about it.
Li Guanqi became more and more surprised.
But I asked you before, and you said that you had been studying for 20,000 years in the old era. But you still couldn't unlock the ability of the third head. You have discovered this when you talk about it again.
What?
Yes. I have been studying it in the old era.
Pluto held the purple gold lightsaber in both hands. He looked down at the lightsaber that the human emperor had condensed with the power of an immortal, and said in a deep voice,
But until today, until just now, I have been pierced by these purple gold lightsabers of the human emperor. After I recovered my body, I finally discovered why I couldn't unlock the ability of the third head. Because I lacked the most critical energy.
As he spoke, he handed the purple gold lightsaber to Li Guanqi and said seriously,
Lin Xianbai calls it advanced immortal power. No matter what this purple gold energy is called, there is no doubt that it is what unlocks our third power.
The key to the skull's ability. And now, the human emperor has brought this purple gold immortal power to us, to you. Purple gold immortal power?
Li Guanqi took the purple gold lightsaber and carefully recalled the feeling of being pierced by this sword just now. Now that he thinks about it, it does seem a little different. When the purple gold lightsaber penetrated his body, he felt that the blood in his body was boiling. But he thought it was the purple gold lightsaber hurting his body. So he didn't think too much about it for a while. Pluto suddenly stepped forward, stretched out his hand and pushed, directly piercing Li Guanqi's chest with the purple gold lightsaber.
I no longer have this blood body. But you still have it. Kid, focus on the third furious-looking head. And this breath of immortal power. You must activate the ability of the third head. Otherwise we will all die here. And that guy Lin Xianbai won't last long.
Li Guanqi calmed down, sat cross-legged on the ground, and did as Pluto said. Pluto, on the other hand, stood aside, looking at the battlefield in the distance, clenching his hands tightly. This new discovery is certainly worthy of surprise. But the question is, after Li Guanqi activates the ability of the third head, can he solve the current crisis? Who knows? Pluto didn't know either. But he knew that if the status quo continued, the 3 of them would be no match for Lin Xianbai, who perfectly controlled the power of the immortal. Before, they were too naive and too optimistic. This is not the difference between strong and weak at all, but the difference between high level and low level. The purple gold immortal power used by the human emperor is more advanced than their so-called infinite gods. And it is also more advanced than Lin Xianbai's immortal power. They need some kind of anomaly to break the situation. At this time, Pluto only hoped that the awakening ability of the third head could be an anomaly that could break the situation.
No!
Suddenly, Li Guanqi stood up and crushed the purple gold lightsaber in his hand. The power of the law of plundering emerged all over his body. After plundering this magical power into his body, he shook his head gently and said,
"These lightsabers have lost the power I need."
"A breath of air. I need more fresh purple gold immortal power to activate the third furious phase head."
Li Guanqi looked at the purple gold battlefield in the distance, looking at the boundless rain of purple gold swords. And a crazy idea gradually emerged in his heart.
"Pluto, your devouring law is more efficient at devouring pure energy than mine. Can you devour the human emperor first?
The purple gold immortal power, and then release it to me in a softer way, allowing me to absorb them using the plunder law? Wish us success."
After hearing this plan, Hades didn't hesitate at all, turned around and shot out, flying towards the battlefield on the horizon. At the same time, the devouring palace behind him began to expand rapidly.
"Then I'll hold you to death."
The human emperor, who was attacking Lin Xiaobai with all his strength, saw Pluto suddenly arriving. He didn't think much. He thought that this old opponent wanted to use the power of the devouring law to absorb his attack like before. He immediately sneered, and then made a secret move. With his technique, he condensed a large rain of purple gold swords, and flew toward Pluto overwhelmingly.
"No!"
Lin Xiaobai was shocked when he saw this.
"You will be overwhelmed by these advanced immortal powers." Boom!
Pluto did not respond. He just stood in midair. The devouring palace behind him turned into a purple-black vortex with a diameter of several thousand meters. It swallowed up all the purple gold sword rain that came from it, and then did not absorb it, but absorbed it. Release behind you. For a moment, his devouring palace seemed to be a transit station, receiving the extremely powerful purple gold lightsaber, and then releasing it into soft purple gold light spots.
Boom!
In the end, although Pluto successfully completed the transformation, the devouring palace and his body collapsed. The devouring shrine dissipates. His body turned into pieces of flesh and was scattered everywhere. Most of them were broken. But his heart was intact. Exploded. Even if there is the devouring palace, Pluto still needs to use his own body as the basis if he wants to devour it. However, these purple gold immortal powers were too powerful. And in the end, Pluto was, as expected, overwhelmed by this massive amount of immortal power. However, when his body exploded, he used all his strength to keep his heart intact, because the heart is lingering with wisps of purple gold shimmer. These purple gold shimmers forcibly inhibit the self-healing ability of the alien blood. So Pluto is considered disabled in a short period of time and cannot regain its fighting strength. But he has successfully completed his mission. Pluto successfully transformed large areas of amethyst sword rain into soft scattered fairy power. Buzz? Li Guanqi sat cross-legged and used the power of the plunder law. A black hole vortex emerged behind him, plundering all the purple gold soft fairy power into his body. Seeing this scene, the human emperor's pupil suddenly shrank.
So that's it? So that's it? No wonder that omen suddenly appeared. It turned out to be my immortal power after I advanced. And it actually fulfilled you? No. No. He gradually became extremely furious and flew towards Li Guanqi with a ferocious face. The purple gold immortal power in his body exploded and condensed into a rain of amethyst swords that covered the sky and the sun. Boom. However, another golden sword rain suddenly came and forcibly blocked the human emperor's path. Lin Xiaobai! He changed his original attitude of fighting and retreating, and began to attack the human emperor with a very aggressive offensive, trying his best to hold the human emperor back to ensure that Li Guanqi had enough time. Although he didn't know what Li Guanqi and Pluto's plan was, Li Guanqi was already the only hope to defeat the human emperor. You all must die. The human emperor roared angrily. His whole body erupted with purple gold light, and half of his face was covered with purple gold lines, making him look extremely ferocious. His strength suddenly surged, and he launched a crazy sword rain bombardment at Lin Xiaobai. Lin Xiaobai, on the other hand, used a golden light shield to firmly protect Li Guanqi below, and then desperately resisted the human emperor's offensive. For a moment, a purple golden light enveloped the galaxy, and the entire moon trembled. Li Guanqi, who is inside the golden light shield, is sitting cross-legged on the ground. The left and middle heads have their eyes closed. The third furious head on the right has its eyes closed, but its eyelashes are trembling, as if there are signs of opening them. Not only that, as Li Guanqi gradually plundered the purple gold immortal power into his body, a mark gradually appeared between the eyebrows of the third head. That was a purple lotus.
Child, why are you calling me?
In the darkness and nothingness, Li Guanqi looked around blankly, listening to the ethereal voices coming from all directions, and was a little stunned for a moment. It wasn't any language he knew at all, but he could understand the meaning.
Oh! It turns out that he is a bloodline who is living outside, and is threatened by powerful enemies?
The ethereal voice sounded again, somewhat kindly.
I will teach you a method that can unlock bloodline restrictions in advance. Although it will consume a lot of lifespan, at least you can save your life. After what happened here, come to Tian Yuan Star within 1,000 years to recognize your ancestor and return to your clan.
Boom! Li Guanqi's third furious-looking head suddenly opened his eyes wide with anger, and the purple golden lotus mark between his eyebrows was completely formed. A vast and unimaginable force suddenly erupted from his body, forming a 10,000-meter tall giant figure behind him. The majestic figure with 3 heads and 6 arms even made the nearby human emperor and Lin Xianbai tremble violently. The third head awakens, and the power is released.
It's over, human emperor. In other words, you don't deserve this honorific title at all.
The 10,000-meter giant with 3 heads and 6 arms stretched out his hand,
and the vast and majestic power exploded. Not to mention resisting. The human emperor could not even escape. He could only hover in place tremblingly. And then, he was grabbed by the giant's hand. Crush!
Boom!
A piece of purple gold light dissipated. The human emperor was destroyed in form and spirit. Chapter 756 Finale, Hide and Seek.
Puff!
After killing the human emperor, Li Guanqi's power also receded like a tide. And the 10,000-meter giant with 3 heads and 6 arms behind him also turned into a black light and dissipated. And he himself withdrew from his 3-headed and 6-armed body in an instant, turned pale, spit out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground, breathing heavily, as if he had suffered a great loss. This is indeed the case. He could feel his life force passing away rapidly, and at least half of his lifespan was lost. After the human emperor died, the purple gold glimmer on a heart on the other side of the moon also dissipated. Then the heart quickly generated blood vessels, flesh and blood, and transformed into a complete human form in the blink of an eye. It is Hades.
It's over.
Pluto looked at the messy moon, took a deep breath, and waved his hand to the human emperor, who was completely destroyed in form and spirit, with not even ashes left.
Have a good journey. I won't miss you. Watch chess.
Lin Xianbai quickly flew to Li Guanqi and helped him up from the ground.
Cough!
Li Guanqi covered his chest and forced his weak body up. He looked at the position where the human emperor was crushed by him and smiled softly.
It's solved. In both the strange world and the real world, there will no longer be any immortals who wake up and devour the planet.
A doomsday tragedy. Of course. You successfully killed the human emperor. Guanqi, you are the savior of both worlds.
Lin Xianbai supported him and said with a smile on his face,
No. The 3 of us saved it together.
Li Guanqi turned his head with a smile and looked towards Hades. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai were both stunned. Because at this time Pluto, the space around him trembled, and a space-time crack slowly formed.
It's over. It's time for me to go back.
Pluto pointed to the crack in space beside him and said with a smile,
That's my world over there. I have to go back there and wait for my wife to be resurrected. I will remember you.
Li Guanqi looked at him with emotion.
Me in another time and space. Me too.
Pluto nodded seriously, and then smiled slightly.
I don't like to say goodbye, so let's do it. According to your previous decision, the next leader of the Dao dynasty is Lin Chifuju, the dear man. Don't worry. I will help look at the Dao dynasty. Goodbye, although we probably won't see each other again.
Ha. Accompanied by his hearty laughter, Li Guanqi, with black hair and black eyes, stepped into the crack in time and space and returned to his own time and space, which was a time and space independent of the real world. Li Guanqi watched Pluto leave, feeling a little dazed for a moment. But soon, he realized something was wrong.
Huh? What about my Yingxuan?
Li Guanqi looked at the gradually disappearing cracks in time and space with a look of astonishment on his face.
Don't worry. I have sent her to your home in Yuqing.
As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the future god sounded not far away.
At this moment, Miss Han Mengyao is probably staring at her.
Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai followed the reputation and went out. I saw a white light and shadow coming slowly, which was the projection of the future god.
So, we succeeded in changing the future?
Lin Xianbai was quite emotional.
Actually, it only took a few years from beginning to end. But it felt like so long. Thank you for saving me.
The god of the future walked up to them and bowed down to give a big salute.
What's the specific situation?
Li Guanqi looked at the white light and shadow curiously.
The human emperor took away immortal when you. And we killed the human emperor. In the future, no one will be able to devour the planet. Then the future time and space you are in is the entire planet.
Instant recovery? Or what? You can understand it that way.
The god of the future smiled and said,
Strictly speaking, I am the only one who retains memory. No one except me remembers this incident, because history has been modified by you. Well, it's complicated to say, so it's better not to say it. After all, it doesn't matter anymore. Does it? Yes. It's not important anymore.
Lin Xianbai nodded, and then held Li Guanqi's neck tightly, with an excited smile on his face.
The important thing is that everything is over. Guanqi, we completed our mission as system transcendence. We saved the future. As for now, we still have our own lives. After I return, I will marry and immediately. What about you? When will you and Miss Han get married? How about having our wedding together? Okay.
Hearing this, Li Guanqi thought of Meng Yao, whom he had not seen for a long time, and his heart was suddenly filled with longing and love. But then, he remembered something, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by confusion and sadness.
Li Guanqi, do you remember that there is still one unfinished task in your task library?
The god of the future waved his right hand, and two objects appeared out of thin air on the ground in front of Li Guanqi. A blue ring, and a crystal coffin. When Li Guanqi saw the scene, his blue pupils trembled slightly. Choice, senior sister's destination. Nature of task. This mission will have two different endings. Happiness and sadness. Based on your actions and choices. As well as two different rewards. Mission introduction. Wang Yanqing has helped you so much. From the past to the present. If you had not met her, you would definitely not be what you are now. So, what did you give her? Of course you have given enough in return. But there may be more you can give her. Like, happiness. There are many definitions of happiness. It is happiness to meet again after a long separation. To untie the knot. And to reunite lovers. Finding a loved one is another kind of happiness. And now, senior sister's happiness is in your hands. Can you make her truly happy? Task requirements. Happy ending. Triggered when Wang Yanqing feels happy and excited. Sad ending. Triggered when Wang Yanqing felt despair. Mission rewards. Get a happy ending and be rewarded with a special magic weapon. A heart from the end of the world, which can connect to another person's soul. If another person is in danger, you can instantly sense it. Obtain the sad ending and be rewarded with a special magic weapon. A crystal coffin, which can seal a person's body and prevent it from decaying for thousands of years. The heart of the ends of the earth and the crystal coffin are all here. The god of the future pointed to the blue ring and coffin on the ground, and whispered to Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi, the ending of this mission, or in other words, the ending of you and Wang Yanqing. It is up to you to decide. Li Guanqi's expression was complicated. Where she is up to you. The figure and voice of the future god gradually became illusory and ethereal. If you want to see her, then she is in this world. Of course, she is a devil. If she hides, it will indeed be difficult to find her. But as long as you want, you can eventually find her. If you don't want to see her, she is not in this world. Li Guanqi, whether it is happiness or sadness, it just depends on you. Goodbye. Two saviors, I will always remember your great dedication. The light and shadow of the future god completely turned into a white light and dissipated. It's over. Lin Xianbai supported Li Guanqi, looked at him, and said softly, the system panel has also disappeared. The system, the future god, the strange world. These things finally come to an end today. But Guanqi, we are still alive. We still have our lives are not over yet. Boom! After that, Lin Xianbai crushed the crystal coffin with his foot, then picked up the blue ring next to it, and stuffed it into Li Guanqi's hand. Hack sorrow. Both worlds have been saved by us. This mission is still can't you make a happy ending? Li Guanqi held the ring, and looked at the other party in shock. Lin Xianbai just smiled back. Let's go! Lin Xianbai supported Li Guanqi and took him up into the sky, flying towards the blue planet next door. What a beautiful planet! Let's go home! On July 12th, the 8th year of the extraordinary period, the Battle of the Moon occurred. The extraordinary King Li Guanqi
and the first-generation Federation speaker Lin Xianbai killed the alien immortal Wen Yu on the moon and returned with a great victory. This is a battle that changes the world. After the Battle of the Moon, Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai returned to Blue Star and united countries around the world to form the Blue Star Federation, with Lin Xianbai serving as the Speaker of the Federation. After the establishment of the Federation, under the intimidation of the Extraordinary King and the management of the first-generation Speaker, the world united as one. Blue Star's technological level and extraordinary level increased rapidly. And with the popularization of alien blood potions, all mankind evolved and completely entered the alien world. The Era of Extraordinary Blood. Chronicles of the Extraordinary Era. Extraordinary 9 years. On September 1st, the first-generation federal speaker Lin Xianbai resigned and no longer took charge of federal affairs. He chose to hold a wedding with his lover and officially got married. The extraordinary King Li Guanqi also chose to officially marry his childhood sweetheart Han Mingyao on the same day and at the same wedding. The one who gave the two couples wedding rings was a girl named Ying Shuang. After that wedding that attracted worldwide attention, Li Guanqi and Han Mingyao disappeared without a trace. It was said that they traveled around the world incognito, and there was no news about them in the world again. Although Lin Xianbai and Annie are also traveling around the world, they do not remain anonymous, and their loving figures can be seen around the world from time to time. On January 1st, Extraordinary Year 12, Li Guanqi bid farewell to his family and set off for the depths of the universe, not only to pursue the footprints of a more advanced civilization, but also to find charged items scattered throughout the universe, to restore the integrity of the heart of time and space and maintain striving for the stability of the multiverse. His mission as a system transcendent is over, but his mission as the owner of the heart of time and space has just begun. 10 years later, Chief Disciple Li Guanqi comes forward. The disciple is here. In this 4-symbol starfield competition, you won the championship for our Suzaku star. Tell me, apart from the originally planned championship rewards, what else do you want? I allow you to put forward 2 conditions. Just ask. Replying to the sect master, this disciple wants a true blood phoenix egg. Yun, what else is there? The disciple also wants a magic weapon. A person-finding magic weapon that can crack the demon clan's hiding technique. Teacher Wang, would you like to play hide and seek with us? Come on. Come on. The sun was shining brightly, and the fallen flowers were colorful. In a kindergarten, several cute children were acting coquettishly around a young female kindergarten teacher. Okay. The young and beautiful kindergarten teacher smiled helplessly, then stood under the tree, covering her eyes with her hands. 30, 29, 28, 27. Quick, quick, quick. Let's hide. Several children immediately ran away laughing. Some hiding in the grass, some hiding in the slide, some hiding behind the trash can, and so on. There are many ways to show childishness. Hey kids, don't hide too deep when playing hide and seek. Suddenly, a gentle male voice sounded slowly not far away. The female kindergarten teacher, who was counting down with her eyes closed, trembled, put down her hands, and followed the sound in disbelief. Under the big tree, a tall man wearing a black trench coat with white hair and blue eyes put his hands in his pockets, looked at her with a gentle smile, and said softly, "At least, you can't be like someone who has been hiding for more than 10 years. If I hadn't gone to the depths of the universe to study, I still wouldn't have been able to find this guy." Wang Yanqing's eyes were slightly moist. Amidst the falling flowers, Li Guanqi stepped forward, and hugged the woman tightly into his arms. "I found you, senior sister.